it is. We're live. PKA just started. That was a long one. I pressed the button like 20 seconds ago. Kyle, do you need to lead with something?
Yeah, of course. We have a few sponsors tonight. SmartMouth, of course, making its return, as well as Lyft, ZipRecruiter, and JackThreads and MeUndies. So you can check them out down in the description below. I'm going to talk about each of them more later on, but for now, let's just start the show.
Yes, right. It's been a big news past couple of days.
What happened?
There was an election. That thing that everybody.
Oh, was that this week?
That was this week. I looked at Trump's tweet, and he said to turn out for him on the 18th, and so I missed it.
Yeah.
Like, did you guys see that? I don't know if it was his tweet, but at one point, someone in the Trump campaign, maybe even him, probably fucking him, said like, go out and you need to turn out on November 14th and show America that you want me. And it's like, you're going to have a lot of angry.
Smart money's on Trump.
Yeah, you're going to have furious people at a lot of post offices and churches on the 14th.
Actually, you know what? I should take that back. I'm sorry. I just thought about what I said. You know, this stuff that we thought was dumb all along, right? Apparently, those are the acts of a champion. Like when he told everyone to check out that woman's sex tape, he might have been picking up votes for all I know. When he was like going back and forth with Rosie or whatever the fuck he's doing, like Hillary, you missed out on that shit. Scores posted, dude.
You mean when Hillary was doing the dab on the on Ellen show, that wasn't winning her any votes?
It appears that way.
All that nonsense didn't help?
Regardless of what you thought was happening, what actually happened, carry on. Go ahead. Line it up.
Let's talk about election night and our individual experiences that came of it. So we finished up PKN, right? That's what happened? It was maybe 9, 10 o'clock East Coast time. I went to my bedroom. CNN was already on TV. And I started watching. And he was leading in Virginia.
And as a note, though, previously, just as we had finished PKN, we were all in the same boat, I think, of no way. Yeah. No way.
Yeah.
And this was as the election was starting.
Yeah.
There's a recording of us all being like, no fucking way. Bullshit. Like,
yes. Yeah.
We should have redacted that immediately. As soon as we saw it was going bad, we should have been like, let's re-record PKN and all go pro-Trump and just call it.
Say something crazy. Like, you know what? I bet he's going to win Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, I bet he could just say something. That wasn't even a conversation. Anyway, sorry.
So I get up there. I see he's winning. In Virginia. And I knew that was not on his map. And he didn't end up winning it. But the fact that he was ahead in it was like hey, what's going on here? Let's actually look deep and do a little math. And as they go around the place, I notice they're not talking about Florida and they're not talking about Ohio on CNN. It's like, what gives? That's what matters. And then I see they're red. You know, they're not like called, but they're all red. You know, of course, you got Miami-Dade down there and Orlando and everything.
They were so talking about those states. They did nothing but talk about them all night long. Yeah, it was just here he is. They kept talking about no path, and there was a lot of attention on the Rust Belt states that Trump was winning that no one expected him to win.
I didn't think. I felt like the coverage I was watching on CNN, like at 9 or 10 o'clock, like they just weren't talking about Ohio much. They weren't like, oh yeah, here's her, because he was ahead. They were talking more about.
He was ahead by a lot in Ohio, I think, right?
Yeah, he was ahead by a lot in Ohio, and Florida just wasn't looking good. I called Florida very early in the night for Trump. It was like, I don't see how this is going to change very much, and it just kept going and going, and I kept looking at my girlfriend, and after a while, I went, he could do it. She's like, no, he can't. He can't. They said he can't. You know, everybody did. I was like, he can do it. He's just got to win that and hang on to these three here, and he's got it, I think, because we know what's coming on the West Coast, like California, and we know what that's going to do. That's more predictable.
Yeah, you already add 55 to Hillary's score.
Yeah, I'm already giving her 55. We know that, and it just kept going and going, and we were in the Skype, and I just became more and more shocked and more giddy. And after a while, like cautious, like nervousness of like, man, at first it was like, oh, it won't be a blowout. Trump is not going to get blown out. This will not be an embarrassment now. That is wonderful. And then it became, this might be a squeaker. And then it became, Trump prophesied what was going to happen. He's winning the Rust Belt. He's winning Pennsylvania. He's got the industrial 80s capital of America up there. He's going from the Great Lakes to the bottom tip of Texas right now, splitting the U.S. in half. He's going to win. I was like, I don't know very much about this electoral map stuff. I know generally how it works. I've been through a few elections, but I do know that normally it's all about Ohio and Florida, and he's already got them, and it's about what else he gets right now. And I was like, that's it. Trump's the president. Trump's the president. Trump's the president.
You guys were all saying that, like, in the middle of the night, especially Kyle. Kyle was a source of hope for me that evening, and Woody, like you. It was no. I was saying more that because Kyle was so excited about it, you and Chiz were more just kind of stating the facts of like, yeah, it is looking like this will happen the whole time up until they were discussing Michigan, and like and the CNN anchors were, viscerally blown away. Like, he is winning Michigan by a good amount, and then it was just that dude at the smart board who kept zooming in on Detroit and those counties and being like, "Man, you just got to hope there are a lot of people who haven't turned out yet." I mean,
pile of votes here in Wayne County. That's what she's looking for, because Wayne County encompasses Detroit, and they zoom in on Wayne County, and I'm expecting her to be killing.
I want to say this because I feel like what they actually do is they have a bias towards there being a story. So he's winning Michigan, he's winning Wisconsin, he's winning Ohio, he's winning Florida, he's winning all that. Like, you could tell he was going to win. And if you read the transcript of us in Skype, I'm a call. I'm like, dude, this guy's won. He's locked up. Wisconsin's over. This is over. Why aren't they calling it? But CNN, even Fox, all of them were just like, I don't know, maybe. And when he's saying, like, look, there's only, 70% voted so far in Detroit, and that's a heavy Hillary area. She needs all this to close it. He's trying to make a story. I don't think he's trying to make Hillary win. I think he's trying to keep
he's talking to himself a little bit, too. I think he's...
that was the vibe I was getting, is that, like, it was... Because you could see on the faces of everyone that they did not know this is going to happen. They thought they were going to go out there and be like, and once again, racism and bigotry is defeated in America. And then they would do that, and they'd all be so smug and have like one hand under the desk jerking themselves off. Oh, I'm so fucking tolerant. And then no, it ended up them just frantically. I must have watched the dude click on Wayne County 60 times as he struggled to use that fucking format on the smart board. Where he's like, let's just zoom in. Nope, that's opened up my web browsing history. Let's get out of there. And it was
thought
just
he did good with the board.
Crazy.
We were all watching
up
CNN
until Michigan
on the internet.
I felt up until Michigan that it was like a Blues making the Stanley Cup thing, where I was like, nope. You know what they do? Things that I like don't win. Things that I like make you think they're going to win, and they make the playoffs 25 years in a row, and they always lose.
At one point in the night, I wrote to Taylor and said, dude, I'm a Philly fan. I'm a Canes fan. We've won some cups. You might not be familiar with what winning is like, but this is it. This is what winning feels like. Live it up. No, I didn't win on Tuesday. But Taylor and Kyle did.
You say happy wife, happy life. Woody's gamertag is in hell.
No, you know what? I want to talk about that a little bit. So here's how my night went. Kyle laid out his. The polls started closing at 8 p.m., right? So they're like reporting some stuff. And we found this. The New York Times did an excellent job with these like real-time prediction meters and stuff. And it was showing Trump early in the night having like a 52% chance winning, a 56% chance. And I'm giddy. I'm happy as can be, because it's just entertaining to me to like poke at the two girls in my house who really don't want Trump to win at all. So I'm just like, not that I'm like outwardly starting fights or anything, but I'm totally amused that they're
trolling a
sweating
bit.
it. I'm trolling a little bit.
Looking over there at them. Enjoying their like stressful moment.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. But the reason that I'm loving it so much is not that I wanted Trump to win, or even that I'm okay with his win. I really wish that he had lost. The reason I'm like just enjoying the troll is that I'm still confident he's gonna win. Like, oh, isn't it adorable?
He's gonna win.
That like he went slightly to like 56% chance of winning before the bomb dropped and he got his ass kicked. So that's what's in my heart. And as the night goes on, the trolling stops. It's like, dude.
When did the trolling stop? About what state flipped and turned the trolling switch off?
Dude, it wasn't really a state so much as it was like the percentage. Oh, maybe it was North Carolina. Like when Hillary lost
Won
North
it
Carolina.
handily.
Yeah. Dude, it was just becoming clear. There were a whole bunch of states that were sitting at red, and so I am pretty well schooled in the whole electoral math thing. Like, I knew all the different routes to victory for each of them. I knew what it meant, and so like I have a full awareness of the severity of losing different states, what mattered, what didn't, where they were expected. Yeah. And I could see fairly early in the night that it was time to stop teasing the girls, because they might be very sad. And you guys might call, some people are asking like how they are now.
I'm sure they're fine.
They don't like it, but they're back to living their Hope's doing her homework, and Jackie was helping me with my stuff today, and everything's fine. But I'll tell you, they do feel like both of them independently have told me they feel a little less safe. That like, because the president does set a national tone. I used to think that was crazy. And then when Bill Clinton was cheating on his wife and getting BJs in the office, and there's this question like, are blowjobs really cheating, right? Because he was like, that's the thing that he said. I don't know if you guys know that, but he was telling Monica that she could only blow him, he wouldn't fuck her, because blowjobs aren't cheating. And so that like brought this national question, like, is a blowjob sex? Is that cheating? Is that as much cheating? And like, the president does set a national tone. Like, it happens, and
yeah, but it's still against the law to assault a woman, and that law won't be changing. And he before we get too much into the things he will and won't do, let's keep going with reactions to what did.
All right. So anyway,
I love Kyle's face through all this.
They both feel a little. They feel a little less safe. It's not like there's burglars at the door or anything, but they just feel like there's a kind of haze of badness that's on our way. But me, so I've been into
the
politics.
key word though is feel.
Right.
They feel. There's no actual but nothing's gonna they're not gonna walk out in the street tomorrow and someone's gonna go, look, a woman, a white woman, the majority group that voted for Trump, assault her.
Unless your blood just boils blue all the way through, you're like me saying, all right, I didn't get what I wanted, but God, I hope he proves me wrong. Right. I think that's where most people are.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was as the night went on, and as soon as I knew he was going to win, I think I knew I had told myself and meant it that he's going to win earlier than anybody in our group. I didn't even want to say it to you guys quite yet, but I think as soon as he won, he was ahead in North Carolina, ahead in New Hampshire, although he eventually lost it. I was like, that's it. If he's competing that well in New Hampshire, if he's only losing 60-30 in counties where he should be losing 90-10, he's got this. He's got this. And so then the night changed for me. It was about like putting myself into a position where I could absorb the maximum amount of liberal tears. It was about getting as much coverage as possible.
You opened your own salt mine. Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but at Hillary's rally, they had this CGI thing with fireworks and all kinds of stuff where she was going to come out and literally shatter the glass ceiling. There was a CGI glass.
True? Oh, CGI.
Yeah, there's a CGI glass ceiling prepared for her to come out like WrestleMania style with like the sparklers going, so she's like awash in a glow of just bright light. And then they tone down, and she just like goes Super Saiyan, and this big glass ceiling breaks, and she becomes Madam President, as Newsweek wanted.
I saw that.
Yeah. Well, that presentation can sit right next to the St. Louis Blues Stanley Cup winners 1970 hats.
And Al Gore's low emissions celebration of 2000. Those both got scrapped. Not happening.
Dude, so I have a question. Kyle and Chiz had, I'll call it a spirited debate maybe, on Skype. And it was about the Democrats protesting after the Trump victory. And the core of it was, had the Republicans lost, they would have stayed home, they would have been respectful, maybe bummed, but like, they're not the people who go out and protest. And there's kind of something to be said for that, right? Heck, you could argue they didn't love Obama. Obama won twice. And neither time were there Republicans taking to the street, like causing trouble.
That's the answer. That literally answered your question right there. Think about 08.
But there's another thing though. Like, the Republicans haven't really been tested twice like the fucking Democrats have, of their candidate getting more votes and losing the election. That's a bitter pill to swallow that you haven't tasted yet.
I don't know if you saw this. CNN, I guess, just projected today that Trump is going to win the popular vote.
Oh, I hope so. That's a big deal to me. It might sound like I'm not, because that's not my guy, but I really like it when the president gets the most votes. I think it's absolutely. So if you're a Democrat,
for sure.
Like, I don't know if I think of myself as an independent, but whatever. I loathe the fact that, I don't know if it's this election, but prior to this election, the Democrats got more votes for the House of Representatives like 2 or 3 times in a row and don't own the House. Like, they've been getting more votes, but because it's so fucking gerrymandered, because Republicans own the state governments, the governors and like, the Democrats get more votes and they get fewer people in. That sucks. And it looked like, again, because it happened to me.
Are you saying like across the board that happens, or like an aggregate?
An aggregate, right? So
because the aggregate makes sense that Democrats would win because urban areas, like the biggest counties, are overwhelmingly Democratic.
Well, that's not how it works, though. They'll split it up. So every representative should have roughly kind of the same population. But what they do is they split it up so that the Democrats like dominate their area. And then the Republicans win by like a more comfy margin. So the Democrats will get like 80% vote in D.C. or something like that. And then the Republicans are winning like 55-45. So they can get more wins. And the Democrats...
Okay, that makes sense.
Right, but it feels unfair if you're on the less populated. Like if you're on the Democrat side of that, you're like, "Fuck, we're so fucked."
Oh yeah,
move to a better neighborhood.
That doesn't seem
it's that easy. It's that easy. You just move to a better neighborhood and you get your people voted in, right?
Yeah,
easy as that. So,
yeah,
but no, from my standpoint, it's not about me, like my personal representative. Like I wish that Democrats were represented by their population in office instead of by the gerrymandered version of that. Anyway, so when we're back to the thing, would Republicans have done it? I don't know. It was a little more of a bitter pill to swallow, given that
the
he
real
lost
question,
the popular vote.
Would thousands of young
and you had
Republicans
Trump
have taken to the streets?
Gong of it's rigged. It's like he was prepping his people to be pissed off.
He was preparing for Trump TV to launch.
He's preparing for Trump TV. And that was the core at my little argument with Chiz last night was, what do you think Trump's motive is when he says something like that it's a rigged system? And if you really analyze that, the only thing that can come of him saying that is to motivate his people to go out and vote and vote and vote some more, get it done, because we're fighting an uphill battle here. This isn't fair. We're not on an even playing field. We have to give that much, 10% extra to even compete. That's what it felt like to me. And maybe preparing himself for Trump TV, where we're going to fight the power from the airwaves.
He meant what he said. Like, you really have to read between, and you know, I'd be right. You know, not everything is so simple. But if you look at it from a simple point of view, he's saying, if I don't win, this thing's rigged. If I don't win, I might not accept this result. Right?
It's a no-lose.
What does that mean?
Well, like, no, it's a no-lose.
Like he's going to lead a revolution?
Yeah.
Like,
if he says this is rigged,
oh, that's silly. That never happened.
If he says that it's rigged, he at the same time gets more people out to vote, which I guarantee he was thinking of that. Like, that's may as well get people out there to vote if maybe I can win this. And he's also prepping that hardcore alt-right core that really adamant followers of him to be willing to shell out their $12 a month for Trump TV starting December 1st. Like, that's what I think he was doing.
That seems 1,000 times more likely than that he's preparing the militia groups to rise up and like come behind General Trump, and he's like, meet me in San Antonio, we're heading north. That's not Trump. That's not the Trump we know, right? Like, we know something about Trump.
Well, you paint a pretty ridiculous picture, like the General Trump meeting in San Antonio with leading a battle.
How else do you lead your militia groups to overthrow the U.S. government? Because that's what you're suggesting.
What I'm trying to say is he was going to get people to riot. He was going to get people to not accept the vote, and he was sort of tipping the scale in case it was close. Right?
But they're just rioting against thin air, right? These rioters right now, there's nobody fucking listening. We're just cleaning up their messes as they break glass, spray paint, throw the things at cars, and assault.
Trump seemed like he was preparing people to not accept the result. And there's a really convenient thing here that I've seen, Kyle in particular, if I'm honest.
I don't think you're willing to look for motive in action.
Do I get to finish my thought at all? Like, that was just totally
if you want to.
Thank you. So Kyle in particular, I think, has sometimes said, like, oh, the crazy things Trump does, he didn't mean that, or he won't really do that. Like, I won't accept the result of this. And then the things he likes, he says, aha, he actually is going to build a wall. He actually is going to implement this stuff. Oh, don't worry. That other thing he talked about, that's silliness. That won't happen.
That's because I think I'm able to look at the things he says and try to put myself in his shoes and look for a motive. Like, why do you say this thing? How does that benefit you?
I did that before. I did that with W. And now I'm cutting you off, so Sorry.
I'm used to it.
Well played.
Me too.
I got a big cutoff callus right here.
Oh,
that just
please.
blows up.
I've got one too, but nobody sees it.
Interruption bruises. all over
Yeah,
me.
that's funny. Stop it. But yeah, I thought that with W. With W, he's like, I'm a compassionate conservative on this, on that. I'm like, oh, cool. I voted for that guy the first time. And, you know, I'm like, and then he gets in, and I'm like, holy shit. Like, he's actually just doing all this. Like, even the things I thought he wouldn't do, he's doing them. He's doing what he said he would do. You
But that's
can't
not looking
vote
for motive.
a guy.
The guy says, I'm a compassionate conservative because he just wants your vote. He's manipulating you.
The motive
It's
is
not
to
because
get
he
the
wants you
Bible
to know
Belt.
he's a nice guy and buy him a birthday gift. I just think that, like, when Trump says something like, I'm going to build the wall, you know, he's calling toward his extreme alt-right groups that think a wall will be they're like, yeah, walls keep people out. I got a wall in my backyard. He may not build the wall. I don't know if he's going to build the wall. I want him to build the wall. But when he says it, the more likely scenario, the more likely motive is just to drum up votes, and he won't do it. Of course, that's more likely.
Yeah. It's the same kind of thing as like, oh, I'm going to close Guantanamo Bay because that's a huge issue right now. And everybody's like, yeah, this is the kind of really just, righteous guy that actually will go in, shut it down and clean it up and get us out of these wars without leaving a giant power vacuum in one of the most hostile areas in the world. You know, he's going to do all these things. And then Guantanamo's still open.
You might not know
Like,
he tried. This is the thing. So there,
And it didn't happen, though.
Yeah, well, here's
He
the thing.
failed on his promise.
That's true. That's undeniable.
But I'm saying we're going back to the motive for it. I don't think he said it because he really wanted to close Guantanamo Bay that much. I think that he said it because at the time the hope change message that was being put out was kind of a, you know, we're changing the old guard. This is a new way of doing things. We're not doing this torture. We're not doing this like creepy gulag style thing. No, like it was a change point.
Like
I think that would
first
be his
10
motive.
days in order in office. Barack Obama issued an executive order closing Guantanamo Bay. And it turns out that, you know, executive orders are not the end-all, be-all of what gets done. Like,
Yep.
it was
Not in that regard, anyway.
Yeah, he meant to do it. When he said he was going to do it, it's because he wanted to, and then he issued an executive order, and it turns out that if you don't have the support of all the people underneath you, even executive orders are bullshit.
Yeah, but even then, he's not stupid. He knew that executive order was going to get overturned. He wasn't like, hey, maybe the Republicans are all suddenly cool with this. You know how I was elected 10 days ago, like a hunky-dory? Like, that's a way of saying, like, you know what? I tried to close it. Just so happens that exactly what I knew would happen, and they shut it down.
He didn't have the support of his own party. Because at the time he came in, he had the Senate, he had the House of Representatives, and he had the executive branch, of course. And he issued an executive order, and even his own party overturned it.
He had to see that coming, though.
Not
Like he's the leader of his party. Like he's plugged in, right? Like, it's not like he's a senator. He's plugged in. He can, like, look. The guy sits next to him at work. He could be like, hey, what do you think about Gitmo? The guy's like, fuck no, don't mess with that. My constituency wants him over there, locked in that hole. Yeah, give them their prayer mats, give them whatever they want, feed them, water them. Don't you bring them to U.S. soil, though. My people will not stand for that.
You might be right.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's a real sort of like, you know, even when he tries, if he doesn't succeed, he actually didn't try. He knew.
I got no problem with Obama. I'm not going to give Obama any shit. Obama was great today, I thought. Very gracious, very classy, very conciliatory. I really liked everything Obama did. I kept on watching. I was enjoying it so much and saw him do his thing with the Cleveland Cavaliers. But as far as this Trump thing goes, it has been a lot of fun. I've been watching, you know, the meme war is over, and in the dust of it, we're getting all these montages of the, Trump, just Trump HQ versus Clinton HQ, and just the video montage of the reaction is such gold. And if you remember that scene from Goodfellas where they're all like laughing uncontrollably, like in
that restaurant, yeah.
Like that, like they interject that in between the Hillary supporters crying and squalling like the spoiled children they are. Now, this doesn't encompass all Democrats. This encompasses Hillary supporters, a very small group of people, it turns out. There is a big difference between a Democrat and a Hillary supporter, and I hope everyone out there knows there's a big difference between a Donald Trump supporter and a Republican and a Libertarian and a conservative. All very different things, you know?
Okay.
What you got?
So I think that Hillary supporters were broader than just the group you're talking about, but I will say, if there's one fucking detestable thing about the blue side, it's the crybaby safe space, Like, oh my God, if you have a
But what about
problem
my
with the name of a
feelings?
sports team or a Halloween costume, suck my dick. Suck my dick and
You're
lick in the
appropriating
back.
my culture.
Appropriating, if you have an issue with appropriating culture, like
Dude, it's mind
What are
blowing.
you,
Like, think about think about what it would be like if I got offended every time someone who's not a white man used something invented by white men or thought of by white men. It's like you couldn't even you couldn't drive anywhere. You couldn't use medication. You couldn't live in a democracy.
During the primaries,
like what are you talking? Like,
wrote,
why do we all have to pretend like we all have our own little thing? Like, oh, this is the white guy pile. This is all my stuff. Oh, I can't eat Kung Pao chicken because that's a Chinese guy's stuff. But he keeps his stuff over there. This is my stuff, my things. It's just a selfish, childish way of looking at the world with the appropriation nonsense.
During the primaries,
and you really poison the well. You poison the well against yourself when you do stuff like that, because the same people who are now weeping in these hysterical videos,
fuck them.
The same people who did that 6 weeks ago were tweeting about the Washington Redskins. 3 weeks ago, they were saying this Pocahontas costume, that's not okay for, well, it's fine the black girl wears it. We know she wasn't black, but that's fine. Ignore that. The white girl can't wear it. That's bullshit. This is appropriation. This is racism and sexism and all the isms and all the ists and all the phobes. And it's like, when that person gets offended again, you just think, no, you're just easily offendable. You're just a pussy. You're just being a whine.
There is a middle ground because I don't want to be mean, right? Like I'm just the political correctness. I like it to the point where you're just not mean to people. Like that's where I aspire to.
They're some of the meanest people. They've been spending the last couple of years screaming racist, bigot, Nazi, pedophile at people they disagree with. The whole PC
hang on.
thing.
Let's think about it this way.
Quick. Let me get it. This whole
I've
PC
got thoughts on this too.
Is a way to shame people into not expressing their opinion. And that's a huge part of why there wasn't a huge mystery vote for Trump. The reason that she lost was because she was a bad candidate. So when people say that, oh no, all the white guys rose up and took it back. No, they didn't. He got less votes. Both of them got less votes than Romney. But the whole PC thing is just a way to say, I don't have an argument. You're not picking, but you're disagreeing with me. I don't like what you're saying. And so you're a racist. You're a bigot. And then you're talking about defending yourself from accusations of racism and bigotry. Only bad people accuse you of being a bigot with no evidence.
I think that the alt-left is bigger than the alt-right.
It's just the left.
And I think they're very racist. I think they are among the most racist Americans, much more so than the white supremacists in many ways. You notice they always want to go to Canada. It's never Mexico. You notice that they're the first ones to call for violence. They're the first ones to beat a white man in the street. They're the first ones to commit actual hate crimes. You haven't seen all the three black guys beating the Trump supporter half to death and robbing him in the street today?
Well, I just think that the Trump supporters have their share of violence too.
I don't think so. Not nearly as much. I think it's disproportionate big time. I think they're much quicker to be the ones who's screeching and
Donald
ready
Trump
to hit someone.
Donald Trump used to cheer it on in the primaries and take his coat while you're at it, right?
Oh, well, that wasn't about violence. It was about a guy standing up, being disruptive, and now he has to be removed from the building because he's in a private meeting, screaming obscenities. It's like, all right, he's got to go. Now, he did take his coat, and I thought that was funny.
Through biased eyes?
No. Yeah, they took his coat. But all right, so there's a big difference.
There's a phenomenal difference between
beating a white man in the street because he's a white Trump supporter and, beating him terribly for a long period of time, and
multiple people,
a guy who disrupts a private event. And now security has to take him out. It's not like the crowd, get him down. It's like, I was at this thing. I saw how they take him out. I saw it 3 times how they're removed from the building.
Shortly after he got in trouble, and they were accusing him of being violent. So he was really on the sort of fixing that perception when you were there.
But to be fair and remember it, there was not very much violence at Trump rallies. Unless it was started by someone who obviously was there because they disagree with Trump.
Yeah, that was there. If you disagree with Trump, let me do the comparison.
Well, hold on. Let me I don't want to keep it so truncated. By comparison, I had this talk with someone where they were like, "Oh man, it's just crazy. Anytime you hear about the violence coming out, it's always the Trump side. It's never the Clinton side." Which we can get into the whole Podesta thing that they were staging violence and nonsense and trying to incite people because they're pieces of shit, Podesta. But there's a reason there was never any violence at Hillary rallies because people didn't show up trying to rabble rouse and shit stir and start fights because there wasn't a concerted. Someone just went to a Hillary rally and started.
A guy went to a Hillary rally and started like screaming and disrupting. I was actually Obama, and he was disrupting Obama. And Obama said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Don't boo him! Don't boo him! This is an older gentleman." He had that vibe about him that he had served in a war, and he's like, "I think this man is a veteran. Let's show him some respect. He's just, trying to voice his opinion. Don't boo him, right?" Whereas on Trump's side, he literally, in the primaries especially, like before he was getting heat for all the violence, he was encouraging it, steal his coat. He liked it when they hit the guys. That's how it went. And then Trump got some negativity based on the violence at his events, and he was cooling it off. That's how
I liked when they took their.
What about George Soros funding Black Lives Matter and destroying inner city areas? That's not like a Hillary rally, but I think that it's very unfair to frame this as though there's some sort of intrinsic violence to the Trump side, and that there's not this problem that does happen on the Hillary side. And those people do tend to be Hillary supporters.
And the Black Lives Matter stuff, like that, I mean, they're
very divisive.
Big riots. If I were to go there and just like be me, I feel like I would get beat up.
You wouldn't be safe.
Yeah.
That's where I wanted to go to with all this. That's why it's very easy. There's a very easy litmus test to see which side is actually more violent and racist. I think it's much easier for a person to stand up and say, "I'm a liberal. I'm a Hillary Clinton supporter. I support everything she stands behind from top to bottom." And shout that from the rooftops. You can do that anywhere. You can do that right here in my conservative super hometown that won by 87% to Trump. Nothing will happen to you ever. You can be a black man in a big crowd of rednecks, and you can say that, and they will not hurt you. But if you do that, but I'm literally afraid to do that. Who here would not be afraid of physical violence if they did that for Trump?
You could not pay me. You couldn't have paid me to wear a Make America Great Again hat as I walked to the Blues game last night along the street. You could not have paid me because I wouldn't have felt safe. I would have been looking around everywhere like somebody's going to fucking mug me.
I am afraid of the violent left, but I don't live in a convenient little magic bubble that I can back up into and hide from everybody from. So I just have to be me and keep my fucking 45 with me because that's just how I feel. But they are definitely the scarier, more violent, quicker to physical violence side. They're the ones who will come after you for your political beliefs, just for you exercising your version of democracy.
Maybe not even physical violence all the time. Maybe you tweet something they don't like and they try and get you to lose your job. Maybe they see, oh, this sportscaster said the wrong thing when he was talking about the Bucks. He was insensitive in this comment. Let's get him fired. Let's send, thousands of emails to his boss. And that doesn't really happen on the other side.
This Salon article is really interesting. I don't know much about Salon.com, but it's focusing on a WikiLeaks document that came out of the DNC. And it's all about their strategy to make the more far-right candidates from the Republican side the front runners. Our goals and strategy. This is a DNC document right here. Our goals and strategies. Our hope is that the goal of the potential Hillary Rodham Clinton campaign and the DNC would be one and the same: to make whomever the Republicans nominate unpalatable to the majority of the electorate. We have outlined 3 strategies to obtain our goal. 1, force all Republican candidates to lock themselves into extremely conservative positions that will hurt them in the general election. 2, undermine any credibility or trust Republican presidential candidates have to make inroads to our coalition or independents. And 3, muddy the waters on any potential attack towards Hillary Rodham Clinton. They call this the Pied Piper candidates, this Pied Piper strategy. There are 2 ways to approach the strategies mentioned above. The first is to use the field as a whole to inflict damage on itself. Similar to what happened to Mitt Romney in 2012. The variety of candidates is a positive here. And many of the lesser-known candidates, the page scrolled on me, many of the lesser-known candidates can serve as a cudgel to move the more established candidates further to the right. In this scenario, we want to marginalize the more extreme candidates. We don't want to marginalize the more extreme candidates, but make them more Pied Piper candidates who actually represent the mainstream of the Republican Party. Pied Piper candidates include, but are not limited to, Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, and Ben Carson. We need to be elevating the Pied Piper candidates so that they are the leaders of the pack and tell the press to take them seriously. Hillary Clinton fucked her own ass.
No. Yeah. In the truest sense, she did, by being so unbelievably unlikable that even this went according to, this is what the best part is. Everybody's like, yeah, this side sucks, that side sucks, nobody's happy with it. one side against the entire system, this guy makes it. Like, he didn't want, like, the Republicans didn't want Trump. Like, no way. They were like, dude, no, we got to get Cruz in there or something. Like, no fucking way. We're going to lose with this guy for sure. And the Democrats knew it so much that they said, yeah.
Ted Cruz is the outsider candidate. Everybody, like, not many people know that. I didn't know that. I don't know much about Ted Cruz, but if you remove Donald Trump, Ted Cruz is the outsider alt-right guy who's farther to the right than everybody, and the rest of the Republicans are doing this number. Paul Ryan is doing this number, not wanting to be around Ted Cruz because he's so far to the right. It just so happens that Donald Trump.
I'm just to get back to what I'm saying real quick. I was finishing something when Kyle jumped in. I think it's funny that there's this equivalence of they're both so terrible, they're both so awful. You know, the entire establishment has forsaken us. Really, Trump, against all odds, got through this whole system and won it. You know, the Republicans were kicking and screaming. They hated it just, weeks before the election and up to the election. Prominent Republicans are saying, no, I'm going to vote for our candidates, but I'm not going to be stumping for him. Like, a lot of divisiveness in that Republican crowd. Hillary Clinton, on the other hand, groomed, raised, definitely the choice. The Democrats undermined Sanders. They say, oh, she won so many votes anyway, but you don't know that she still would have been a fair race. So you can't say for sure. If it were a fair race, Bernie Sanders very well may have beaten Hillary Clinton in the primaries.
And he would have beaten Donald Trump because of his turnout and enthusiasm. Just look at the number of votes.
He had so much enthusiasm. Bernie supporters out there probably feel they're the happiest of the people on the left, I would think.
I feel so sorry
they see
for
Hillary and they feel vindicated. Yeah, I feel bad for him too.
I feel so sorry for all of you out there who are Bernie supporters. I feel so badly for you because you had a guy who is, not the man's not dead. Like, that's not what happens in our political races. For any Ethiopians listening, we don't do that here. That's what they do.
You think they have races in Ethiopia?
You're lost. Well, yeah, but they're on foot. So
that's Kenya.
Well, it's a losing rivalry.
I lost my whole train of thought. All right, so Bernie is. I don't think Bernie ever told me a lie once. All right, I think Bernie is like 99% fucking honest. He would occasionally say something that I felt was a bit manipulative, like he's trying to he's doing a little political thing here. But those instances were rare. Bernie's a great, genuine, loving guy, and when I say loving, I mean for our country. He had a vision for America that he believed would be a utopia, and he thought he knew how to get us there, and he wanted to do it to make America great again for reals. That was what he really wanted to do. I disagree with him on like
pretty much everything economically, but I don't think that I think that he was going forward thinking like this really is what's going to help people. Like, this is going to be better. Like, not like Hillary Clinton who's like, oh yeah, we're going to do this and that and all these fucking rubes buying it, like. I don't trust a word she says. With Bernie, as much as I didn't like his stances, it's like, okay, you do seem way more like a genuine guy than this awful devil.
There are a lot of people who are angry right now, and this reminds me a little bit of like back in, I don't know when it was, but whenever the Occupy Wall Street stuff first started happening, and I felt there was a lot of misdirected energy being put into an area that wasn't going to benefit their cause. Right now, people seem to be mad at conservatives. They seem to be mad at any white man that they can like say, "Oh, you must have done it." When if you look at the breakdown of the voting, white women is what gave Trump this win. Trump won like 30. His huge numbers, considering that this is the guy who wants to build the wall with Latinos, which I think the Latino thing has a little bit of something to do with the Latinos who are voting in this country. Presumably went through the correct path to become citizens, which is an arduous and difficult path. And maybe they don't like the idea of someone hopping a fence and then instantly getting amnesty. I'm just saying. Maybe that's why they voted for Trump so much.
He was supposed to lose dramatically to Latinos in the same way that Obama won. Well, not the same level that Obama won blacks at 98% or whatever it was. But he won a third of the Latino vote.
A third of the Latino vote.
That's mind-blowing.
He won white working women, college. Wow, that's dirty.
Like all those articles now that are saying like, blame, this is a problem with white men. This is a white men problem. You know why they're targeting white men other than it's the safest group to make fun of and mock? Because they really, really want to fucking call all the black people, all the Mexicans, all the women that voted for Trump. They want to call them Uncle Toms. They want to call them traitors.
I feel like we've said it a dozen times.
White women went for Trump.
White women.
Yeah, if you include Latino women and black women and the whole gamut, I'm sure he lost with women.
And yeah, 53-43 went for Trump.
Okay, and that is shocking. That is shocking right there. We would have never thought that would have happened because she's the first female candidate, right? You would think that she gets that gimme vote
That's
like
not where
Obama
I
got
was
with
going.
black.
As you were there, like I'm listening in my head. To me, the reason women aren't voting for Trump is that he's fucking bad to women, right? Like he cheats on every wife he has. He's cheating on his current wife. I think she's
okay with that. Like I know you don't like that because of like your personal beliefs about marriage. I know that. So you have very strong feelings about marriage and that contract and what it means to you.
You can't just write that off. You hear him on the bus saying, I just go up and grab women by the pussy. I get away with it because I'm a star. I go behind in the locker rooms. I get to check out all these. Hold on. I can hardly speak without being called interrupting. I get my chance. He says he goes back into the locker room of Miss USA, Miss Universe, and Miss Teen USA, and under the guise of checking it out. And you can tell it's a fucking ruse, right?
They're 18 or older.
He's not good to. They might be Miss Teen USA. I don't know, but okay, they are, I guess. But he likes to fuck women. Every woman he can find, and it's not like a respect-loving thing. He's a misogynist. It's really what he is. And I'm not saying that he has no respect for all women, right? I've read long interviews with women who work for him and stopped working for him, and they had some success there. But I just don't think that he views women like you're.
But going back to the marriage thing, like I got no issue with how he runs his marriage or
a couple of his ex-wives might.
Do they?
Yeah.
Have they said things like
they dumped him because he cheated? I mean, it wasn't like they had this agreement.
I don't think that makes you say. Okay, well, hold on. You're making a huge jump here from the way he treats his wives by cheating on them to misogyny, which is the hatred of women. Like he just sees a woman and he just viscerally is like, that stupid whore. I fucking hate her. What a bad person. Or even on a less extreme scale of misogyny, I guess, of just like, oh, she's just stupid and dumb and they're not quite on the same level as men. If I had to be honest about the number of misogynists I've met in my life, it's probably close to zero.
You might have a high definition.
That's what the word means. All these words have been polluted so much that the definition doesn't mean anything. Racist used to mean someone that would be like, oh, that black guy, he's lesser than me. He's not as good as me because he's black. Now racist is, hey, that guy, he thinks you should have to have a driver's license to vote. What? Racist, or like whatever the case might be. That it's been tamped down so much that now words can be applied willy-nilly. And I sincerely don't think that he hates all women. I think that he says stupid, buffoonish things. But I think that we've all said stupid, buffoonish things, and that
contempt for or ingrained prejudice against women. I mean, you don't have to fucking want to burn every woman you see to be a real misogynist. Like the fact that you've lived an entire life without ever meeting one who didn't have an ingrained prejudice against women. I mean,
ingrained prejudice. Okay, I was thinking more sexism being ingrained prejudice, but misogyny I was thinking as a higher level than sexism. I've met sexists. I'm saying I don't know anyone who just really has a ton of, or I think I probably met a few people who just have a lot of contempt, usually like really bitter guys who aren't getting laid, who just think that all women are out there in like this cabal of like, haha, how best to make Steven miserable today. Like there are guys like that. I don't think that Trump is one of them. I think that just like everything in this election, it got overblown tremendously. Nobody thought he was a misogynist for, I don't know, the 30, 40 years that he was in the public spotlight. Nobody thought he was a racist when he was, hanging out with Al Sharpton or whoever the fuck in the 90s, Don King. It's only stuff that came up when he ran for president.
The people that won a lawsuit against him for not letting black people move into his hotels thought he was racist, and the people that when he was a slumlord, like not repairing the place in an effort to get them to move out, those people thought he was racist too. And
that was a pricing issue. Or if the black person had enough money.
Yeah, I know that one you can kind of write off as a scummy.
No.
Business move.
Well, hold on. It is a legit business move if you require a certain amount of money to live in your building, and they don't have it.
That's not what happened. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when he didn't maintain the building in an attempt to get it like what do they call it? Condoned, cordoned off,
condemned.
Condemned. That's what I'm looking for. Attempt to get it condemned to force everyone to move out. Like
You're saying he was a slumlord, but is that direct racism?
No,
if
no,
that
that
is
one
the
I
case,
just
then
said.
that is-
I just said
yeah.
that. I said,
If
that
that's
one
the
you
case,
should
yeah,
write off as a business
there's no
move.
race involved in that at all. He just wanted to get those fucking people out of that building
But
so he
there
could
was
tear it down
another
and build
time,
something better.
and he was found guilty of this, or that, or he settled. I forget. But it was legit. He wouldn't let black people move into his building. It wasn't about income.
He opened a country club in Florida to blacks and Jews.
I know. I'm just saying, you said no one
The
ever
whole
called
thing
him
about
racist
the
before
slump-
that. The people that sued him for being racist and won did.
Well, more
They
people
didn't
have called us racist than that one time. I mean, we get called racist every day.
I'm saying
I don't think he's a racist.
to
I don't
blow
think he's a
through all
racist.
these
I don't
stories.
think he's a. I think he probably is a sexist because he's an older, powerful man. He probably does look at a lot of when he sees it. I think this is what happens, and of course, I'm just imagining what Donald Trump thinks. That's a hard thing to do, but I think he sees like a woman that he considers some sort of big boot bobblehead, and he's sexist toward her. He knows what he sees her as a sexual object probably. But then on the other hand, I think he sees someone like Omarosa, and he's like, wow, there's some untapped talent. There's a go-getter. I saw her on stage last night. That was funny. He's got Omarosa up there with him.
Kellyanne Conway, the first woman to lead a winning presidential campaign.
Was so good at her job.
She is very, very good at her job.
When I thought Trump was losing, I was like...
Trump also first person to put a woman in charge of constructing a skyscraper in New York City.
When I thought Trump was losing, I would still look at Kellyanne Conway, I think I have her name right, and just be like, she's amazing at this job.
She can spin like nobody's business.
Oh,
like,
my God.
I'm sitting there watching and being like, how is she going to get out of this one? Like, what is she going to say? And she's like, well, the important thing that we need to talk about here in regards to Trump being accused of raping the family dog of the Clintons, is that it's really more about an ISIS issue. ISIS are the ones. Per capita, ISIS fucks many, many, many more animals than Donald Trump. It's a tremendous issue.
She
wouldn't say
even
tremendous.
Bill Maher.
Yeah,
I like
very
Bill Maher a lot, and he also
Do you see
dislikes the
that
crybaby
recently?
wing. No. And but he had Kelly Conway on, and trying to hold her feet to the fire. And in the end, he was like, "You know what? I hate your candidate, but God, you're so good at this job. I wish you the best of luck, except the winning. He
did this thing he had this segment where I guess it was right before the election, where he was saying I've been doing this for a long time, and I came out in 2008, and I said that McCain was the devil and evil, and I said that Romney was the devil and evil and a racist, and he wanted to put black... No, this is Maher.
Okay.
Bill Maher. Sorry, I didn't clarify. He was saying, I've mocked all those guys from before, said they were evil, said they were racist, said they were sexist, but this time, I'm telling the truth. This time, he really is... the sky is falling. And it's like, you can't just say, hey, my entire career up to this point, I'm a catastrophizing liar. That's what I am. But right now, I'm telling you the truth. Right now, the sky is falling. It's like, no, little chicken. Like, no, I don't believe you anymore.
The boy
You've
who
ruined
cried racist.
Chicken Little. Yeah, you've ruined your credibility. You've called racist. You've called sexist. You've called all these words and said the sky was falling so many times and nothing happened that people are now
there
like,
might be something to that. The hyperbole that's always been dredged up around a conservative candidate, when you get someone in who actually exemplifies at least a few of those rallying cries, kind of gets lost because they called Bush the devil, and then Romney was the devil, and then McCain was the devil, but we respect him because he was a war hero.
In fairness, the Republicans call every Democrat the devil too.
They are the devil.
Okay, I can't argue it. I guess so. I don't think Obama was the Antichrist. Actually, I think it was. I liked him. He's my guy.
I like Obama too, man. Watching Obama today was very. I don't know. I liked everything I saw, and I was very impressed with him because it's the first time the two have ever met, Obama and Trump face to face, and to see them sitting next to each other. Yeah, you guys didn't watch it?
Who's taller?
Oh
no,
man,
I was doing stuff today.
Yeah, I had shit to do.
Well, they've been replaying it all day on CNN. So the press comes in, and I have never heard so many shutters. It's fully automatic, and they're sitting next to each other in the high-backed foreign leader chairs. The ones where like he'd have the Queen of England or whoever the fuck in. Mm-hmm. And Obama starts, and he says, we hit on a lot of topics. We talked about this, we talked about that. Very constructive conversation. go ahead. He like signals to Trump to jump in. And Trump was very kind as well. He's like, this is the first time we met. We hit a lot. This meeting was supposed to be 10 or 15 minutes, but we've been here for almost an hour and a half.
Sometimes he lies about who he knows, though. What
do you mean?
Not always, it's a Putin reference. He would earlier in the campaign he was bragging about how much he knew Putin and how they were connected, and then later in the campaign he said he'd never met him or didn't know him at all.
Of course, the truth is a very flexible thing with Donald. It
follows that line of convenience.
Absolutely. He speaks in just these broad generalities sometimes, but I didn't hear him do that today. I heard him, instead of adding in the greatest, this was a very good conversation, he said, or whatever. He didn't go, big conversation, Matt, great conversation. He didn't do that. He had, every time he opened his mouth, it was another thing to say. I like that because you don't see that at Trump much. But he basically said that, we talked about a lot of things. We talked about the difficulties that are on our plate already. We talked about the things that are going wonderfully, and we talked about what's to come. It looked really good to see them next to each other. I have
a thing to add. Obama said that W did that for him. That when he came in, that W, he's like, the guy couldn't have been more gracious and more helpful in the transition. And so Obama said that he was using, and I don't have a high opinion of W, but he said he was using W's transition as a model on how to do it right. Like paraphrase.
He's being. Yeah. I can see that, and I think that going on back, I think maybe we all saw that image of George Bush 43, HW, putting the letter that he wrote and left for Clinton, I suppose it was, and how gracious and statesman-like that was, and generous and everything, and kind, just beautifully written, and I loved reading it. You're our president now. I love that that's part of our system. Meanwhile, you got somebody like Lady Gaga out there tweeting, "Hey, look, the Electoral College doesn't vote until December. Let's sign this petition and get them to vote how we want them to vote, and we'll pay the fine that they would have to pay." You got someone like that trying to undermine the basic principles of the American democracy. Now, you want a civil war, then that's how you get a civil war. And I'm not joking. This isn't hyperbole. Those armed militias that everybody always gets scared about, that's when they actually do something. When you steal from them, then you might have yourself a civil war. The side
that is going to the left-right civil war is going to be quick
and one-sided,
and it's going to be overwhelmingly one-sided. It's the side with all the guns. If it ever happened, just filling you in. Like, God forbid that ever happens.
Which side
Hopefully
is that,
never.
Taylor?
Oh, the right side.
Oh, it's the side that's not always trying to limit the amount of ammunition in a magazine. It's the side that stockpiles food and ammunition their entire lives. I know guys with machine guns that can shred armored personnel carriers in towers above their house. I know guys with air filtration systems that can filter out anthrax, and water systems that have huge underground reservoirs. Don't fuck with those people by stealing from them, Lady Gaga, because they don't like your music.
You know what I don't like about it? There was a whole thing, like, with a couple articles, like, totally.
I have a Lady Gaga thing. Like,
they won't line up like
I don't support Lady Gaga's suggestion that we break the rules. Like, I'm not on board with that. Like, we obey the rules. It's one of the things this country does really well. I would like to change the rules, for the next time. I would like it to be based on popular vote, and that would be good for everybody. Like, right now, there are certain states getting an overwhelming amount of attention. One of them is North Carolina, but Ohio and Florida and some of the states that they should have paid attention to, like Wisconsin and Michigan, were ignored. They were completely ignored. Why? Because they were safe blue states. If
Hillary
you're in
didn't go there after
Wyoming,
primaries.
if you're in
Wisconsin.
Oklahoma, everyone's ignoring you. There might be things that the government should be doing better for them. I don't know, tornado control or something. I don't know. But they're not doing it, right? Maybe they need to dump money into tornado prediction. I have no idea what problems they're facing in Oklahoma.
These tornadoes are too powerful.
But no one gives a fuck about Oklahoma's problems because they're not a swing state. And you can also see it in the order of the primaries. 4 years ago during the primaries, California was one of the first ones. And they were talking about importance of Silicon Valley and jobs and H-1B visas and all these like California-specific issues that are huge to them. Where now California, at least for the Democrats, I'm not positive about the Republicans, but they voted when it was practically over, right? It was a done deal. And no one talked about those. No one gave a fuck about California issues because it was late. If
it was already too late for California to help.
Yeah, if it was based on popular vote, I was talking about it in the primaries there. If it was based on the popular vote, then Oklahoma's issues would matter in proportion to their population. So would Michigan, so would Wisconsin. It wouldn't be a matter of, oh, California's reliably 55% Democrat, we can ignore them. No, they'd have to pay attention to the 45 as well, make them 47.
Well, and you would see a bigger turnout. So like Northern California, you would see a huge uptick in the number of Republicans voting there, because as of now, I can only imagine that they're kind of like, why fuck it, why bother? And you also see like Democrats in Idaho would suddenly be able to be like, all right, I'm going to go vote because there's a point now. It's not just, you might be right. It's only 3 points and it's
I don't
always
think that
red.
works. I think then you get some sort of mob rule, and then all of a sudden the little states just don't get any representation. I feel like you've got some little states that aren't getting their voices heard. What's good for the guy in New York isn't good for the guy in Florida. What's good for the guy in California isn't good for the guy in Georgia. It's hard for everyone to get represented correctly.
I really feel like the popular vote is the best we can do that, because right now that same issue exists, but it exists based on whether or not your state is a close call or not. People care a lot about, was it Arizona this year or New Mexico? I forget. One of them was a real toss-up. And they got a lot of attention. Yet maybe Nevada or something, that was close to. I'm not getting good examples. But Utah and Colorado maybe face similar problems, but no one gave a fuck about Utah because it was pretty reliably third party aside. It was pretty reliably Republican. But they would care about Utah if there was a popular vote, because they'd have to. They'd have to care about every vote. Would they though?
Because there aren't as many people in Utah to be worth any fucking thing. Like if there's only like 3 million people. There's like 3 million people in Utah, and there's like 10 million here in Georgia. Like, why even go to fucking Utah and get those 3 million votes? Let's focus on these 10 million.
Is like, oh, well, they'll only care about city people and not so much about country people, right? Country people just won this election.
Yes, but if it was like, well, another thing, like I haven't looked into the Electoral College, the arguments for it and against it as much, but when I did read against it was someone saying like, well, it would be very easy to manipulate in that if Hillary Clinton had won, she obviously, amnesty was one of her things she wanted to do. She wanted to give amnesty to a huge number of illegal immigrants, and then they would be able to vote in the next election. And you'd basically
we would need a 3/5 compromise.
You'd basically be importing people, keeping the borders relatively open, unsecure, having tons of people come in who are going to vote for your side, and then giving them amnesty and allowing them a voice in the vote. And that's not fair.
That's what happened after this. We were just talking about the other day.
I don't know how true it is, but I read that and it sounded compelling.
I think we should talk about. I think we should talk about the things that we actually think are going to happen and are actually going to affect lives within, say, the first 30 days of a Trump presidency, and maybe not the things that are actually the things that are completed, but the things that are actually going to be done that he's going to do that will affect things. I think in the first 30 days you're going to see a lot of executive decisions. Is that what they're called?
Executive orders.
Executive orders. I think you're going to see him start undermining Obamacare. He's going to go after that big time.
You're not going to see a war with Russia?
You're not going to see a war with Russia now. We prevented that. Don't worry. And I think that he's going to what was the other thing that I actually thought he was going to do early? I fucking lost. Not the wall. No. It was something he's actually going to do. I fucking lost it. I guess I'm asking you guys, what do you think he's going to do that'll happen, that'll change things for Americans?
I'm super interested in how he stocks his cabinet, because that's a big deal. I think Trump is going to be more hands-off than most presidents. And I should note, hands-off doesn't mean bad. Some of my favorite ones, like Obama and Bill Clinton, were hands-on. But there have been great hands-off presidents, too. People who just put good people around them and let them run their jobs. But Trump, I still see him as the guy who isn't really interested in the drudgery of running the government. I think he likes winning. And I don't think he even gives a fuck what winning is, just so long as he won. So long as whatever he wanted is what happened, and he's flexible on what he wants. He just wants to win.
Trans-Pacific Partnership, that's dead. Not going to happen.
That's
absolutely dead on the floor. Like Obama's current tour, where he's going to Peru and
he might
2 or 3 other
his
countries
cabinet with people that fill his head, and then whatever those people want is what Trump wants. That's how I see his presidency being run. So I hope he gets people who do the sorts of things that I like. I'm sure everyone hopes that. And like when I don't know, when Newt Gingrich is Secretary of State, if that guy is like crazy pro-Israel and wants to bomb Iran to stop them from doing whatever, like
that's the other one. That is the one. Iran deal, done. He didn't like that deal. He didn't like it.
I'll tell you
That's
why
it's a bad deal.
You need to stay in that deal because
why?
We already did the shitty part. Like step 1 of that deal, give them like billions of dollars. Step 2, they behave.
We're
Why
going
would
to
you
get
pull
that
out
money
of that
back.
deal? Oh, good luck with that. Yeah. No, it's like, all right, Kyle, I'm paying you for tech support. Here's $1 billion up front. Now you have to support me. And then, like, what? I cut that deal? No.
Hey, and don't use this huge sum of money to further your research into the things I'm telling you not to do.
I'm not saying
don't
I love the deal.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I'm just saying if step 1 is you give them all the money, step 2 is not cut the deal.
Did you see that Saudi prince that Trump had formerly had the tiff with on Twitter? Like,
yes.
Come back and because it's times like that is why this is so sweet for me. Like that is the little moments like that, little moments like the hardcore far alt left Hillary supporters who are squalling like children, Miley Cyrus crying, Lena Dunham crying, all those chubby white cunts that said they were going to go to Canada because they don't like Mexicans.
Amy Schumer.
All of them
For
who
the
were
record,
crying and now we're backing
Jackie and
out.
Hope did not cry. They just wish their person won.
I'm not lumping them in, of course. Like,
People
Jesus
do.
Christ.
No,
Yeah,
people
yeah.
do. I'm doing some vlogs again, and people are writing triggered about them in all capital letters. That's not really how it went down. They just wish their guy won. In the same way you might feel if your team made it to the Stanley Cup and lost.
No,
Yeah,
in the
it's
same
totally
way you might feel if they were about to hand your team the Stanley Cup, and then like someone ran in and took it, was like, nope. Red Wings
they were
win!
favored. Everyone knew their win was a bygone conclusion. They won the President's Cup that year, and then they
You know what it was? It's like you listened to the whole game on the radio, and the commentators have been lying to you about the score. St. Louis Blues up 6-0 now over the Montreal Canadiens in this wonderful 2016 Stanley Cup, and then I'm so excited, and then I get home and I turn the TV on, and the result is, a sweeping Canadiens victory, 10-0 against the St. Louis Blues. They barely even showed up tonight. It's like, well, who's been talking to me the whole way home? Like, what the fuck's going on? I thought I had this in the bag, and now out of nowhere I lost. But yeah, I'm sure Jackie and Hope are doing what healthy people do, which is kind of be like, well, shit, I don't want this to happen, but life goes on. I'm not going to be like, everything's not going to collapse around me.
I got no problem with that. And I got no problem with crying about it either. I just don't want you to cry about it and then like go
around me. Yeah. Don't do it.
What I don't like, some of the things that I've heard is like, college professors excusing students from their midterm because of the trying time they're having. That's bullshit. Yes, you see, I knew Woody would have that reaction. I knew because he's with me on this one. Oh
no, that's
don't
true.
like that safe space faggot shit. Excuse me for using the F word. I don't mean gay people. I mean assholes.
This happened at Hope
a
School
meeting,
and I was okay with it. At Hope School, they sent out a letter to everyone and said, "Can you just be civil? Like, half of you are really excited about the election, half of you are not. Just be nice to each other." And I thought, I guess that's okay. I don't know.
You think that would have been an email they sent out if it went the other way? Hey, be nice to those people who've been calling Nazis and racists for 2 years. I don't think. Well, but I don't want to get caught arguing in a hypothetical because
we don't know what that school would have done, but I doubt they'd have done that thing because I don't like them. Those crybaby cunts.
I'm allowing my bias to infiltrate what their heads are thinking and what they're doing. They don't just have their own ideas; they have my ideas in there too.
Well, this
Hope School has a heavy Christian component to it. Like not in the official thing, but there is a.
Just the demo.
Like a lot of the popular kids belong to like a Christian after-school club and stuff like that.
So much. Not nothing to do with your daughter's school. I just don't like Christians.
So I'm just saying, I bet a lot of them voted for Trump. But like, it's not like she goes to some, the University of Missouri where they have all that trouble.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to quote the guy who said this the other day, but whenever someone uses God as a reference.
I've said that. I think, yeah,
that's what he's
whenever someone uses God as a character witness, they don't have a real one.
character is.
Just
ask him.
I've got an imaginary friend who loves everyone and everything, and he likes me a bunch. Like, no shit. Like, the whole premise of God is that he loves us all. He loves Hitler. That's the point, that Hitler could ask for forgiveness right before, well, he can't commit suicide, but let's say he died naturally. Right before Hitler dies, he can say, forgive me, I accept you into my heart, Lord. I did the wrong thing. Take me home. And then God says, deal, and brings him up
Hitler.
there.
You know why? He committed suicide. So he didn't
have suicide. That's what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what.
That's only a rule. Some parts of Christianity. Other parts, if someone kills themselves, you're still allowed into heaven.
Well, I value your knowledge on that. I blame my parents.
I don't
know shit.
Blame your parents. It was just a ruse to keep them from killing yourself. Don't do that. You'll go to hell. You know.
Yeah, there's some situations where killing yourself is definitely the way to go, though, right? Like there's plenty of times where it's like, God, I don't want to go into that grinder there. I don't want to suffocate for the next 3 days. Let's just end this.
I know you weren't a part of it, but there used to be a Billionaire's Challenge in Call of Duty, and it really.
I don't remember what it was, but I remember.
So there was a billionaire. His name was Alki Dave, and I looked into it. I think he actually might be, but anyway. At one point I said that he wasn't. I think I was wrong. Back on topic. He put like 10 grand up, and people would compete for it, like 1v1s or like a free for all, like over the course of the day or something. And like the second or third one that was going to happen got canceled because he was going to assist someone in their suicide. And it was fake. It was a prank. But the backstory is this: Justin TV, before it was Twitch TV, was just one of the many in a stream. It wasn't bigger than Ustream. It wasn't bigger than, there were a couple other ones I don't recall. But someone killed themselves on a live stream on Justin TV. And it was such big news, it blew up. Well, back to the Billionaire's Challenge. Alki David had something called BattleNet, something close to that. And he was going to live stream this Billionaire's Challenge. The whole COD world, which was significant at the time, turned against him because he also had another stream that he promoted where he was going to like help a guy with assisted suicide. And I was in a really tough
spot. Now legal in Colorado.
Everybody hated it. Like, everyone was so upset with the whole idea of assisted suicide. But to be honest, like, in my heart of hearts, I thought it was okay. The story, and again, it was all a prank, was that there was some guy in like the Czech Republic or something who was terminally ill and he wanted to be dead. So
Colorado just passed the right to die thing.
Really?
Maybe we should segue out of politics out of like Trump Clinton talk into like maybe some of the other things that happened yesterday that those of you out there who were not happy with the outcome can be happy about. Marijuana, recreational marijuana now, and I don't have the list in front of me, but I think Maine and Massachusetts and medical marijuana now in Florida, though I don't know the qualifications required, but I think they're low. Right? Recreational in California, yes, one of the biggest economies in the world now has legal recreational marijuana. Now, of course, it was always they always had that loose medical marijuana in California, which it's. If you get caught smoking in the street in Cali, like I think it's still just like a $50 ticket or something if you don't have the card. So it was basically decriminalized and incredibly accessible already, but now they've made it recreational. Now they've made it a huge boon for their economy there. It's going to be good. Maybe they can trade weed for water and make it.
Dude,
yes.
This is a PKA stat. So I think I just read that more than half of America's population can legally smoke now. Marijuana, this is.
Nice. That's great news. I feel like we're finally near the cusp of when it's going to be that avalanche of everybody has to go, all right, it's legal. Like, I don't think Missouri and Georgia are going to be leading that next step in the battle because it wasn't even on the ballot here. Nope. We had all of our propositions were about, so Missouri has the lowest cigarette tax in the country by a lot, apparently. Like, I have friends who smoke in other states, and they're like, God, like, my pack of cigarettes costs me like $11 in New York, or like it's like $8 if I'm in, Washington or whatever. You look at a price on cigarettes here, add like 9 cents to it, and that's what you're paying. Like, you can get a pack of cigarettes here for like $4. It's incredibly cheap. And like every single prop was about, keep cigarette sales tax low. We like to smoke, like, and all that. But yeah, I think back weed, that's awesome. I really hope soon Missouri stops being a backwards idiot in that regard and realizes there is money to be made here.
Yeah. The people who are taking advantage of this thing and beginning their cultivation and beginning to get on board and get modern with the science behind it, being more efficient with it, the hydroponics, all that stuff. Those are the states who are going to go into this next, century with a heads up, with a couple extra $1 billion in their coffers.
Incentivizing entrepreneurship in those states.
Look at Colorado. Colorado made it's billions that they're able to now pump into their education or their infrastructure or whatever your state needs. Maybe your state's roads are crumbling. Pot. Maybe your state has a homeless issue. Pot. Maybe your state has a lot of old people who don't have housing and food. Pot. All of your problems can be solved by just
a Republican infestation, and they're attacking bathrooms to get
pots.
No.
Your state has a Democrat infestation, and slowly but surely they're curing it. Like an infestation is when you got a whole bunch of them. Look, there's one there and one there and one there. No, that's not the case. It's the opposite of that. The Republicans are saying, we got a lot of damn liberals here. Look at that, barely held on this time. We gotta really put them all in one little area. Let's get them.
It looks like the governor.
The population.
It looks like the governor lost, and we're gonna
really
have a Democratic.
Wait, the Republican governor won, or
no, the
Democrat.
So here's the scoop. It was very close. At the end, the Democrat won by 5,000 votes. Now there's something like 10,000 uncounted votes. So, but it would take. What would that take? It'd be a pretty.
He's got to win like 7,000 of them, right? 7.5.
Yeah, 7. Yeah, he'd have to get 75% of the uncounted votes, but he hasn't conceded yet. One guy declared victory, and the other guy hasn't conceded.
Yeah, but and of course it depends where those votes are coming from, and then even then.
So some of them are. Like it's a bunch in Wake County or something, which would imply they'll be Democrat. But some of them are military, which would imply they'd be Republican.
Yeah.
And we'll see how it goes down.
Well, that's fun. I'm interested to know because your state is a very interesting thing. Geographically, it's right there between North and South, and it represents that when they vote. It seems it was very close between Trump and Clinton. I thought North Carolina. Going back
at first
to
it was. Then I think he really pulled away as time went on. So. Is that right?
But I never did say the reason that I think Trump won. I think it's multifaceted. The Democrats, the whole point of their of the whole the primaries. The whole point of the primaries is to find the strongest candidate. But their meddling, their rigging, didn't allow it to do its job. They thought they had this person, and instead of letting the cream rise to the top, they just picked someone who was a lesser candidate. That was the first mistake. Of course, you've got Hillary Clinton, a toxic candidate. She's hated by hardcore conservatives for a number of reasons. There's the stench of Bill still on her. There's lots of disliked by just about everyone because even hardcore,
even a lot of Democrats.
Even a lot of Democrats. She's just a nasty kind of person. She seems disingenuous and self-serving and crooked. Though that's Hillary Clinton. And then, of course, all of the leaks. The thing coming from Podesta couldn't have helped. The thing, the Comey stuff couldn't have helped. The WikiLeaks stuff couldn't have helped. Then you've got a new candidate, this guy Donald Trump, who is firing up some people who normally don't vote. There literally is a silent group of Trump voters who are afraid because of the left's violent nature to voice their opinion, to publicly say I'm a Trump supporter. They won't put a Trump sticker on their car. They won't wear a Trump hat. They won't tweet it online because they're afraid. They're afraid for their job security. They're afraid for their physical well-being, whatever. They're afraid because the left is more violent. So you had that take place for sure. You don't think so? We all admitted that we'd be afraid to support him. That's just the truth. And so you've got him dredging up these people who normally wouldn't vote, and now they're voting. Also, it wasn't in the media's. I think the media did this thing where they convinced themselves that it was impossible. And so then they just pushed that narrative, and they convinced many millions that it was just impossible, and they didn't go out and vote.
You left out to me what was the biggest thing. So it's the Rust Belt. And what'd you say? You're not done?
I wasn't done yet. It's okay. That's where I was going.
The Rust Belt to me is the conversion, right?
It totally is.
There's all the other things Kyle said are pretty true, but the fact is he went to factory workers And
because of non-college educated men. Yeah.
He went to factory workers who previously no one had really been talking to because they were just in the bag.
The unions usually control their vote.
Yeah, and he said, look, Ford's sending jobs to Mexico. If I was president, I'd put a 35% tax on that. When they tried to come back in, Ford would look at this and say, well, shucks, taking these jobs and putting them in Mexico no longer makes business sense. There was a air conditioner company, Carrier. If I have it right, yeah. They either did it or they were starting to do it, and he was like, not on my watch. You think you're going to make those things cheaper there? I'm going to cost you more than you'll ever save. Keep those jobs here in America. That message was able to convert people who were previously blue to red. And if you look at the states he picked up that Hillary would have otherwise won, they're those Rust Belt. They're those factory states in Ohio and Michigan and Wisconsin. And he nearly won Pennsylvania. So those
he did.
Yeah. He did win Pennsylvania.
He won Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
did you see the Amish in their carts lined up as far as the eye could see?
No.
Yep.
Not even kidding.
40,000 Amish people voted in Pennsylvania, apparently, because
there
they
were
were all
horse and buggies lined the fuck up down the road for election day.
Dude, they voted for Trump.
What do you think?
Yeah.
I don't
Trump
really
won.
know.
Yeah.
Trump won, baby. Like they're not going to vote for Clinton. Trump won.
Dude, no way Amish people ever vote Democrat. They're very religious.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, to me, they're very religious. That I guess you're right on the whole abortion thing, but to me, Trump is very much not Amish, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
not
Trump
religious.
fucks anything that moves.
Yep. But they only showed up because the other option is Hillary. That's why they
right.
showed up. If it had been Joe Biden, he would have won this election handily because people would have been like, whatever, it's Joe Biden. Fuck it. I don't know enough about him to hate him that much. Screw it.
He's like a nice
just
guy.
get it done with. The biggest reason I think they lost tremendously in those states is they tried to do the same demo thing. So like Obama won because a fuck ton of people voted. He was following W.
Mitt
Who
Romney
was
fucked
very
them over. When he was in Michigan, Mitt Romney wasn't good for them. Mitt Romney was against the auto bailout. He's not going to win those
Mitt Romney
states.
in Michigan.
I haven't. He did. Was he governor of Michigan? I know he's governor
No,
of
he was
Massachusetts. But
Massachusetts.
Mitt Romney claimed Michigan as his home state. He thought he was going to win it. I forget what claim he had to it. But he was against
wife,
the
maybe.
auto bailout. And
Then that probably, that really hurt him, I'm
sunk
sure.
him.
Yeah, it's not going to be good.
The thing is, Obama won handily by getting pretty much every minority vote from every minority group in the country, and a huge amount of women, a lot of white guys too. Like, he did a good job getting everybody to turn out and vote for him. This time, it seems like they tried to do the same strategy, and which is basically like, we don't really need to address all the working class, not college educated white guys. Like, it just wasn't addressed in the campaign at all. She was really banking on fuck tons of women, the black vote, and the Hispanic vote. And lo and behold, the black community, the Hispanic community isn't nearly as passionate about electing this old white woman who's been in power for 30 years as they are to elect a younger, hip black guy who's like, hey, you don't know enough about me. I'm great. Get me in there. I'll fix shit. Like, so no, of course they lost. But it's not.
Mitt Romney was from Michigan for some period of time, and his father was the governor of the state.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
that didn't help.
Mitt Romney looks like a real, spring chicken right now, doesn't he? Remember when he wanted Remember when Joe Biden said that Mitt Romney wanted black people back in chains in the 2012 election?
Yeah.
And that was like, man, what if he really does want to put black people back in chains? It's like, that was what they had to go with. They had to go with, he leaves his dog on the roof of his car sometimes when he's driving around. Like, that is the
I didn't
worst,
like that shit.
That is the worst thing that they could dredge up about Mitt
I didn't
Romney.
like that a bit. That was a big deal for me. I'll tell you this.
Jesus.
If Trump had did that to a dog, I would think much less of him than most of the stuff I've heard about him. Like that grabbing the pussy talk. I don't think he's ever grabbed any pussy. I think he's just bullshitting. And that's not me just assigning like my version of it to it. That's just my take of it. It just
Based on his tone,
it doesn't sound like an admission of a former thing he did. It sounds like hyperbole about just how badass he is. Like, well, shit, I draw my pistol so fast you can't see it. I run so quick the wind blows. I grab pussy and I'm such a star they can't say
You
shit.
sometimes have a tendency anyway to like discard the stuff that you don't want to believe and line up for the stuff that you do.
But that's not it's not because I don't want to or want to believe it. It's just me rationalizing and trying to find the most likely thing that's true there through like looking for what their motives could be, what their motivating factors are, and who's listening.
Typically is Trump is Trump is good. Like
No, Trump's not good.
Well, when you rationalize it and you come through and you're like, all right, so his motives on this was probably just an innocent thing to get out votes. And his motive on this was probably just to say that he was really badass. But
we got to go case by case.
I really line up with
you have to go case by case because every scenario has a different threshold of believability that you have to establish before you can accept it or not. So you can't say they're all about the same. The bus thing, yeah, not a good conversation to be having, but if you listen to the tone, if you listen to the way it's being said, the reaction of Billy Bush, who could see his body language as he was doing it in that bus, which we don't know, it's very clearly not someone reminiscing about sexually assaulting someone. It's not, last weekend, Sharon Stone was still around, and let me tell you, she still got it, walked right over to her, slapped her tit, grabbed her throat, said, we're going to, do whatever. It wasn't like that. It was exactly what Kyle said. A hyperbolic, look at me, I'm so great, I'm so big, I'm not insecure about the size of my hands at all. Yeah, you would don't even pay attention. My hands are in my pockets. Like, oh, look at me, I'm a big billionaire, I'm so big and popular and powerful, and I take insults to my size of my genitalia seriously on a national stage. I would never do that. I'm too powerful. Like, that's what it was. It's cringy to watch because it's pathetic and embarrassing to watch even more that little relation, like that little Billy Bush, Donald Trump back and forth. It's really unpleasant. And
Billy Bush is a little cunt, right? Don't we all? Isn't that a
video really
face?
ruined him, more than anyone.
Yeah, I kind of feel sorry for him because, like, through no fault of Billy Bush's, is he, like, losing his job and everything. But at the same time, he's kind of being a little cunt, right? Like, I didn't like that. Let me see what I said. What you got here? You think I'm behind schedule? Okay, let's break for a word from a sponsor.
A double,
then.
maybe?
Why not? Tell everyone a little bit about SmartMouth. This episode of Painkiller Ready is being brought to you by SmartMouth. 100% of people have bad breath or morning breath at some point in the day. Most people, especially young people, do not take enough precautions to prevent this embarrassing problem. Bad breath is something everyone notices and can sabotage your social life and turn off potential sexual partners. SmartMouth's line of oral rinses are the only products on the market that are clinically proven to eliminate bad breath instantly and prevent it from coming back for 12 hours. That's because every bottle of SmartMouth actually contains two different liquids, an activator and an oxidizer. The oxidizer instantly eliminates the existing bad breath, while the activator releases billions of zinc ions that naturally bond to bacteria in your mouth. Some high-tech mouthwash. The bonded zinc ions prevent bacteria from eating protein and producing sulfur gas, keeping bad breath away for up to 12 hours. But don't take our word for it. Go to smartmouth.com and read about the science and how it's able to deliver such an incredible result. Visit smartmouth.com by clicking the link in the description and see if you're ready for 24 hours of clean, fresh breath. Once again, that's smartmouth.com, coupon code PAINKILLER for free shipping, or pick it up at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Target, or your other favorite store. I'm a big fan of the SmartMouth. I've been using it every single day. And I even said it, like, one of the interesting qualities of SmartMouth is that it does keep your bad breath away. I feel confident getting in someone's face and whispering or whatever. But it makes food taste different. It feels like it's gotten that film off my tongue that was preventing me from fully tasting things. And I did a vape, and I could taste the berry in that vape so much more strongly. It literally made food better. So check out SmartMouth. Yeah. I'm a big fan of SmartMouth. It is a great product. It's
a great product. Like, you can't even see how you were saying it's a high-tech mouthwash. It really is. Like, they don't keep it. This is 2 bottles kept together by the wrap, because if you combine this before you use it way too long before, it'll activate and then the zinc won't be active. Yeah. So it's not just gimmicky in that way. It's like it
changes colors. There's a chemical reaction. It's a binary compound. It's like it's like epoxy or something where you're mixing 2 things together, then you get the reaction, and then you can take it. Then it takes effect on whatever you're doing.
I like
it's
to make
great
taglines for our sponsors. I want to be like SmartMouth. It actually fucking works. No charge.
It actually, you know what? I'm gonna shoot that over to them, and I'm sure they are gonna love it. It just fucking.
All
works.
They gotta do is get Steve Buscemi behind him, because I guarantee that guy's breath.
It really does.
Fucking
like, people,
works because it's surprising. Like I feel like a lot of the, like, I don't know, if I brush my teeth and I don't eat afterwards, I don't have a fresh breath. Like it's an issue. SmartMouth actually fucking works.
Yeah, all right. It does fucking work. It's really, I can't.
let me quickly tell you all about a sponsor who will not tolerate any F-bombs. MeUndies. You wear underwear every day. That's 365 days a year, rain or shine. You need it to be extraordinary without an insane price tag. MeUndies understands this, and that's why they've created the world's most comfortable underwear. Luxury at half the retail price you'd find anywhere else. MeUndies is made from modal, a fabric that is twice as soft as cotton. That's twice as soft as whatever you're wearing right now. Most of us wear underwear every day, so why settle for low-quality, multi-pack underwear that is scratchy and lame? MeUndies has tons of colors and styles for both men and women, which means you and your lady can finally have matching underwear. They release a new design every single month, and on top of that, they're even offering free shipping to the United States and Canada. Sorry, Mexico. MeUndies has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it for free. That's right, they don't want your used underwear back, so you have nothing to lose. The best part about all of this, of course, 20% off your first order when you use our URL, MeUndies.com/PKA. So, click the link in the description or go to MeUndies.com/PKA to get 20% off your first order. MeUndies are very comfortable underwear. I got to say, I think I'm wearing some MeUndies right now. Yeah. Got some.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the MeUndies.
Got some MeUndies right now. Yeah.
Oh, I've got the same ones. It looks like
they are
like
definitely
the intro
my favorite,
to
underwear that are in the drawer.
looks like the intro to Rugrats, doesn't it?
Now, I don't wear anything else.
Doesn't it look like the intro to Rugrats? The colors on those underwear.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Bum 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 bum. Remember Rugrats?
Yeah, it looks like a Rugrats animation. That's what I was thinking when I bought them. I like that.
And someone was thinking this was not actually two liquids in there.
Oh no, it is.
It is. You can see it pouring both of them. And then I wouldn't want to drink this because that's old hot tea and now mouthwash, and so that wouldn't be good. I was so lazy making hot tea today that I didn't have any tea bags, and so I just took my Kirkland brand diet green tea and warmed it up in the microwave.
Oh, that's cancer. Enjoy that.
I took a few drinks and I realized something was off pretty quickly, but I'd already made it, so I finished it off for the most part. You're right.
That's why it's probably not.
Well, no, that's a whole.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
I wanted to. Okay.
Oh, did you have something better than me just saying that I've pooped like 7 times a day?
Yeah, I was just going to talk about a bad dream I had last night and how it ruined my whole day. You ever have a bad dream that, like, when you wake up, you're in such a funk that it lasts like 6 or 8 hours of you being depressed?
Literally last week, I woke up from a dream, and it wasn't until I was in the shower showering that feeling of dread and like shoulder slumping of like, oh my God, there's not a math class that I'm enrolled in right now. I'm 25. I'm not in school.
Oh, that's low. That's low grade shit compared to me. I dreamt that a female friend that I care a lot about was dying in front of me, and I was giving her CPR, and she just died, and she turned cold and pale, and there was nothing I could do, and I was just fucking giving her CPR, and in my head I'm doing the Bee Gees, stay alive, and she just died, and I'm crying and crying in the dream, and then I woke up, and I felt like it just had happened. It felt 100% real. And I had a terrible day today. I only perked up like maybe around 6 p.m. or something. All day today I felt really depressed and really down. I just lost a good friend right before my eyes. It was awful.
Sometimes those dreams can be so real. I've had both of those, right? There's the Taylor one where like I've had the school, but I've talked about this before, where in my version of the nightmare is I'm like halfway through a semester, and there's a class I was enrolled in that I haven't been attending, where I just like, oh, I fucked up my schedule for a whole semester, half a semester. That's it. It's not usually just a test. I've had a lot of anxiety about paying a mortgage. That I don't have a mortgage, but I've had anxiety about that in my sleep. Like, oh my god, how am I gonna pay? So I've had that. But the one that sticks with me all day, like Kyle's had, is infidelity. Like I'll dream that Jackie cheated on me or something. And it's all I can do to be civil to her, like intellectually, I know it's all like, all right, that was just a dream, but she's like making me breakfast, and in my head I'm like, you fucking whore.
Bitch. Oh, you would making eggs like I don't know everything.
They would be over easy, just like you whore.
I like that. That's funny.
Really I've had some where like when I was much younger, probably 11 or 12, I woke up at one point, like borderline, like almost woke up crying because I had a dream that my grandma had died, because at that time my grandparents still smoked, and they weren't like a pack of American spirits once a week woohoo smokers. They were like, Southern Missouri smokers, like 3 packs a day for 45 years.
Would they ever light one with another?
On a camping trip smokers.
Yes, I guess
lighting one with another is the top tier in my opinion.
Yes,
like
they would do that.
Because I can remember times where I did light one with another, but it was always either a thing where like me and another smoker are having a long outdoors conversation, and it's like we're gonna smoke during this, just like maybe you would smoke a cigar or drink some whiskey or something. It was just part of the conversation almost. And then the other is like hyper stressful times when someone's died or there's just been a car accident.
Well, these were just normal. This was just because they smoked.
But that's a Monday in Missouri.
In Southern Missouri, that's a Monday and a Tuesday. But they would smoke like. That's why I still don't like when I walk into like a bar that allows smoking. I kind of like the cigarette smell because it reminds me of what it was like to go to my grandparents' house when I was little, because they smoked in the house all fucking day. The walls, I didn't know that those walls weren't painted yellow. Yeah. Like as a kid, I had no idea. Like you could like wipe stuff off there. I would go around and hide their cigarettes because my mom would always be like, you need to, tell your grandma that she needs to quit smoking if she ever wants to see your kid someday. And I was young. And I would go there and I would hide my grandma and grandpa's cigarettes, and they would like always start off like, all right, where'd you put it? And then it would eventually be like, shit, Taylor, where are my cigarettes? Or like however he said it. And I woke up crying because I thought that like in my dream, my grandma was dying and then she died. And it was because of all the cigarettes she smoked. And I just woke up being like, what if I could have got her to stop smoking cigarettes? She wouldn't be dead if she'd stopped smoking cigarettes. And since then, like they haven't smoked in like 8 years, I think, which is great for people in their 70s. But
are they into the vape at all? I'm sorry to interrupt, but have they seen your vape? Are they any interest in that? Because I'm fascinated with old people and new tech.
My grandma has one, just the small, like normal stick one. Like yeah. I don't know, she uses it pretty often, but it has no nicotine in it. She says she just likes the feeling of exhaling something again.
I do too.
And my grandpa, he says that is, and I quote, pussy bullshit. And so he just chews a lot of tobacco now.
Yeah. Does he use like Red Man Chew?
No.
Because there's like several. Does he use the brick like Clint Eastwood? He's taking a pocket knife and cutting him some chaw off?
No, he likes Skull.
Dipping. A dip man.
Is
it snuff?
Snuff. It's the stuff that you.
Okay. So here are the different levels. So you can have is it a round can of dip?
Yes.
Is it like a powdery consistency or more of a ground leafy consistency?
It's pretty fine.
That's probably snuff. Like the finest grade is snuff. And my great-grandmother used to use snuff, but she used the kind that you snorted because that was a thing. And you'd get a little spoonful of this snuff and it's tobacco, and they're just snorting it up there and getting their fix that way. I found that always bizarre. It came in this cylindrical
it was not. It's not sniffed ever, but it's flavorless Skull. So there's no wintergreen, there's no mint. He says he doesn't like flavors. He just likes the taste of tobacco.
Have you ever dipped?
I've dipped probably like 6 times in my life, and every time I have a few friends who do it all the time. Yeah. And like if we were like sitting around drinking and drunk, and I see him doing it every once in a while, I'd be like, you know what, like give me one of, because they do the pouches. And I'm like, okay, that's not too scary for me. I'll try this little pouch. And so I'll take it, put it in my lip, and it's always like 4 or 5 minutes later when I'm like, God, I feel like I just smoked a cigarette, but my teeth feel weird and my gums burn, and this can't be good for I've been doing that. You guys do this all day, every day, and I already am like, are my gums receding? Like, is it burning in a way? Like
it affected. Really, I have dipped
that feeling.
I have dipped 3 times in my life. Once was at a friend's house when we were all there, and I was like, yeah, give me one too. One was at school because all the guys dipped in shop class at school. And then the other one was I borrowed one from my cousin once when we were working one day. Every single time I had the same reaction. I got lightheaded, faint, almost or did vomit. And it always made
vomited. I've never vomited from it.
And it made the inside of my lip where it was feel really rough. For a long time. I mean, I can remember I did this stuff when I was like 14, and my lip only, like, I just felt it now to see if it still felt that way anymore, and I was surprised it didn't, because last year it did. Like, it changed the way the inside of my lip felt for my entire life. It's so much more powerful than a cigarette. I could sit there and smoke an entire pack in one.
You're joking,
it
right?
burns.
Yes. It burnt the inside of my lip and made it feel rough forever. Like right here, I had this rough patch from then on, and it just never went away. I swear. I was like, that's never going away, is it? That's never going away.
And
I tried one. They're in like an oblong tin, and they're like cold.
those are Altoids.
Camel.
I've
Old
tried
Altoids,
those
that's
too.
interesting.
And
Yeah,
it
those
gives
are-
you like it gets in your nose and
Yeah, they're curiously strong. You know?
if
But
you
this,
want
like,
that
can,
tagline,
it's-
no charge.
Yeah,
That is their tagline.
Take that
I
to the
know,
bank.
it's the joke.
Okay.
It was this like oblong tin, snus, camel.
Yeah.
I tried one of those, and it's spitless. You don't have to spit with it, and it didn't burn nearly as bad. It was smaller, but I also didn't like feel a buzz or much from it, and so it wasn't.
I want a tobacco enema. I want to slide something up my asshole that'll fulfill all my nicotine needs. That would be much healthier. I don't want it in my mouth though. That just seems like the wrong place.
I just don't like the way. Like, I'm not a very good spitter, so I would always do that thing. Like, I'm seeing them basically just spitting it in there, but every time I do it, I feel like I spit and then I pull away from the bottle, and there's just like a bunch of spiderweb sinews attaching my lip to the rim of the bottle. I'm like, oh
It's
my
disgusting.
god, people are looking at me and I look like a boob with a bunch of spit on my mouth, and so then you have to like wipe it on the side of the bottle as everybody else is spitting just fine. It's not a habit worth picking up. Start smoking.
No, it's
if you're
not.
gonna,
Stay
if you're
away
gonna
from-
do those things.
There you go. Yeah, get
Yeah.
some cigarettes. They're good for you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So none of the celebrities are leaving, it seems.
None.
Too early to call.
I saw
Maybe-
that Snoop Dogg was referring to Canada as his new home and asking Drake to help him move. That was kind of
They
funny.
just
Like
legalized
Snoop,
pot in California. Come on, Snoop. He was
I think
one
they
of
got
the
it-
ones I wanted to keep.
yeah, but they legalized it last year in Canada, so he's good. He's I think he might actually go to Canada, but who fucking cares? Am I right? Are any of us neighbors with Snoop Dogg and gonna miss his morning chats with us? Like, who fucking cares? Like, he'll make his music up there. Well, it doesn't matter. I do wish that some of those dumpy, frumpy blonde chicks had just left the country. I saw Martin Scorsese, who I'm not familiar with. I know he's a billionaire. He's conservative. That's all I know about him. He might be the devil.
He's the pharmaceutical guy.
He's the pharmaceutical guy that jacked up the prices on what, Taylor?
Is the devil. Okay.
It was
okay.
I
Was
don't
it the
remember the name
EpiPen?
of the drug. No, it wasn't the
prior
EpiPen.
to the EpiPen.
The EpiPen thing
Was
happened
it a heart
because
medicine?
yeah, I don't remember. I don't recall what kind of
He
medicine.
jacked. I remember him
some-
jacking up some like much needed medicine. Okay then, but I saw him offering up his private jet to all those celebs, to Lena Dunham and Amy Schumer, and I saw Chelsea Chelsea Handler. I saw her crying video. I saw Miley Cyrus.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. I need to find that.
That's a good
I
one.
saw Miley Cyrus freak out. Man, I really hope. I need to check Lena Dunham's Twitter because
I've been
she's gonna
checking
throw
constantly.
a tantrum. One of the last things that she did was had a real conversation with her dad, talking to him like, "How do you feel about the extinction of white men?" And he's like, white men have caused straight white men have caused. You have to qualify straight because you wouldn't want to offend a giant group of people. Not like white men, who are just the devil. And she's like gleefully talking to her dad, a white dude, about the extinction of white men. And it's like, clearly this is somewhat hyperbole and being just kind of a bitch, because this is what gets you attention, is being a nasty bitch. But it's also like, you can tell from the gleeful way that she's talking about it that she enjoys the thought of that.
I like Miley Cyrus.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Miley Cyrus as a person. Her weeping uncontrollably was pretty funny, but she also seemed to handle it more maturely than a couple of other celebrities I saw, which
Who were much older.
I thought she was going to be the one like freaking out way more, and then lo and behold, she was crying, and it was over the top with some of the like, oh, it's going to be horrible for everyone, and everybody's going to be walking around scared. Like, yeah, you're exaggerating, being crazy, but then like 50-year-old celebrities are being like, the sky is falling. Unbelievable how these celebrities have reacted.
I was really hoping Amy Schumer would leave. There were a couple of early ones to keep: Snoop Dogg, Jennifer Lawrence, etc. Miley Cyrus, I could be wrong. It could be that everyone's right and I'm wrong, but I feel like I'm in on the joke with her. right? She pretends to be this totally outrageous, trying to find herself, whatever. She's in her mid-20s now, right? She's like a single boyfriend, husband thing or whatever that she seems committed to, unless I'm out of date on that. You never hear about her missing any tour dates or whatever. You never hear about her getting in any trouble. She doesn't have any drug problems, yet she acts like she's way skankier than Kesha ever was, right? With Miley, like, this to me,
it's just good marketing for her. Yeah,
I've never had a problem with Miley.
She's
I don't know,
in the
yeah.
news all the time because she pretends to have sex or twerks against, was this Robin Williams? What the guy's name?
No, Robin Thicke.
Robin Thicke. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
that would be really edgy if she twerked on
Yeah,
Robin
she
Williams.
fucked Robin Williams.
yeah, right on the
Holy shit.
tombstone. So
It's more the nudes that she's constantly putting out there, and all the like crazy nudes where she's like had strap-ons and she's
licking
sucking
a
on like
lollipop with the
dildos.
strap on her. Yeah. But
Yeah.
it's to me though, like, she's not.
I got no problem with that,
any
too.
trouble. She's not like Robert Downey Jr. Who's the guy? He was on the Late Late Show. He was Scottish. Craig Ferguson, maybe.
Craig
Yeah,
Ferguson.
you're right.
Yeah. And there's a long list of people who really got into trouble. Lindsay Lohan, like, these guys were living too wild a life. Charlie Sheen, right? He has like HIV now. Am I
AIDS.
right about
Yeah,
that? Yeah.
yeah.
These guys were doing it for real. With
I was
Miley,
doing 1 gram rocks.
yeah, I really feel like I'm in on the joke. She's just, this is how she gets attention.
I've been saying that she was smart for a long time. When
Yeah.
people would like pull up her Instagram and like, look at this slut. I'm like, look at that rich fucking millionaire who isn't fucking you or me or anybody she doesn't want to fuck. Like, that's what she is. Like, what? She showed you her titties and now you think she's a dirty whore who's like worthless? Like, no. Like, there wasn't much titty there to begin with, but there's millions and millions of dollars that she's making by like getting a little naked and being provocative. Now, one thing that does seem skeevy to me, just it makes me like, I'd still fuck her, I'd still date her, I'd marry her. I mean, that's a very rich young lady, but it skeeves me out is that when she's on stage and letting all those fans grope her, literally grab her by the pussy. That's one, like, whenever she was railing against Trump
over the outfit.
Well, yeah, Donald Trump doesn't reach into your pants. He goes over the clothes too.
That's true.
That's
true. It's
letting
a solid
these people.
point, Kyle.
These are facts.
She's literally letting people grab her by the pussy. She's just standing there with her. She's like, yeah, grab it, and like singing with a microphone. And she's not wearing jeans. She's wearing like underwear, like the sort of like panties, and they're just grabbing
There's
her
basically
pussy.
the same amount of fabric that is like on a birthday gift's bow or ribbon between her clam and all of these sweaty fingers finding their way inside of it. Like, I've looked at those pictures, but it's a still image. I know exactly what you're talking about, where she's like leaning back and she's got her puss shoved out there and she's singing and everybody's got their hands on her. I don't know if that was like a split second and then
I've
she
seen a
realized
few of
that
those.
got too
I've seen the
real,
video.
or
I've seen. No, she lets everybody get
that is
their grab in.
that is odd. But I was going to let you know we have a Chelsea Handler update. I'm checking her Twitter right now. Yesterday, my staff reminded me that platforms and voices like mine are needed more than ever. Leaving the country is quitting. Hashtag keep fighting.
Hashtag fuck Chelsea.
Hashtag horse face.
No. I had to
Hashtag
check
a
and
horse
make
is a
sure.
horse, of course.
I had to check and make sure that wasn't a parody account, because that is the most narcissistic way to back off of your promise to leave the country by saying, hey, I'm not going to leave because I made a mistake, because I got overly dramatic, because I got too into it. I'm not going to leave because
Chelsea
Chelsea Handler.
Oh, my mistake.
Chelsea Handler. Like,
Is she the
her
one with
big
the
thing
Netflix
was that
special?
she's the one with the Netflix special. Her thing was that she's saying, my voice is too important. I can't leave. My opinion matters now more than ever. That's why I can't leave. It's not because I was a fucking petulant child
I
who
like
threw
her.
a fit and then got called. She's not funny. Melissa
She entertains me.
hates
I find her funny,
Chelsea.
and I like how free she is with her body. And I have to respect whatever that. I don't know how old she is. I'm going to call her 40. Whatever she's doing to keep her body in the shape that it is. I have a lot of respect for that. I am very attracted to her physically, and she seems really free with her body in a way that, like, someone who at her age group, her like job and place in the world normally isn't.
Self-analysis, Kyle. Do you think that you might be more attracted to her because her vibe gives out that she's more likely to fuck you? Is that part of her sex appeal?
It's not necessarily sex appeal. I find her physically attractive. You know, she's got very nice boobs. Like I've seen her naked. Like, you know, in her Netflix special, she's like getting massages and stuff, and you see everything but her vagina. Frankly, you know, you see she's got a very nice butt. She got nice boobs. I think I call her a horse face, but like she's no Sarah Jessica Parker. She's attractive to me. Yeah, I of course don't agree with her politics, but I think she's hotter than Miley Cyrus even maybe. Miley's a little odd looking.
But do you think if Chelsea Handler was as conservative as like Taylor's, not conservative politically, but like shy as Taylor Swift, that you'd still be like, dude, I'd like to fuck her?
Well, she's a comedian, so that like I think that turns me on too. I like
but
Sarah Silverman.
But she's a bad comedian. Like that turns me off.
Well,
she's a bad comedian compared to like the best comedians.
There are good female
in the world.
comedians. She's not
Taylor.
one.
Girls are funny. I don't know why I have to keep telling
girls
you this.
Are funny.
Girls
get
are
over
funny.
it.
Funny.
Girls are
get
smart.
Over
get
yourself.
over it.
Yeah, that's
Thank God.
There are funny women comedians out there. There's quite a few of them, but she is not one.
Who?
She is. Chelsea Handler's not. I've never met someone who hates. I would have to. Melissa's not here, but I'd have to ask her. Melissa fucking hates Chelsea Handler with a passion that I don't even understand. I think that Chelsea Handler's a little higher on her list than Hillary Clinton, and that is high on that list. And I don't know why. She printed out a Chelsea Handler face when she was shooting like a 308 and put it like hundreds of yards away and shot it. And like I don't know why she hates Chelsea Handler. I'll have to ask. But she's not a funny comedian, so I don't like her, and that echoes her same arrogant bullshit of I can't leave because I'm too important. At least just be kind of be more tactful than that.
Of bad female comedians. Did you guys see Dana Carvey's new thing?
Oh, that's kind of. Are you calling him a bad female comedian?
I am, yeah.
So as a kid, I really like.
You nodded like you were proud of yourself. I did say that.
As a kid, I really liked Dana Carvey. I like the stuff he did on Saturday Night Live. He's a fantastic impressionist, or at least he was, especially in the 90s. He had George H.W. Bush down. He had that. That was his, and he was great on SNL with that. I liked him in Wayne's World, and I have a little bit of sympathy for him in that I feel like Mike Meyers really left him behind and really screwed him over because, you know, he didn't include him in any of his great successes that continued on after SNL. And they were just a kind of a dynamic duo that really amplified each other and got Mike where they were with Wayne's World and all that other stuff. But man, that special was not good. I watched the whole thing. I didn't really chuckle much. I didn't care for his impressions. He did a bad Trump impression, and that's his thing, is that he was always a very good impressionist. The last special I watched from him I watched when I was 13, and he closes with this piano number, something, chop the broccoli, and I just remember dying laughing as a 13-year-old. But no, he doesn't do it for me anymore. That was not funny. It was just sad, and especially when you have it juxtaposed with Joe Rogan's new special over there, which is
great.
Killer.
Oh my God!
I was so surprised. Like I've always been on the side with Joe Rogan of like he's great at inspiring conversation. He's a very interesting guy. I like how he is not afraid to. Yeah, UFC, he's good at that. He makes UFC better for someone like me. I like him. But his stand-up, I was always like, nah, that's not for me. I don't think it's very funny. I think it's more about him taking things too far, about how he thinks that like monkeys live on the moon or whatever it is. And it takes something that's really interesting in a conversation with a pseudo-expert on his podcast and makes it into not as funny a bit. This stand-up special was the best thing I've seen from him, bar none, as far as comedy.
It was fantastic. I find his stand-up is often like a tribute to how cool he thinks he is.
It's called Triggered.
Oh, right. That's what the stand-up special's called. Yeah, his stand-up is usually like, I'm so smart, I have this cool life, I have this cool experience, or this guy's so tough, and he just tells a story, and I don't like it. This one crushed it. I'm like, I'm trying to get my arms around it. Do I like it as much as any stand-up routine? You know, is it there with the Chris Rocks back in the day? Is it there with the Louis C.K. back when I thought he had the best stuff around? Right now, I don't know. Like, no one's done anything funnier than Joe Rogan's routine lately.
Bill Burr's is about to come out, and I guarantee hopefully it'll still be good. I mean,
the black and white one he did a while back really didn't do it for me. It was
neutered.
Yeah, the divorce will make Bill Burr funny.
Certainly have the divorce. if and when that does happen, which is, what is it, like more than half of all marriages end in divorce, so it's a pretty good chance.
I think that's a false statistic because of the people who have lots of divorces. I was looking. I heard that the other day. I'm a fucking idiot. I never even considered that.
Look at our
no
world
one
leader.
had. Yeah, I hadn't considered it before either. But someone pointed that out the other day. They're like, no, don't use that as an excuse for your marriage failing because half of them don't end in divorce. The majority succeed. It's just you've got these people out there having 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 repeat offenders. Sure.
Yeah, I forgot what I was talking about.
Bill Burr. Had
Bill Burr.
And I was saying
Bill Burr being tutored by his marriage, maybe?
He still keeps to his... he used to do the thing where he says something controversial, and you're like, oh, man, that was controversial. Like, but he also said it in a very funny way. Now he's moving in a lot of ways to do that thing where you say something pretend controversial, and then you play it off as though that's edgy. Like saying something, like, oh, man, like... fucking truckers, what a big group of idiots. Like just something that nobody will get offended by, that it'll be fine. And then you play it off like, I'm just kidding. Like I wouldn't actually do that. I'm not like that kind of stuff I don't like as much. But I have a lot of faith in Bill Burr because it's definitely not. He's one of my favorite. He is my favorite comedian. I'm looking at a picture of me and Bill Burr, a picture of Melissa and Bill Burr, and then a signed copy of Let It Go. And You People Are All the Same. I'm a big Bill Burr. I love Bill Burr, but it's definitely become palatable or noticeable over the past year and a half or so that he is getting way less risque and controversial. And maybe that's just him having his opinions change. I don't know. But if he does get divorced, that will make for a very, very, very funny stand-up special.
That'll be the best
ever.
Oh,
big time. Yeah.
It would be the best of all time.
I've been listening to Jim and what's his name show
Jim
a
and
lot.
Sam.
Yeah. I've been listening to much less Stern. I find myself turning Stern off a lot and going over to Jimmy's show. It's on just a couple stations higher. I went ahead and made it. The number 1 preset is Stern. Number 2 preset is Stern's second channel. Number 3 is Jimmy now. So I've been listening to their stuff a lot more.
What an honor.
I'm glad you're liking it. Jimmy is like the funniest. He's the best person for the audio format and the whole radio style.
You call him
because
ugly?
He's the most. He is not a. He's a worm. He's a wormy guy.
He's like, I hope you like a guy with a weak chin who blinks a lot.
Yeah, he makes fun of himself brilliantly, and he also has the quickest wit of, honestly, I think anyone on the planet.
Yeah,
nobody
is.
I listened to a lot of old O&A stuff where it's like, they would have huge comedians in all the time. Like they'd have Amy Schumer in there. It was like 2006, 2005. Like Amy Schumer, Joe Rogan, Louis C.K., Patrice O'Neal, God rest his soul, Bill Burr, and of all of them, they're all very funny comedians, with the exception of Amy Schumer. And Jim Norton is out like classing everyone as far as the speed and the consistency. He doesn't just get a good one-liner every once in a while. He's got something for everything. And when he does a bit, like a character, like Boardroom Jimmy, if you've ever Googled Boardroom or YouTube Boardroom Jimmy, it's Jim who knows nothing about finance, just using buzzwords and nonsense to pretend like he's a big stockbroker. It's not as funny.
Yeah, I like Boardroom Jimmy.
It is hilarious insofar as how much he can do. Like improv is hard, especially on something you don't know anything about, and he does it for half an hour, no problem, and it's hilarious every step.
If you don't know about stock manipulation, you don't even belong in the conversation.
Yeah.
He'll just go off the rails. I like the pervert character he does, and more than the character itself, Uncle Paul, and more than Uncle Paul, I like, and I'm sure I know these are reruns, but I like how much Opie hates Uncle Paul. Because Opie's like, I got a kid, you can't be doing that, and then he starts. What's Opie's kid's name?
I don't know.
Let's say it's Jim. Know. Let's say it's Matthew. He'll start doing. Oh, that's your name. I'm trying not to.
You can use it. I'm fine.
Yeah. He's like. He starts doing the Uncle Paul character. He's like, oh, maybe I'll babysit Matthew and powder his bottom. Oh, you're gonna come into the nursery and you're gonna be like, Jimmy, what you got between the bars of the crib? Get that out of there. And little Matthew's gonna be going at it like a gerbil on one of those water bottles. And it's just like, you're talking about his newborn son.
He did that to him. He said, like, he doesn't say stuff like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna slap your kid's ass or something. Like, it is so horrible, the things that he says as these characters. There was one I remember vividly of him talking, I guess, about Opie's children. I didn't put the pieces together. This was like at the right time that Opie had kids, where he's like, yeah, and I'm gonna babysit your kids and go in there and gonna change his diaper. I'm gonna pull it down and put my fingernails right between those sweet little ass cheeks and pull it apart and take a nice sniff of that new asshole, and like just saying horrible things about what you would do to a child if you were legitimately a pedophile. And Opie has to sit there and be like, all right, on to the news. And he's like, no, that's not done yet. That's the beginning of our evening. No,
And then Opie will start trying to shame him. He'll be, Uncle Paul will be like, no, because he'll be like, in that state, there's only, it's two-party surveillance laws. Both parties have to be notified. And then Opie will be like, it's a little disturbing that you know that. I don't, are you doing research or is this just you now? I don't even know. She'll try to like shame him, be like, maybe Jim's a real pedophile, guys. And he'll be like, oh, I do my research. Yeah. He'll just keep going with it and run it into the ground.
Out of pretending to be a pedophile on the radio because he's been doing it for 15 years.
That's not going anywhere.
And that's what's drawing me to that over Stern, because I like the outrageous. I like and I'm getting real tired of the contrived bullshit dramas that they have on the Stern show. Like, I don't care that like none of your staff gets along with each other. Like you've made it this competition now. I can clearly see from the outside looking in of like everybody in the office now wants to like tattletale on somebody for doing an odd thing. So now they can get on the air and like just delve over it over and over about how like this guy doesn't wash his sheets. That's literally a thing. There was one of the guys who didn't wash his sheets, and like for weeks we mocked him and made fun of him, and like, we're going to test the sheets for anal spray and for semen and just mock him about this. And they're always talking about just bullshit that doesn't matter. And it's just not funny. I hate the inner office drama of the Stern show. And I'm starting to hate Stern a little bit because of the political correctness. And, he had that caller call in the other day. Yeah, I really don't care for it.
Would be, I don't listen to Stern, but I thought he would be like a pioneer against that.
He's going more mainstream because he wants to cement some sort of legacy as a great interviewer. He's got that female producer who took Gary Dell'Abate's position and office, and without telling the audience a thing about it. Stern read her book, I think it's called Getting Things Done or Getting Stuff Done, and really bought into her like a guru, and then hired her to basically run his show. And it's her show now. It's very politically correct in a lot of ways, and he'll try to. Can
you give an example here or there of something that
we don't call Gary the retard anymore? He's Gary the champion. Little things like that. What the Whack Packers are named, but also just not going there anymore. Not talking about aborted fetuses, and not talking about. Not mocking people because of their race. He used to have a black voice. He did.
So like they're doing that thing where they pretend like they're being controversial, but it's really not controversial at all, and that bothers me at least. I don't like.
Oh, that's not it. It's that he's not being controversial anymore on purpose. It's that he's being politically correct. He doesn't do his black voice. He doesn't do his gay voice anymore. He's not letting everybody have it with both barrels like something like South Park does. It's not that I'm a racist and that I get off on him mocking blacks or gays. It's that. I'm okay with you mocking people from the South for half an hour. Every time a guy calls in from Tennessee and he tells you how much he loves you and how much it gets him through that truck drive, you go into mocking his accent, asking him if he fucks his cousin. So by the same regard, you better make fun of a black person, you better make fun of a gay person, or I'm not on board anymore. And that's what's been happening.
That's unfortunate.
I'm not racist or sexist or misogynist or any of those things, but I do like comedy, and I do like a mean version of comedy where everybody gets their fair share. And when you start picking these groups who we can't mock, we don't get to make funnies out of, who we can't loll at, then that's its own brand of racism, and it's not entertaining, and it's a little disgusting, especially coming from a show like that where we vomit on people for fun.
It's a really good like racial conversation that's also really funny. Go listen to old Opie and Anthony clips of Patrice O'Neill and Anthony Cumia having discussions about race, because they're conversations that will never be able to be had again, because they are brutally honest, and both of them at every point will start like cracking up or love a joke at their own expense. Patrice O'Neill would laugh at all of Anthony's racist jokes, and then Anthony would laugh when Patrice was ripping on white people. Like, it was great and entertaining and kind of informative of giving you at least Patrice's perspective on these matters and Anthony's, and they were very much disagreed. But yeah, I recommend that highly. I'm glad you're starting to enjoy that show.
Democracy. We're headed back in that direction.
I hope so. A less politically correct,
Hopefully.
more honest, more funny kind of thing, where we're more free with what we say. Because if we're all in the same family, we all speak a different way when we're at our living rooms, right? It'd be nice if we were open like that with our fellow Americans. I think that sort of open, honest kind of conversation brings friends closer, family closer, and it could bring the country closer if we could all laugh at our differences instead of making them something bad. Recognize their differences and laugh at them when there's opportunity.
I've said this before. I like political correctness to the extent that you're not being mean, but then there are other people who use political correctness as a weapon to stop you from thinking or doing things, and that I hate. When I forget which campus it was, but they saw Trump written in chalk on the sidewalk, and they said it was hate speech. Horseshit. You are just Obama spoke out against that. Obama was like, look, if you can't listen to the other side, then you're not going to learn. And I like that about him. So I'm just very frustrated by the people who try to shut it down. Milo Yiannopoulos. I think I got that pretty close.
Yeah, it's good enough.
And he was like, he was talking to people in England, and he was saying, look, here we don't really talk about free speech. We don't think about it too much. Stuff's beeping. Jesus. Anyway, we don't talk about free speech because we don't have it. But in America, they do, and they care it very much. And people are trying to shut down the things that you can and can't say. And it was just like, wow, I don't really know how our speech is free compared to England, for example. But when you phrase the left's attempt at using political correctness to shut down and be a thought police, then it is an attack on free speech, and it concerns me. They go too far. I want to be nice without shutting off the conversation.
Yeah, I just don't think that with that you even have to invoke this concept of political correctness. It should just be a concept of don't be a dick. Like, there's a difference between...
They're the thought police. They're the thought police. Someone
who says, oh, the black community, it's not black, it's people of color. That person is being an asshole. They're being overly sensitive dicks who are trying to shame you or silence you into just agreeing with them without any actual evidence, because they don't have any evidence for why their position is superior in a lot of cases. In some they do. And there's a difference between that and someone just saying, the N-word to black people on the street just to be mean. That's not political incorrectness. Well, it is political incorrectness, but more than that, I think it's just someone being a horrible, mean person, a mean-spirited, bad person. Someone saying something that happens to coincide with a policy of yours, and so you resort to racist, sexist, homophobe, bigot. That's not political correct. That's what political correctness is. That's not trying to keep someone from being a dick. It's trying to shame them into keeping their mouth shut and just towing the line. Like that's what it's so easy to weaponize, because you would say, well, PC's not that out of control. We're not getting rid of all speech, just hate speech. Well, we got to expand the definition of hate speech a little bit. I mean, it is true. I mean, what if someone speaks up in a sociology class at a university and people are upset? That's not very fair. That's hateful. I mean, they do feel offended. They do feel hurt. Therefore, it is hateful. They couldn't feel that way unless there was intent on the other side, obviously. Like that, it gets out of control so quickly. And the only thing that's saving it from completely taking over is that people who really ascribe to that set of beliefs eat their own. They eat their own because they will be hunky-dory with someone. Oh, we're all good. We're all great. Just wait if Jon Stewart accidentally tweets something and he isn't up on the latest terminology. They will turn on him, swoop in, and as a way to show everybody around him how great they are, they'll start demonizing and tearing down this former, hero of their movements.
You know what I was just thinking? Like, in the same way that Republicans will try to ignore science and even prevent any research into environmental science and climate change and stuff like that.
Both.
I feel like the left does the same thing when it comes to something like transsexualism. I feel like they've completely shut down any research, any science. I don't think you can't question it. You can't look into it. You can't research it. You can't even ask the question. Well,
the DSM had to change their definition of it. They had to take it off of gender identity disorder.
So maybe the conservatives have this willful ignorance about climate change, but at the very least, the left has a willful ignorance about the science behind that. I feel like they're not even willing to look into it. They don't even want to know. No, it is. It just is because I feel it.
Every side, they love science.
Okay, well, we don't apply that same scientific technique to everything else. Like, you're always talking about, climate change deniers and believe in science and let's teach them science. But science doesn't work when it comes to this.
They totally BS the science on their side. Both sides do. Republicans will be like, hey, the Earth is 6,000 years old, and, dinosaurs walked around with men, and it was a whole thing. Idiots. But also, look at these studies that show how fracking actually isn't that bad. Look at all these scientific studies we did on this. It's like, okay, science is great there. And then on the left, you have liberals who are like, we're all about science. All those idiots who don't believe in evolution, But we also have this problem now where all of gender, like we've been saying for 30 years, is due to social influences, and everyone's the same, and also that you can be born with the wrong brain, which is inherently contradictory to that. You can't believe that gender is a social construct and believe that you can be born as the wrong gender, because those are two inherently conflicting ideas.
They're conflicting.
But they don't care, because that's on their side. They like the evolution science. They like the climate change science. They don't like that science. The Republicans do it, I think, even worse. As far as religious, not even, I think, definitely they do it worse as far as religious stuff. I'm sure they do it worse as well with energy stuff, where they are very happy to say this study that we kind of commissioned really reflects well on us, but also velociraptors are a myth.
So, changing topic pretty much. I've been watching this show on Netflix called Raising Hope, and it's a Fox sitcom about a very, very poor family that is made up of a senile great-great-grandmother, her granddaughter who got pregnant in high school, and her husband who was her high school sweetheart. They're 30, and their grandparents, because their son had a daughter with a serial killer who then went to the electric chair. So you got 4 or 5 generations of stupid poor people living in a house together. That show is pretty funny, especially the first season or two. I forgot where I was going with this. There was something about the show that was what were we just talking about? We were talking about
We're talking about science.
Raising Hope. There was something on the show that was relevant to that conversation. Well, I just completely fucking lost it. Raising Hope's a funny show. You might want to check that out on Netflix, though. I'll think of what I wanted to say later. Let me squeeze an ad read in here. Maybe that'll help me remember what I wanted to say. I'd like to tell everyone about a smart way to earn extra money and get an extra $500 bonus while driving for Lyft. Looking to put more money in your kid's college fund, or going back to school yourself to get another degree, or your first one maybe? Or maybe you're just looking to get some extra cash, then drive for Lyft, the ride-sharing app that lets you be your own boss, pick your own hours, and earn up to $1,500 a week driving your own car. There are other ride-sharing apps out there, but everyone likes driving for Lyft best, because they treat their drivers right. Lots of people started as customers and now drive for Lyft. It's a flexible way to earn extra money anytime, from anywhere. All you need is a car. Driving for Lyft pays up to $35 an hour, and getting started is fast and easy. You can drive mornings, nights, or weekends. Just flip into driver mode and start making money. Plus, only Lyft drivers can earn tips from within the app. Those add up fast. And you don't have to wait days or weeks to get paid. You can cash out instantly with Express Pay. It all adds up. It's super flexible. You keep your own tips, and you get paid when you need the extra cash. So sign up today at Lyft.com. That's Lyft, Lyft.com/PKA. And right now, Lyft has a special offer for our listeners. Get this, a $500 new driver bonus when you sign up by using our show here.
Holy smokes.
So just go to, you get $500 for signing up. Just go to Lyft.com/PKA today. So you can start making some extra money and get your $500 new driver bonus. That's Lyft.com/PKA, Lyft.com/PKA.
Imagine what you'd do if you had $500, the thing you want that you would get. Sign up and get the thing.
You could get
There's something that someone out there wants for $500 that they can't have because they need $500. Here's your solution.
You can get a lot of stuff done for $500.
I don't know. Maybe I'm
let your mind go where it wants. You can get some. You can get some stuff done for $500.
You can get. People will do things for $500.
They sure will. They'll sign up at Lyft.com/PKA. So go make that happen. I wish I could remember what I was going to say about that damn TV show, because it was funny. Let me go get a drink because my mouth is so dry, and then maybe I'll remember.
So Taylor, Has your general mood been lightened? Are you like lifted by the? Because I might be. If I say there's a haze in my world because Trump won, that's an exaggeration. You know, really, I got a new paramotor, and that impacts my life far more than Trump victory. I'm out there fucking with it all the time. Right now, I'm like, oh, I've got a better way to route the reserve shoot bridle. You know, it's dominating my thoughts.
It's not number one on your mind. Yeah.
It's not. But how is the Trump thing impacting? Are you lifted by it to some extent?
It seems Melissa and I were kind of on the same page watching it as it was happening, where we were both kind of reassuring each other, like, oh, there's no way he'll win. No way, kind of helping, because she's a Blues fan now as well, and so I've taught her to temper expectations with everything.
Smart.
And, yes, very smart. And just as it was going, though, I felt good in that, like, it's indicative enough that the average American out there, a lot of them can see through the bullshit. A lot of them can see through the media nonsense. I was convinced for a long time. I'm like, man, the average American's probably not that bright, and they'll just eat up whatever CNN, MSNBC, mainstream media feeds them. And seeing like a real outcry of people being like, no, we're tired. We're a bunch of white, non-college educated guys are like, nobody has addressed us in 8 years. This is
see through the bullshit and vote for Trump. Trump was full of shit. Trump set records for being full of shitness. That's it's an informal metric, but I mean, like, he would just say shit on both sides of everything. That was the beauty of Trump. Trump, like, if you have a bucket of what you want your candidate to be, Trump is water that will just flow to any shape of that bucket.
Well, but what I'm talking about more is the bullshit, not of the bullshit of the whole machine. So the bullshit with Trump is he shouldn't be president. He's like, I don't think, like, he lies about the policies to do. Well, they all do that, to be fair.
He's a flip-flopper.
He flops on things. But the point I'm trying, like, this isn't a defense of Trump. It's a condemnation of Hillary Clinton, the media machine, the elites in D.C. It's comforting to see that this entire machine, this well-oiled machine of victory that Hillary had running around her, the best and like brightest people in D.C. trying to finagle her into the White House. Oh, we got to make sure we can hide this, and oh, we're in contact with the media to make sure they don't report that, and we got to make sure we hit this big. This story will be big. It's going to help there. Talk to your contact over at MSNBC. Oh, they just sent me a story from Vox asking if I can fucking run it, because that's what journalists do. Ask the Clinton campaign if they can run shit, apparently. And just knowing that people saw through that, and they were like, no, fuck you, this whole system behind you, we still say no. We're still so upset at this that we are picking that guy. We're picking that guy because that's how fucking bad you are. That's how much we don't trust you, that you have our not even our best interest, any interest of us at all other than our vote. And of course, Trump isn't this beacon of, he's only perceived as this beacon of hope by a lot of people because of the fact that Hillary Clinton and this gigantic collusionary machine was working to get her elected. And he really did do it in spite of that machine working against him. And that kind of was uplifting and like, okay, at least I know all of America isn't, brainwashed into this. And by the way, I'm not saying that if you voted for Hillary that you are brainwashed, because there are valid reasons to vote for Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump. That's true. Just like I believe there are valid reasons to have voted Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. It's not a condemnation saying that if you voted for her, you're some rube. I'm not saying that.
As you express your frustration with Hillary and the machine and stuff, I line up with a lot of it. The difference is I didn't see Trump as the solution to it.
And I understand that, and I respect that decision. I don't think I don't respect it as much as if you had voted Trump, obviously, because I voted for him. That's intrinsic.
Fair enough.
Like, I think that he is the lesser of two evils. He was the better choice, I think. But I also, it's not such a giant chasm between them that it's completely blowing my mind. Like, what? You voted against the host of The Apprentice? Like of course, that's understandable. It's like, more than anything, I feel it's not even, I guess this would have been a better way to articulate it off the start, is that my spirits are more lifted by the fact that this is over than it is by the outcome. The outcome definitely lifted my spirits just because Hillary isn't in office, and seeing that corrupt, awful woman who has used her position in power to try and finagle that presidency because she deserves it. I should be up by 50 points. It's my turn, God damn it. I have a vagina. Seeing her not get what she wants was good. But the biggest uplifting spirit, was just that it's over. It's finally over. Like that's
it's
nice.
only just begun, girl.
Yeah, now
It's
probably
only
a
just
whole
begun.
new world of stress starts with Trump
now the
at the
fun
helm.
starts. Now the fun starts when he starts doing things and we're all shocked. I hope he does things that are different. I hope this is a different kind of presidency. I hope it's not just he puts a cabinet together and it's business as usual. I don't know exactly what I want him to do, but I want it to be good for us. I don't want bad things for us. My hope is that he actually does renegotiate some of these trade deals to our benefit.
My prediction is he hires business as usual people, puts them in cabinet positions, and they convince him that that's what he wants, and then he's just sort of hands off and he takes the fame and everyone else does the stuff.
You might be right. I think he's probably a control freak in a lot of ways. Like I think he's the kind of guy who probably wants to be in control of all the things.
I think he's a delegator. I have the opposite opinion of you. I could be wrong. We'll find out.
Maybe I'm totally wrong. I was just making an assumption that he seems like the kind of guy who would want to have his hand in the cookie jar. But yeah, you could be right. I really don't think. I think that he is as surprised as everyone else that he won the election, and he not for a minute throughout this entire thing did he in his heart. If someone had kidnapped Donald Trump and held a gun to his head in 4 days ago and said, "Answer honestly. Do you think you will win this presidential election? Answer honestly, or I'll fucking kill you and your family." He'd go, "No, of course not. Of course not. Do you finally need me to say it? Of course I'm not going to win. I've donated to the Clintons 8 years ago. They asked me to run. I'm not going to win." Like, they didn't ask him to run. That would be a funny
movie. Maybe they did.
This is going to be a great comedy movie once enough time has passed that people aren't butthurt about it. A very unpopular politician that's really ambitious is going to get one of her friends to be the competition. But then, to both of their dismay, he's going out there saying ridiculous shit, trying to get people to dislike him, and then he ends up winning.
The ringer.
The ring. Yes.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah.
It goes in there. Trump.
Yeah. It goes trumped.
Yeah, Trump. Ooh,
yeah.
Good.
Yeah. That would be good.
What would the poster be?
Oh, it'd just be a silhouette of an orange face. That's it. Just a silhouette of an orange face. I think he's toned that down. He looked good today. If Donald Trump can look good sitting next to Obama, he looked as good as he looks.
But I'm certain that during the course of the campaign, from primaries to the end, he went from doing his own makeup to having a pro handle it or learning from a pro or something.
He definitely
is not doing his own. I mean, I think he was in charge of it early on, and maybe he hired that guy. He's like, "Yeah, Jimmy from The Apprentice. He always does my makeup." And they were like, "Donald, normally on The Apprentice, we light you with the same team that does your makeup. This time around, we got NBC and CNN shining some bright ass lights on you to make you look bad. We got to do something about this. Your eyes are white." And the rest of you is orange.
He stops doing his makeup. I have bags, so it's clear to see. From the eyebrow to the bag area, he doesn't put makeup on there.
It burns.
Is that
it's alcohol based? So yeah, I've had it. When they put it on me, they just put it on my fucking eyes, and it does burn. But it's alcohol based when they're spraying that stuff on with an airbrush, and so it immediately evaporates off. It burns, and especially if you're doing it day in day out. I just got sprayed for 1 day shoot or a 3-day thing. And even afterwards, I'd be like, dang, where they had that stupid fake scar. I've got the skin is peeling off now because you put this fake scar on the same spot day after day, and it's glue. But the alcohol-based spray stuff burned around the corners of my eyes and stuff. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
I had a different experience with makeup. It was glorious. There were two parts of it that I loved. One, just the makeup, the brushes they use. I hadn't really worn makeup in my life, and it's so soft. It's like a pleasure to be touched by it. They hit me with an airbrush machine, and it's just lovingly little on you, and I'm just I don't think I'd like putting on makeup. I liked being babied by
made up
makeup. Yeah, there was just something gentle, loving. I don't know what to call it, but it's an enjoyable experience to be made up.
You're a happily married man, but pretty soon into the makeup process, I always fall in love with my makeup artist. I'm always like, yeah, she likes me a lot. Look at how she touches my face. And she's over there like, next.
No, I had the opposite
She probably didn't
feeling.
do it this way to the guy before.
I
you
know.
Yeah,
She
doesn't do his eye makeup like this.
The monologue in my head is she sees every flaw. Oh yeah, she doesn't like that about me. She's fixed it right. She noticed the pimple. Right. I guess.
I really liked my makeup artist on that last thing I did in LA. She was my age exactly. And she was blonde, and I liked her a lot. And I was talking to her every day. I really liked her a lot. But yeah, every day, we're going in there. She's like, "You ready?" And you were talking about maybe like her. Oh, she sees this flaw, she sees that flaw. She was always like complimenting me. She's like, "Oh, this is nice here. Yeah, this feels in well. Looking good. All right, yeah. Oh, look how real it looks." And it was fun. I enjoyed that process. I always do.
Another thing.
Never had makeup put on me by some professional.
There were a lot of girls like also having their makeup done and stuff, and they seem to have like things to add and expertise, and they have been made up before, and because like some of them been in like movies and stuff, and
you had nothing to add.
Yeah, I'm just fucking, I don't know, enjoying.
Looks good.
Just sitting quiet. Oh, this is really nice. You seem nice. So
I like that. It's always nice when you have someone whose job seems to be just some one little avenue of your comfort. I always feel a little uncomfortable at first, and I'm like, look, I don't need that. But then I start thinking about it. And it's like, wait a minute, that's their job. Telling them I don't need them is kind of an insult. It'd be like me like telling the guy who's over there like, flying the plane or whatever. Hey, I know you think you're doing a big job, but the autopilot could get us there. Why don't you come sit back here with us? Take a load off. He'd be like, this is my job. I trained for 25 years, and in the same regard, like the girl who wants to come over there and rub suntan lotion on me, and I'm just like, you can just give me the bottle, and she's just like, nope, come here.
This is a union job, and only I can handle this.
Yeah. Exactly.
I don't have any good makeup tales. Sorry.
No. Well, you should. You've been made up several times by your girlfriend.
Oh, I think that having a bunch of latex and sticky, awful Halloween makeup put all over me is a little different than having someone gingerly put, beautifying makeup on me.
That bald cap was so uncomfortable because your hair is mushed down and you'll get an itch and you cannot scratch it. You can't because there's a latex bald cap on. What if you scratch through it and ruin all that work? Because that thing's glued to your face and stuff. It's a whole thing. It was
horrible. As I was sitting, because I did it right before PKA, I was sitting there for like 2 hours, just upset by it because I hate sitting still for that long, and just the feeling of stickiness and like residue and that stringy, like when you peel that like plastic off of like a new computer or a new electronic, like that like little residue there, that's all over your face. It's there for days. I have a lot of hair on my body, and so it's just sticking in my hair. It was in my beard. It was on the back of my neck. The back of my neck, it was just awful. It felt like someone just dripped hot glue all over it all night. I hated it.
That's not pleasant.
No, it's not. But I'm sure that your way sounds fun. Like have a professional put makeup on me, make me look cute. Man, I could use some color, especially with the way I do my lighting, which is just I could have leprosy, and I'm so overexposed you'd have no idea. But like the red blotches all over my skin. But
my lighting right now is on point. I don't know if you guys noticed. I've been looking at me all night. I am fantastic. What happened is, remember the PKA night where I had to shake Skype all night long so that you guys didn't freeze? Maybe it was more memorable for me than you. Well, it's turned out that I have to like change it now. Now Skype is on some other monitor, and I'm watching you on OBS. And because of that, I have the red PKA background, which really just makes me glow. I have pretty much red lighting coming from this monitor, and I like what it does for me. I don't look this good in the summer. It is November. I have no tan left, and I look like this. We're not changing a thing about this. If it starts working again, I'm doing it this way still.
I'm awful pale right now.
Me too. Doesn't look like it, does it? But I'm fucking pale with red lights shining at me, and I love it. Love it. This is good.
I remember
one time I took my pale ass to the tanning bed. I was going to this gym, and I had the membership and everything, and tanning came along with the gym membership. It was like, hey, you want to tan? You tan. It was free. It was included with the gym membership. So I was like, well, shit, it's right here. I can work out.
I'm not judging you. You don't have to justify it.
Oh, I'm not embarrassed by it. I'm just explaining.
Okay.
So I'd work out and then I'd tan and then just one shower. It seemed like a great idea. And I remember I got in there and I was in there for maybe 7-9 minutes or something. And my ass cheeks, it turned out, were the part of my body that had never been exposed to UV radiation, and just my ass cheeks.
What about your dick?
Burnt. I think I put a sock on my dick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to put your dick away.
So just my ass
So they
cheeks
told me.
were so red.
Were you in the tanning bed at the time or in the lobby?
I was. Turns out Barnes & Noble, McDonald's, all the same policy. Please, sir, put your dick away. Sorry,
I came out of there and the girl who I had bought the tan from, I was like, my ass is burnt. And she's like, I'm like, no, really, look at this. And I showed her a little and she's like, pull that down. And I showed her like half my ass cheek and she was like, Donna. Donna. And Donna comes over. And Donna is as brown as a black man. And she's like, damn. Oh, honey, you didn't put any goo on or whatever she said I should have put on first. And I'm like, I was only in there for 7 minutes. She's like, ooh, that's going to hurt for a while. And sure enough, the whole ride home, I was like on my console, like trying to keep the weight off my ass cheeks because they hurt so much. I slept on my stomach that night and I put that blue like aloe vera gel on my ass. It hurt so much.
And then you had to like watch TV laying on your stomach because you couldn't sit down with all the goop
and it
on
didn't
your
tan.
ass.
It's not like my ass turned brown the next day. It stayed white. It just turned real red and hurt like the dickens.
I just go straight to red and then peel and then back to pale.
When I was 15-ish maybe, I got into cycling, like riding my bike, and my father liked it too. And he was always like the bigger, stronger guy. And somewhere around that age, I passed him. And we had one day where we rode our bike like 140 miles. And that was the day that I like athletically passed my father. Anyway, on the way home, for like the last, 70 miles or something, I took my shirt off. So this is, it's like a Tour de France style bike. I'm leaning forward and whatever. The sun just beat on my back. Oh, so I got home and it's burnt, and I'm like, yeah, it hurts. Over the next couple days, like, I was probably 80% covered with blisters on my back, and some of them like a centimeter thick, like bad ones. And at one point, something happened. Like I just got like hit, and the skin all tore and started leaking, and like the pain was full. Whatever the maximum amount of pain skin can make you
all
feel,
of it
maxed it out. And like a burn would not have been anywhere. I guess it was a burn, but like a fire burn would not have hurt anymore. I felt all the pain. It was really bad. And it took like 10 days to stop hurting. Like it was
fucked.
Ages.
Yeah, I've seen girls that would like ride a motorcycle on the like double,
Right.
and from that leaning forward, your shirt comes up, and so like your lower back gets burnt really bad.
It's a
I hate
kind of trans stamp. It's like the tramp tattoo.
Yeah, a little bit. I haven't gotten sunburned in a while real bad. Like I always forget to put sunscreen on where we're going to be outside all day.
Mm-hmm.
But like I try to do my best to like throw a can in the car and really put some SPF 70 on or something and just do it all day. Cause I burn up.
I can't even remember the last time I put on any sunblock at all. I always realize like 8 hours into whatever vacation I go on, it's like, well, I'm already so fucking burned at this point. I'd really just be mulching over ground that I already missed. So whatever. Like I'll just bring an umbrella wherever
Every
I go.
so often you can tell Taylor has some farmer in him, right? Like every so often I'm mulching over the ground and the wheat or some fucking thing. I don't know.
The ground
Father
and the
was
wheat,
an accountant. I don't really understand your mulch talk.
Lots of mulch folk in Missouri.
I bet.
Mulch is one of our biggest exports.
So Trump went to Missouri.
True.
I saw that. I watched that come in.
Who did?
It's Trump.
They were pretending like Missouri was going to be a flip state the whole time, and I actually believed it. Like, man, is Missouri going to go blue? And then, not even close. A sweeping victory for every single Republican on the ticket. Like, and I checked the propositions, and no higher taxes for cigarettes.
I noticed that one of the things that they were saying was Trump had coattails. Trump brought along the rest of his Republicans, despite the fact that they wouldn't work with him or work for him. He brought them along anyway on the ticket. And so now we've got the executive branch, the legislative branch, and soon to be the judicial branch will all be Republican.
Our new governor, Eric Greitens, is like a guy who rode those coattails. His campaign ad, what got me to end up voting for him. He's an ex-Navy SEAL, like good looking, like looks like a military white guy.
Was he the guy with the minigun?
Yes, his entire first ad was him sitting at a minigun in some Missouri field, just shooting around, and it's like slow-mo of the bullets, and it's just like overlay of like corruption, the establishment, liberals, we need more guns, vote Greitens, and it was like a really intense, like cool ad of just a guy really not making a lot of points, just more like look at this big ass gun. Look at my gun and tell me you don't want to vote for me. And he won by a huge amount.
There was a Democrat who was pro-gun, and I think I have the story right. Tell me if you guys know better. And he did this cool ad where I think he disassembled and reassembled an M16 AR-15 blindfolded. Mm-hmm. Did you guys see this ad?
I didn't.
Oh, it was really cool, and he did it with proficiency that I couldn't match. I don't want to talk. I don't know. I was gonna say Kyle can do this thing, but blindfolded, yeah. And apparently this guy's ex-military, and he's basically, the ad I took away from it was, I'm a Democrat, but I like guns and I'm pretty good with them. And he still lost. But
yeah, because that's not a good issue for the people who, like, the Republicans are going to be like, oh, that's neat that he likes guns too. I'm still going to pick the other guy who I know loves guns. Like,
yeah, I would vote for a guy like that because guns are one of the main issues that where the Democrats lose me. Mm-hmm. That's where you're losing me, guys. That and your social justice warrior bullshit. If we can all be equals and I can have my guns, I'm on board with that ticket pretty much. I just want to be left alone.
The social justice stuff. So I hate it as much as anybody I know. But I feel like it's not our politicians do it. I don't feel like Obama beats those guys down. Bill Maher beats those guys down. Hillary Clinton, I didn't see her propping up social justice stuff. Bernie Sanders might love him and swim in his sea of social justice.
Well, no, she definitely did. Like, one of the key things of a social justice warrior is that they are, lightning quick to respond to any criticism, any critique with racist, sexist, bigot, homophobe, all the isms, all the ists, you're a bad person, shut up. And she did that multiple times. She called people she called all of Trump's, or many Trump supporters racist. And
another thing she did is they'd ask her a question and she'd be like, I'm a girl or I'm a woman. Is there any bigger outsider than me? A woman?
Yeah. It's not even PC culture as much. Well, yeah, I guess it is. I guess that's the best way to put it. Never mind.
Maybe she's more guilty than I gave her credit for. I just, in my head, though, like the Democratic leadership isn't doing that. It's just there's a wing of them that are in crazy town. And there's a wing of crazy town Republicans, without a doubt.
Of course.
But they all do. But there is, it's definitely pushed by that side. It's that side that enables it. When, a bunch of supporters of a politician from Hillary Clinton are screaming at rallies that people are racists and rapists or whatever, it's fine. People aren't upset by it. People are upset by it, but the media doesn't care. But it's just a profound double standard that people are really tired of, and I think that's obviously reflected in how people voted.
He won.
Yeah,
I hope he got the popular vote because
we'll see. I do too.
Projected it, but we'll see.
I mean, I didn't want him to be president, but I really don't want a president that lost the popular vote again.
You know what? I want a little taste of vengeance. I want the next time that someone that the left is bucking up against him or in Congress or wherever, I want him to pull that line that Obama pulled out way back. Hey, I won. I got and remember when he said, I got a pen and I got a telephone. I want some stuff like that. I want him to rub it in their face a little, like when they're like, well, we're not going along. I won. Get over it. I'm in charge now. I want a little bit of that because he did win fair and square. There's no bullshit about this. It does feel a little better if he gets the popular vote, but it doesn't matter. Like you said, Clinton can go rule Fantasyland with Gore with her popular vote. I'm sure that's a wonderful place, but that ain't where we live.
Yeah, I want to change the rules. I think that'd be good for
I'm down with that too.
America,
Yeah.
and I think it'd be good for the world. But yeah, he won. The thing about Obama saying that was I felt like they challenged whether he won a whole lot more. They challenged whether he was even American and where he was born, and a lot of I don't know. We'll see what they keep. I think the Trump protests die down in a day or two, and
We can all blame this on Seth Meyers, of course.
Seth Meyers, what'd he do?
Seth Meyers mocked Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner back in like 2012, and I was reading the whole thing about this today. About someone else was making this point. Everyone laughed at him. He's a billionaire. He's got a beautiful wife. He's powerful. He's rich. He's famous. But here are his contemporaries laughing in his face in a public way. Billionaires are laughing at him. Celebrities are laughing at him. Politicians are laughing at him. Average Joe is laughing at him. Every joke is just rubbing in his face, and his face is just
he did not
fury.
take it well. He's
Fury. He didn't chuckle. He did not like it one bit. And I think that was when, and the guy on Reddit thought that was when it all started. He was like, all right, we'll see about this. And that started his little path to the White House. Now, whether or not he thought he'd get there, whether or not he thought that just going out there and competing would be enough to get the respect that he thought he deserved, who knows? You really got to believe that he didn't think he was going to be president. But
it happened, and it's real, but it does blow me away that Donald Trump is on the same list as Lincoln, Washington, FDR, Truman, like.
But also guys like Taft.
That's the list.
It's incredible. It's hard.
He's the 45th person on that list, and that will never change.
I have seen people talk about like having to pinch themselves to believe it's real. There were a couple times last night, I didn't pinch myself, but I'm watching this and I'm like, is this real? How can this be real? It doesn't feel real. It feels like, aliens have came or a meteor just hit Europe. This seems like some shit that, yeah, it's possible, but God, that ain't going to happen this century or even next century. Maybe in 10,000 years, a meteor will hit Europe and destroy it, but not now. But fucking Donald Trump won Tuesday, and he is the president of the United States for 4 more years. And it is just incredible.
Wild.
It's wild.
I
so
really
absurd.
hope the Republicans put someone better up in 4 years, but I really don't think they will, because that's a guaranteed way to lose an election, is be like, hey, all those people who liked Trump, we're also nominating Paul Ryan, and then Trump's gonna go, I'm 74, fuck you, I'm running in the Trump party. You want to cheat me? Enjoy your loss, idiot. I'll be dead in 6 months.
Is Trump gonna run? Well, we'll see. I think there's a real
he
chance
suggested
that he'll just run once. I think.
You think?
No, I'm not saying I predict, but like with most presidents, it's a lock. They're trying to get 8 years. Trump might not try to get 8 years.
He suggested it. He said, over the next coming days and over the next 4 years, and hey, maybe over the next 8 years, we're going to be making a lot of changes. We're going to be, and he went on with the spiel. So he did throw that out there, but I'm with you,
We're going to take all the bad things and make them good. We're going to take all the good things and we're going to make them great, like they used to be.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah,
you know what? The fact that Trump won the presidency means that maybe, just maybe, on this show, I haven't fucked over my own chances of being president. If the nation can overlook grandma by the pussy, they can overlook vaginas are built for sex.
Yeah. The bill for rape and the I actually know Robin Williams. That might be your undoing,
really?
Because people like Robin Williams.
Yeah, Donald Trump never said anything about Robin Williams.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Rosie O'Donnell isn't quite as beloved as he is.
Rosie O'Donnell. Oh, I always got Rosie O'Donnell and Roseanne Barr mixed up, just because they're both heavier white
Fat
women.
brunette comedians.
I didn't watch their comedies really, but I just assumed they were. I assumed I kind of lumped them together. Like, I'm sure they both are kind of in that same pro-Hillary kind of camp. I followed Roseanne Barr on Twitter like a month ago. She was so deep into the Trump train that I couldn't believe it. She was so pro-Trump. Every fucking 45 seconds, Roseanne Barr is tweeting something poorly, bad grammar and spelling, and then like an old meme about how Hillary is Satan. Or like
Roseanne is smart.
tweeting pictures of like that, that skull head that they showed, like the Podesta, that creepy spirit cooking skull head, like Photoshop pictures of like Hillary like licking blood from like just crazy nonsense. It's like, this is Roseanne Barr. What did Hillary Clinton do to her?
Roseanne is a very smart lady, very business savvy and very hardworking, and she's conservative. It seems, she was extremely poor, as poor as her Roseanne character was, and then she just said, you know what, I'm going to be a stand-up comedian, and she just did it. And then she said, and then they gave her a show, and she was like, I want control of this show. They're going to be the Roseanne show. And they're like, well, I guess. And then she was the complete show boss over there until Tom Arnold got involved. I got a lot of respect for Roseanne as a businesswoman and as a hard worker. I've seen a lot of stuff about her. Now, she got crazy, and she is crazy
I didn't
now.
know about any of that. I'm just saying that she's an entertaining follow on Twitter. There you go. Oh, I also this guy Bill Mitchell, who was like one of the guys I was following from like the far right, just like I followed like a Sally Cohn or whoever on the left to see what they're both saying. He was the one the entire election going, these polls are bullshit. It says it's Democratic plus 10. They're undersampling independents and ascribing their votes less evenly than what it should be. This is bullshit. This is rigged. And a couple times throughout the campaign, I tweeted at him, making fun of him, that he was going to be like, I don't remember what I said exactly, but like, dude, you're going to be backing down from this so hard. Suddenly it's all going to be still rigged. And you're going to be saying, oh, now it's the beginning of our revolution, like the Bernie people said, because, that now this is your job, being on the Trump train. So you have to keep your job going. That's how you're making money and selling books and shit. And I just kind of just said that to him. And I tweeted an apology right after the election, as he was tweeting like, yep, Pennsylvania did exactly what I said it would do. All of these states are doing exactly what I said it would do. And it was like, this is crazy that this guy was like, he was wrong about some polls because a lot of the polls were right. Not every poll was wrong. Just a lot of very, very important swing state polls, the ones that there's an incentive to bias are wrong. But that I couldn't believe it. I looked every time that guy's tweet would pop up, I'd always be like, oh, what's he going to say now?
Can we watch this
he
video?
ended up
Yes, I like anything Thug Life. I'll watch, absolutely. I'm queued at 0.
I hope it's the one I think
Mike,
it is.
I talk so much shit to you on Twitter.
Oh, stop it! Who's playing?
Well, it autoplays.
I got it. I'm paused.
All right, queue up at 0. I need to fix your cameras, but ready, set, play.
I talk so much shit to you on Twitter, and you never blocked me, and now I'm a fan. You can kiss my ass.
Who's Michael Bisping?
He's
Fighter.
a UFC fighter. And somehow that's like in my head what it's like when you meet this guy. Like, hey, I tweeted so much shit to you, and it turns out you're great. Kiss my ass.
That's great. Let's talk UFC 205 or 10, whatever it is, 205.
You want to hear something that not a lot of people know? Eddie Alvarez
I don't know
is going to
anything.
win, baby. Eddie Alvarez is going to kick Conor McGregor's ass.
Why does no one know that but you?
Because Conor McGregor is... You don't make a lot of money betting against Conor McGregor, but this time, Eddie Alvarez eats southpaws for lunch, baby.
Really? Mm-hmm. So you think maybe... Wonder what the betting line is. Do you think you've got some expertise here, and maybe you could make a little scratch betting Eddie Alvarez
to... The thing is, if I do that, I might lose it, so I don't. I've never bet on a UFC fight. There are a few things that sometimes I'm like, this is such a slam dunk.
It makes it fun. Have you ever bet on a sporting event and then watched it? I know you don't gamble.
But yeah, like I was thinking of betting 10 grand because I was like, dude, why are people even still taking money for this? It's so obvious, like how this is going to come out. And then Hillary lost. Right?
And you were like, hey, maybe that 10
I swear to
grand.
God, I was thinking that too. I thought the exact same shit. And I'm so glad I didn't do anything. I was driving around and I was like, I don't care what the line is. $5 grand on Hillary seems fucking smart. It just seems fucking smart. Like, maybe I should just do that. Maybe I should. I'm so glad I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Dude, there are guaranteed a ton of people out there who lost a ton of money on this.
So a guy who won, he won like 30 grand. He posted his little receipt on Reddit. He bet $8 grand on it looked like he had bet $8 grand on Trump to win, and he was taking out like 32.5 or something.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah, no, I don't bet because I find that the sting of defeat is worse than the taste of victory.
Nothing crazy, certainly not 10,000, but I guarantee that if you put $100, which is just barely more than the cost of the event itself to watch it, on Eddie Alvarez, Watching the fight is just more fun. It's just more fun. You got a little something in the game. I know, like, there have been football games and Super Bowls that I just didn't have a guy in the fight. You know, I don't care about New England. I don't care about the Eagles. Those aren't my teams. Like, the Falcons aren't in there. So, like, putting $100 on the Patriots or $100 on the Giants always makes that a more enjoyable.
I don't care if I win $100, and I don't care if I lose $100. Like, for me to get the kind of thrill that you're talking about, and God, I sound like an asshole, but it would have to be something that stings or like means something, you know.
Now, I've been wanting to bet things that aren't monetary. If you recall, just the other night, Taylor and I were who owes me $20 because he thought Clinton would win.
I tried to get him to bet me. I was like, if you're giving away money, like,
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Trump had already won like Wisconsin and Michigan, and Taylor's still taking bets.
Yeah, I was like, I'll take. Like it looked to us like it had, like us looking at counties and stuff. Like, as far as I was concerned, he'd won them. But I was like, I told Taylor, you know, I kind of had a similar thing. I was like, I don't really need $20 more. I didn't say it. I didn't want to sound like an asshole.
Right? Who would say that?
Yeah, only you.
I was just thinking of the lowest amount of money you can bet, where it's not like, hey, I'll bet you $3. Like, it just sounds something ridiculous.
Chiz owes me $5. So I was like, I really don't want 20. I want you to drink titty milk.
Right.
And he was like, no, absolutely not. I will not drink another human being's bodily fluids. And I'm just.
I remember that we had a whole conversation, like, but it's food.
It's food.
I don't understand. Food. Like, I don't think that it's in any way cheating or like dubious in that regard at all. It's just, I don't understand why the cheating topic ever even got brought up, because clearly the gross part about this is drinking some stranger's tit milk.
I knew
right?
My wife.
Drinking somebody's.
Not to me. If I could buy it at the store, I would.
No, I would not. That's not.
It's way less
cow's
gross
milk
than cow milk.
Yeah, way less.
They keep those cows under control.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
What do you mean control? Like, are you worried? Did you see the diet of those women on that website? They're vegan.
Even worse, probably shitty milk. Probably weak milk for weak babies.
Vegan. You're a grown man. You don't need power milk.
I don't need power milk, but I mean, if it were power milk, maybe I'd do it.
Hey, come on, it'll help with your language skills and get you crawling faster. I hear. I'm totally down to drink that stuff. I will. I think it would be so funny as a bit if all of us had some. Chiz said he will come on the show and drink it. I know he said he'll drink it.
Not come on the show.
That's why I say I know he said he'd drink it.
Movie night tradition now.
Every Thursday another movie.
Chiz's excuses are always so funny. It'll be like let's call it Monday night, and Taylor and I will be like, hey, do you want to play some Civilization with us tonight? And he'll be like, oh, I got a stream to do on Wednesday night, and I really need to be setting my my computer up for that. So
this is not a joke. This is an actual excuse that he gave.
That's literally what happened. He was like, no, tomorrow night, or maybe it was the night after, I've got a stream to do, and so I got to set stuff up. Can't play tonight.
It was that he had a stream like 60 hours from now, and so I have to get set up for that. It's like, Chiz, like, what in God's name are you talking about? Just come play Call of Duty with us. Like, it's gonna be fine. You'll get your stream set up.
What
are you busy?
What would I say in that situation?
You would just say no.
No thanks.
You'd say no, thank you, and we'd say okay. see how that conversation goes. I guess Woody doesn't want to play.
Yeah.
Not, oh man, but I have to go oil my paramotor hinge, and I have to go, grease the wheels on my lawnmower fleet. Like, no, you don't need to make stuff up. You just say no.
No, thank you is good. I like the thank you.
Yes,
yeah.
It's gracious.
Yeah, so while he did say that he would drink the titty milk, I don't know that he would come on the show and drink it. But I think it would be so funny to drink it. I would make chocolate milk out of it. You know, put some what do you call that stuff? That Nestle Quick in there, and yeah. Ovaltine I think is more of a northern thing. Like I only ever heard of Ovaltine because of Jerry Seinfeld. It was always Nesquik for us. Sure. If you're looking at it from the top down, it's the oval-shaped little container of
blue
chocolate
top,
powder.
Yellow container. Yeah, we had it all. Yeah.
I've got these old home videos of me when I'm like 3 years old or something like that, and I'm like sitting on the countertop with a thing of Nesquik, and I've gotten into it with like a spoon, and I put a whole spoonful of powdered chocolate in my mouth, and I'm just like.
Dude, I look forward to like every season. I look forward to fall. I enjoy the fall. I will say I had more than my fill of summer this summer. But
fuck summer.
right now I'm almost excited. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do summer better this year. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful. But when it was like 100 for like 15 days in a row, or not even, it doesn't have to be 100. It can be 87 and feel like 106 or something.
Oppressive.
It was too much for me. And then one thing, I talked about this before, it set me the fuck off when some guy was like, "Woody, you'd look better in your vlogs if you wore a shirt like this." And it was a red and black flannel shirt like I wore in my Halloween costume a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Dude, it's 100 every day. Do you want me to wear flannel?
I tell you what. I think you would enjoy some of the moisture wicking technology shirts. There's two different kinds. There's one that's such thin material that it makes everyone look like got man boobs. I don't like that. It's thin.
I know
it's
exactly
so
what you're saying.
thin
Yeah.
that it like that the material like cups under any kind of cleavage that you've got. And I don't care for that. But then there's another kind of dry fit stuff that's it feels like regular shirt, but it really wicks the moisture away. I think it maybe Hanes makes it or something like that. But they're like normal T-shirts that keep you dry and cool.
I sewed just a shirt together out of some MeUndies that I ordered. Works great.
Oh wow!
It's
with
the
modal.
modal. Yeah.
That sounds
That's what it
great.
is.
I think I made that out of like birchwood bark or something.
Sometimes I find like a piece of clothing that I like, and then I'm like, all right, we're gonna need 18 of these. You know?
Yeah.
I did that with my socks. My socks was like 28 pairs of socks. I was just like, fuck it. We're throwing away all the socks, all those whites that are mostly similar but nearly impossible to match. No. Apocalypse. It's sock apocalypse. And we just got rid of all of them. We got in 24, 28 pairs of socks, something like that. And now they just match easily and it's better. And
I have a dream that someday I will be able to empty out my dryer and not have to pair a single sock because they're all the same.
Do it.
They're all the same.
Do
it. I just. But there are times where I need other socks.
I have.
You know?
I actually have two kinds of socks right now. There's some taller ones I like wearing under boots. They're just for winter, more or less. And then I have the like ankle high ones that I wear all summer.
I don't wear shoes a lot.
1,000 of these black ankle socks.
Did you see that
and
sock
then
slower?
a bunch of. Oh, it's just a regular ankle sock.
Yeah, mine's slightly taller.
Yeah, very low.
The
I
next
like it
step.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, it's just like those goofy colored work socks, like business socks. I don't mind those because those are very easy to pair. So when I do have to buy like professional socks, I get like crazy ones where it's like, oh, the one with the guy shaking the maracas on it. Okay, that goes with the other fucking guy shaking the maracas. As opposed to like, what kind of lattice work is that?
All your socks had maraca shakers.
No, then you don't even have to pair.
Yeah, that's our life. We have a standard. If we find a sock, I'm sorry, Kyle, you can't get it, that is not like fitting with the standard, it is ousted. I don't know how it survived this long. It's not allowed to be here.
I like my winter socks. I've got lots of really nice wool socks and like ski socks and stuff that just feel nice on your feet and keep you cold. Speaking of that, I think I'm going to go to Colorado for Thanksgiving.
Really?
I don't know if... Yeah, I think it'd be fun. I was
Same place as you were last time?
Maybe. I was talking about Chiz about that the other day. He's like, we should go back to Colorado sometime. I'm like, I'm down. I had a great time last time. If either of you want to come, I think it'd be fun.
For Thanksgiving,
I have to.
Not necessarily. I've just got like I don't care. Like I don't. For me, because Thanksgiving isn't a thing for me really. Like as a kid, most of the holidays stopped when I became an adult. It was important to get the family together and have a turkey, but no longer. So like I just don't care. So I know that doesn't apply to anyone and everyone, but basically I'd like to go to Colorado where it's cold and real winter with snow, because we don't get that here in Georgia. Certainly not like in Colorado. It's like, for me, it's just such a different environment. And I love everything about it there. The views are incredible. It seemed like you could drive 10 miles down, not even that, from where we were staying. The view out my window was gorgeous. I think I showed through my laptop. I was just like, look at this. Like it's just snow and mountains. There's no one within 5 miles of us. But then you drive 10 miles down the road, and we're on a mountain. You can see for 150 miles of clear air, and you're at high altitude, and it's a wonderful place. I like it a lot. So I'm going to go back this month, maybe early next month. So if either of you would like to come, we could arrange some sort of a trip. I'm sure Chiz would love to go. Rent a car. I doubt. I don't know who else would want to go. I don't know if Kid would want to come along.
To do something.
I can't. I don't want to ski, but I'd love to not snowboard, but like snowmobiling would be very fun. Also, like sledding or tubing, anything in the snow.
Like all those things.
Last time we had like a big inflatable sort of lake toy that you would ride on, and we drug it behind our friend's SUV, just up and down we had a really long driveway at the place we rented out, and it was so much fun. I think Kitty uploaded some video of like me and Chiz riding that thing and like taking big falls.
Close to death. In hindsight, he was 4 inches from that mailbox.
Yeah, it looked real bad, didn't it? I almost wrecked the car one time, semi on purpose.
Everyone's just laughing and playing, and they don't know Chiz just nearly died.
Yeah, the whole day would have been ruined, or at least the afternoon would have been ruined.
Yeah,
I'm sure they have fun things to do.
I'll say we stayed in Telluride last time, or like near Telluride. It was a 20-30 minute drive into town, but every day we wake up good and early, and then we ride into town together, and you don't mind that 30-minute drive. But there's like a restaurant there that's like gourmet food. I remember every day we got something different, and it was so good that after we'd finish our meal, we'd be like, could I get another order of this, but like to go so that it can be my dinner too? And the people there are so nice, very polite, and it's a touristy kind of, they're all high. It's a touristy kind of environment, but I don't feel like a tourist like I do in maybe Myrtle Beach or Miami or New York. I don't feel like I'm out of place and juxtaposed and they're looking at me like an outsider. It's like, hey, welcome to our beautiful state. This is what we do here. Come on, let me show you what's wonderful about it. Everybody we met there wanted to share with us what was great about Colorado. Whether it was the gourmet fish taco place down the street or go up that chairlift. It doesn't even matter if you ski. You got to see that view. Everybody was cool. So I'm going back to Colorado. State. Yeah, I'm going back very soon. If any of you would like to go with me. Cheap flights, now would be the time to book, and it's only like a 2-hour flight.
We should lock in some dates.
That would be fun.
I am hyper flexible.
How long until it's snowing?
Now it's Colorado, right? It's snowing now. I bet.
No,
I would bet in November.
No way.
I
wouldn't think so. I thought it was still really warm everywhere.
I don't know shit.
I don't know how to spell Telluride.
Telluride. And we don't have to go to Telluride. We could probably go right outside of Denver. See, going to Telluride, I don't remember the main reason we went there. Maybe we were trying to be close to someone or something, but it did require like me driving through the night on icy roads. And I'm so proud of my driving. I wish I'd had a camera to show you the shit I did that night.
So I looked at the Telluride forecast, and I'm like, Taylor is right. 60, 53, 50, 50, 55, etc. A week from now, 31 and snowing. So.
Oh wow! I didn't.
The skiing is incredible there, and I will go to the ski places with anyone who wants to do it.
Are you good at skiing?
I have that ankle thing. I just look. I would love to.
Taylor?
I'm pretty good. Yeah, I mean I'm not like great, but I can go down blacks just fine. I can go down runs with moguls on it just fine. Like living in Missouri. There weren't a ton of opportunities, but like if you can skate,
so cool.
If you can skate, you can ski. It like the learning curve. If you know how to skate on ice skates and you try to ski, you're immediately 10 steps ahead of everyone around you because you have that same kind of movement to push back and get it going, and the same kind of steering maneuvers. It's a little bit different, slide to a stop, but yeah, I'm pretty.
I of course didn't ski, but what we did do was take the chairlift. It's not a chairlift; it's a gondola. We got in the gondola, and the gondola goes on this, like, I'm going to say 15 minutes
Georgia,
of gondola.
That's an exotic word.
The gondola. The gondola.
No, it's from a movie. I can't remember what movie did that.
I thought you were saying it like it was really fancy, too.
Yeah, that's my impression. Like, it's a hamburger. Like the
hamburger, or this box is,
I can't remember the movie, but it's Fragile. Like a Ricardo Montalban accent. Happy birthday, gondola. I will take you on adventures. So we get on the gondola and we go up the mountain. And the higher you go, it's just, it's Colorado. It's snowy mountain peaks everywhere that are gorgeous. And you can see for the longest ways. It's outstanding. And you're looking down at the skiers. And you can definitely pick apart the guys who were top tier and then mid tier and then just learning. And there was this thing where, man, if you go over that, you just go down a cliff, right? And we were just fascinated watching each person come down and get ever closer to that edge because that was the line. And if you fell off, you wouldn't fall to your death, but you'd tumble a little bit and have to like kind of crawl your way back up the hill. And we watched, and sure enough, somebody cuts the line too hard, and like, and down through the bushes he goes. It was very entertaining. But anyway, we get to the top of so we went all over, ride the gondola over the chairlifts. Actually, they run parallel, so there's chairlifts going up to ski, but the gondola is taking you over the mountain and down to this like, I don't know what to call it, like a village where like there was ice skating there. There was it was lots of restaurants and shopping and stuff. And everybody there seemed very rich. The houses there were in the millions and millions, like all of them were, because there's like people who like live there, like seemingly in the middle of the ski slopes, in the same way that maybe you'd live on a golf course. It was like, well, shit, he lives right fucking there. Like
Aspen was like that.
Very cool stuff. You saw a lot of crazy wealthy people, and since you're going over in the gondola, you can kind of see their backyard and see their toys.
In Aspen, I went to Zillow because I was like, all right. I know these places are expensive, but like, what can you get for this, or what can you get for that? Not a lot. No. It's very expensive there, and oh my god, maybe if you live in a cold climate, this is normal to you. But the heated sidewalks blew me away. The idea that like, it's starting to flurry. Let's flip the light switch so that we don't get snow accumulation on our sidewalk. And you're walking down the sidewalks, you can clearly see which ones are heated. And then it's like, you fucking peasant, really? You just gonna shovel the next day? Like, I'm walking in 2 inches of snow here. Flip the switch.
I don't have time to be shuffling. I'm making money on the market right now. Right now, I'm betting. I'm doing things. That's the kind of person I imagine who has a heated driveway. That blues coach had a heated driveway. The one who, when my mom backed through his yard and ruined a lot of his grass. I thought that was a very novel thing, being like, there's a lot of snow on the ground, and it's fine right there, exactly where you want the snow not to be. It's not there. Like,
it's amazing.
Well, I would ideally the kind of trip that I would like to do would be like fly out on maybe do the show and then fly out the next day, or maybe I don't know. Maybe we could do the show there, but I'd like to stay for a while, like not 2 weeks, of course, but 5 days, something like that, because I think we stayed last time maybe 4 full days. And man, at the last day, I was like, man, I wish we had one more day. I wish we could stay a little longer. Like, why do we have to go home? Can't we just stay? Well, no, the tickets. Not the tickets. Like, I wanted to stay. It was so great. I loved it there.
It does sound like fun.
So I'd like to, rent a car. I don't need to go to Telluride because I'm not the skier. But if you guys want to ski, I fully support that, and I'll drive 4 hours for better skiing for the rest of the group, despite the fact that I'll be watching.
Why don't you give it a go?
I'll give it a go. I'll do that. Yeah. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll go.
I've seen him give it a go before, and it's painful for him, and I think it's not a worthwhile effort.
I'll try to snowboard because I've never done that. I've never tried snowboarding. I know it's harder.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'll get some ankle wraps because it hurts the inside of my ankle. I feel like the inside of my ankle is always being forced against hard steel.
Snowboard boots are much more flexible, and some people even wear like regular boots that you might own now. It's not ski boots are like bulletproof.
Ski boots are very uncomfortable. Snowboarding boots are just like big, soft, comfy boots.
Yeah, you might not have.
I'll definitely give it a go. I won't be a jerk and like have fun, guys. I'm gonna sit here and drink or whatever. Like I'll definitely give it a go if there's skiing to be done.
I'll even go in the other direction. I'm not so attached to skiing that I'm like, why waste our time sledding? I'll sled.
I would love to sled. It was hard to find a place that was real sledding though, because I want like adult sledding, and it seems like sledding is a kid's thing. But in my head, I want to be like.
What I want to do?
Like fucking wind.
I want to like go back in the summer and do the mountain biking shit. That you see like GoPro videos of. For some reason, I watch it like the GoPro videos, and in spite of the fact that I've ridden a bike practically none in the last 30 years, I'm like, I could do that. All right, I won't do the flip. I'll just go over easy. But
I'm not athletic enough for that. I don't have the pumpers.
I'm probably not either, but between my ears, fuck it, I can ride a bike down a mountain. As long as
down the mountains easy.
That's how you
mostly
work.
coasting.
Oh, maybe you haven't seen this. You go up on the ski lift and then you go down the mountain.
Oh, that's nuts. So in the snow or on like
it's how ski resorts make money in the summer.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. See, I was picturing that sort of like in the woods. There's some like wooden parts to like get you over little things, and there's a jump here and there, and it just looks dangerous, like and through trees and stuff.
That's kind of it. Like they have it set up, for bike trails and stuff. And you've seen, of course, the little wooden things, and they're also, if I'm right on this, I think I am. They have it, like beginner, intermediate, and advanced stuff. So you don't necessarily have to cross like 6 Volkswagen bugs in the ground to make it to the other side of the jump. You can just take the
Evil Knievel.
But
well, I would definitely I'll do anything. But I am going to Colorado. The next month or two. We talked about it the other day, and it'd be fun if we all went. And I don't care who fucking goes. In addition to our little group or whatever. So
are there still plans for you or kid? I don't even know what's public. I'm talking about moving. What is
I think she's
current line of thinking?
I can't talk too much about it, but there's a little bit of a wait that we have to go through before everything's settled. But yeah, she's moving out and going somewhere not too far away. That's the situation. But I'm keeping the house.
In the process of moving out for at least 3 years.
We ran into a couple of roadblocks.
Okay. But I guess where I was headed with that, you think this time it's most likely going to happen, probably 2017.
I think it's like 4 more months before we can wrap everything up.
Okay. Did you guys see that thing I linked? Apparently the CEO of GrubHub went over to Twitter and just saw GrubHub was trending. He sent this email out to all of his employees, I guess, the day after the election, and a part of it here, I'll read it. The people are upset about this part that says, if you do not agree with this statement, then please reply to this email with your resignation because you have no place here. We do not tolerate hateful attitudes on our team. And it's like a long email about, maybe we should just read it. Is that too long to read?
Not at all. Take it from the top. Do you want me to do it or you got it?
I can do it.
Okay.
So subject is so, ellipses. That happened, ellipses. What's next? And the body. I'm still trying to reconcile my own worldview with the overwhelming message that was delivered last night. Clearly, there are a lot of people angry and scared as the antithesis of every modern presidential candidate won and will be our next president. While demeaning, insulting, and ridiculing minorities, immigrants, and physically/mentally disabled worked for Mr. Trump, I want to be clear that this behavior and these views have no place at GrubHub. He had worked here because we delivered fucking restaurant food to you. Had he worked here, many of his comments would have been resulted in his immediate termination. We have worked for years cultivating a culture of support and inclusiveness. I firmly believe that we must bring together different perspectives to continue innovating, including all genders, races, ethnicities, and sexual, cultural, or ideological preferences. Jesus. We are better, faster, stronger together. Further, I absolutely reject the nationalist, anti-immigrant, and hateful politics of Donald Trump, and will work to shield our community from this movement as best I can. As we all try to understand what this vote means to us, I want to affirm anyone on our team that is scared or feels personally exposed that I and everyone else here at GrubHub will fight for your dignity and your right to make a better life for yourself and your family here in the United States. If you do not agree with this statement, then please reply to this email with your resignation because you have no place here. We do not tolerate hateful attitudes on our team. I want to repeat what Hillary said this morning and that the new administration deserves our open minds and the chance to lead, but never stop believing that the fight for what's right is worth it. From who is it? I don't know the CEO's name, but from the CEO of GrubHub. And so people are a little upset about that.
That won't go over well for him. That was dumb of him.
Why would you inject politics into your food delivery business?
He's got too much money. Clearly, he wanted to lose a little money. Maybe drive those. Maybe this is maybe he's a genius. He's trying to drive his stock prices lower so he can buy some of it up and take a bigger share in the company. What a fucking jerk! If he thinks that's a good idea. That's not a good idea at all. You don't inject politics into any kind of a business. Like, it's just half the people disagree with you, dude. Actually, and this time around, more than half do.
Yeah, it's very.
We hope.
There's no point in doing it in the food business. I mean, my God, like all that. No one is going to go, hey, I want some Moe's burritos, but I don't want to go to Moe's. I know that GrubHub really likes Hillary Clinton, so I'm going to use their service. It's like, no, you use whatever's there. If the only thing that will happen is they'll go, hey, damn, I can't use GrubHub because they're a bunch of assholes, and I don't like them for making
I'll still use
my
GrubHub.
burrito delivery their politics. So I'm not using there.
Man, I've got an account and everything. You just get on there, search the genre of food you want.
Not anymore, you don't.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I like it. I like GrubHub. I
He's
always
such a
use
big
it when
fan. Yeah, I'm with you. If Jeff Bezos had come out and like expressed his strong support of baby killing, I'm not talking about abortion. I'm talking about like kids under 3. I'd still be like, yeah, but I really like Amazon. You know,
right?
That's true.
It's
Maybe I'll use GrubHub and realize it's really good because Chick-fil-A didn't really inject it into their message at all. It was more of something was uncovered about what the CEO was doing. So I guess that's a bad example because it was just him donating money. But I like their chicken sandwiches a lot, even though he donated to groups that I disagree with. Yeah. I guess maybe if GrubHub really can deliver a Qdoba burrito to me in a reasonable amount of time while it's still hot.
They don't do that.
Okay, well then I fuck them.
Yeah.
What? They don't do what, Kyle?
So maybe I'm wrong here, but the way I've always used GrubHub was as a food delivery aggregate. So it's places that already deliver food, and this puts them all in one searchable sort of thing that you can, go by categories. You can go by price. You can go by the stars that the restaurant has. You can go by how many minutes it will take them to deliver to your address that you're currently at. And then you tip there with PayPal. You pay with PayPal. And you never have to talk to anyone, call anyone. It's click, click, click.
Already deliver food. What value does GrubHub add to the transaction?
It's by aggregating all of the places into one. So the way I'll use it is I'll be in another city that I'm normally not in. When I was in LA, I'll type in the address I'm staying at, and I get only the restaurants that can deliver to that place. And then I can search by 4 stars or 5 stars or the price or whatever if I want good food. Or I can search just Thai restaurants or just Americana or just noodles or, just sushi. And then it aggregates them together, categorizes them, and ranks them in a way that makes it a really smooth process.
I should check it out because I hardly see the benefit.
Oh man, it's huge.
I feel like they just name
otherwise
pizza places that deliver that I could have just reached to already.
No, so it'll be dozens and dozens of restaurants that you don't know about and have never heard of that just happen to deliver. I mean, you're all around you, and it does everything there on the website. The ordering process happens there.
I'm on GrubHub right now, just looking around, seeing what they got. It looks like a pretty useful service. Like I just clicked on, I guess they deliver alcohol, so you could, if the restaurant will deliver alcohol, they'll do it. I guess I thought that's neat. I didn't know you could do that with GrubHub. But the first review after I clicked on some restaurant. First review is 1 star from Nick. It says, never even got it. Yeah. He just never even got his food. Just
let me slip an ad read in here. Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Well, posting your job in one place just isn't enough to find quality candidates anymore. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all of the top job sites. And now you can with ZipRecruiter.com. You can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with one click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in with ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to the office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 1 million businesses. And right now, our listeners can post jobs at ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller. That's ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller. One more time to try it for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller.
For free, you say?
Absolutely.
That's a good price.
Better than money. And one more, and then there'll be no more ad reads for the night. Okay. When was the last time you ordered clothes online and got to try them on before paying for them? So never, rare. Right? Mm-hmm. Well, that's exactly what JackThreads.com does. You can try anything on at home for free, and you only have to pay for what you keep, whether it's the big name brands or the JackThreads in-house line. You can be sure you are 100% in love with the items you ordered before spending a cent. Choose anything you want and try it on at home for free. Take advantage of their new tryout program today. You'll have 7 days to decide if it's working for you. JackThreads gives you everything you need to send things back: packing tape and a prepaid shipping label. So, Go to JackThreads.com and enter offer code PAINKILLER when you submit your tryout for 20% off anything you keep. That's JackThreads.com, code PAINKILLER. You save 20% on any of the clothing that you keep. Never buy before you try ever again. And they do more than just clothes. There's lots of products on there. Lots of cool stuff.
So clothes sent to my door at 20% off. That's a lot of percents. I love buying shit on the internet. This is a win.
Yeah, I like that service. I got some...
Very good.
I got some stuff from there the other day. Still waiting on it to arrive, but I'm hopeful.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And you used our code, of course.
No, I didn't have to use the code because Chiz gave me some free money.
Ah, nice. I'm going to have to give you $20 of free money in a little while because of that Hillary Clinton bet, which...
one Taco Bell deal for Kyle.
I think subconsciously, I on some weird level, I wanted to bet on Hillary Clinton to trick the universe into me losing. Because if I hadn't bet on Hillary, I stand by this. Cite all the polls and facts that you want. Had I not bet Chiz and Kyle each $20 on Hillary Clinton, she'd be the next president. So, because God would have looked down and said, "Who does Taylor want?"
Thank you, Taylor.
Made sure the Blues are having a bad season, so let's make sure that this other thing goes badly too. Or I guess
are the
not
Blues
badly.
having a bad season? I haven't looked lately. I saw that they had a little stretch where they really got their ass kicked. They were being outscored like 12-1 across 2 games.
They've been too streaky. Like they'll play like 3 games really, really well and just be like, God damn, like this is the team back, and then they'll play 4 games and be like, where'd those other guys go? Like they were really good at hockey, and now these guys don't look too hot. But
Sweet tea's turning into iced tea.
Well,
what
he had a
happened
point.
was
He has been not doing as well.
the Blues hit a particularly ugly streak. The Flyers hit a particularly beautiful streak, and I didn't talk trash because they had like the same record practically. So I was like, if this happens one more game, then the Flyers have a better record than the Blues, and and they were like both playing the next day. There's something close to that. And the next day, the opposite of what I wanted happened. Both the Blues won and the Flyers lost, and I was fucked. So.
Yeah, it's all like as long as we make the playoffs, I don't really care. It's exhausting to care about
low, that's smart.
But it's also expectations. Yeah, expectations are always low with the Blues. But I just the way they do the playoffs now of, oh wow, you won the division. You get to play, or you got second place in the hardest division last year. You get to play the Chicago Blackhawks in the first round. It's like, what the fuck? That's not the way playoffs work. That's ridiculous. Why don't you do it like other sports?
Finish?
Third. The Blues finished second place, and the Hawks finished third place in Central, and they had to play each other in the first round. 2 of the best teams in the league last year, having to crush each other in 7 games.
Don't follow hockey. You should know. Hockey makes some attempt at putting the best team against the worst team, right? So if you finish first, then you go against the team that like barely got the last wild card spot. But it's a little screwed up in the middle sometimes because I think tell me if I'm making any mistakes here, but the top winners in each of the divisions get the top 3 spots. So sometimes the winner of like the third best division is not as good as the second best team in the best division, and it gets a little. Yeah. So their intent is that like division winners are the best 3 teams, but that's not always the reality. And Taylor's calling out a particular year where the defending champs didn't have a great regular season, so the Blues had to face them, and you beat them.
No, the defending champs had a good season. They got third in the division. Like it went Dallas, St. Louis, Chicago, and so all those teams had excellent seasons. Dallas, obviously first seed, they don't have to play St. Louis or Chicago, and then St. Louis and Chicago both did well, and they have to play each other, which is aggravating when you watch a sport like hockey where it's like, well, shit.
Well, they got third in their division. It's not like they killed it that year. The previous year, they won the cup.
But they killed it compared. So if you looked at the entire Western Conference, the Blackhawks did very, very well. It was Dallas and Anaheim, and then St. Louis and Chicago, and all of the Pacific teams dragged that average down. So basically, the good teams like the Sharks got to take on an easier strength of schedule than like the Blues or the Hawks. It's just like the Hawks, like that was difficult for them too.
Round?
Yeah, the Hawks lost to the Blues in 7 games, and then the Blues went from there and played Dallas, which makes sense. That's the second round. Of course, it's going to be a tougher team, and they took it to 7 games there and they won. And by that point, like, of course, I never get my hopes up, but I was like, Jesus Christ, tired? Like, yeah, the Sharks have played like 6 fewer games than us at this point because they didn't have to, or they played like 3 or 4 fewer games, which is a lot in hockey. But yeah, as long as the Blues make the playoffs, I'm fine. If they don't, that'd be really disappointing, and that Ken Hitchcock will not be getting a call for coaching again next year if that's the case. So
I'm a Flyers fan. It's President's Cup or bust.
Yeah, President's Cup or bust for the Flyers. Rangers are doing really, really well this season so far. I didn't expect that. I thought their window had kind of passed, but Jimmy Vesey, that rookie, is playing great for them. Kyle, anything to add there?
Yeah, I absolutely not. Big T looks like Ron Weasley. That's all I got.
Dude, UFC 205 is coming. And you guys have heard me say this before. Oh, my God, this is the Super Bowl or whatever. What happened was New York changed the law allowing the UFC to come to that state. So here it is, the UFC in Madison Square Garden for the first time ever. They have pulled out all the stops and tried to build the bet. Like, I talk about how these other cards are like great for cards because it's like all 5 cards in the main. Dude, the prelims in this card are amazing. The freaking Fight Pass stuff is incredible from top to bottom. Amazing fights. Eddie Alvarez is going to win. I'm making that call. I'm putting you don't make a lot of money betting against Conor McGregor, so be careful if you guys are silly enough to listen to my betting advice. Like I'm not just an idiot, but I think Eddie Alvarez is going to win. He eats left-handers for lunch. All of his best fights, he just fucking he's good that way. Conor McGregor is not going to have that like, he's nothing but a left, right? That's the Joe Lozon line. He's not going to have a good night against Eddie Alvarez because he's good at that. And the rest of the cards, Joanna Champion, Chris Weidman's fighting Yoel Romero. Oh my God, Chris Weidman is so like skilled and talented and good at all the things that make up MMA. And Yoel Romero looks like a fucking action figure. It's his first fight back from his steroids. You're getting caught for using steroids, and the guy's like 38 or something, 37, and he looks ridiculous. He's in such good shape. I saw his picture and I'm like, no way, he stopped using the steroids. And Chris Weidman, it's like, I don't even know how that's going to go down. There's a bunch of fights on this card that I am so excited about. Tyrone Woodley and Wonder Boy are fighting. Like, that's actually going to happen. I don't know who's going to win. Tyrone Woodley is actually a very good fighter, but is
that the welterweight or something?
Yeah, it is. So
the little guy who's like undefeated.
Is Wonder Boy undefeated? I'm not 100% sure.
Or like he's held the title for like a really long time, right?
No. So this will be his first defense, and Tyrone Woodley. A lot of fans don't like him because, like, I forget. He beat a good fighter. Maybe it was Gastelum or something. Then he went up against Johnny Hendricks. The fight never happened because Johnny Hendricks missed weight. So he just kept waiting for his title shot. Like, and fans don't like that. Fans like to see active fighters and stuff. But he just sat there and said, "You owe me a shot. You owe me a shot." He got his shot and he beat Robbie Lawler. And everyone is like, "Oh my God! Like this guy beat Robbie Lawler." And then he immediately started calling out, like, me. I forget who he was calling out. Like, people who had no shot at winning. I don't know. Did he call up a guy from a lower weight class? Like, he was bitching and moaning about not getting his title shot because he was, like, one of the top contenders. And then he immediately reaches down and challenges, like, the number 11th guy. So there's a lot of hardcore MMA fans like me who are just like, fuck Woodley, we hate you. And you should be fighting Wonder Boy. And he's like, no, not so much Wonder Boy. Maybe McGregor. It's like, dude, he's like 35 pounds lighter than you. Yeah, I think I could get him. So
he should be fighting the Shockmaster.
Oh, not the Shockmaster
from the WWE conversation.
That guy was embarrassing. So, what's going on with John Jones? I heard they took his title away again.
They did. So
oh my God, again? He's lost it more times than he's got it now, right?
So what happened with John Jones? The whole story and fast forward is this: he was gonna go up against Daniel Cormier for a title shot. Cormier got hurt, so he went up against OSP. And since what they do in the UFC sometimes, they're like, well, if this was going to be a title shot, we'll still make it one, but you get the interim belt. So he had the interim belt while Daniel Cormier had the real belt. And then he got busted for steroids. He was going to go up against Cormier, and then it was literally a day or two before the fight. He got busted for steroids, and he's out. So this is a Woody biased view, so don't put too much faith in this. They hunt around everywhere looking for some sort of supplement that might be tainted. They find one and say, hey, I was taking these. And it's not the bottle that's tainted. It's across the thing. They have a thing in it that's not declared. And he hires this lawyer who does this with everybody. He finds it in something off the shelf and then whatever. So he and his supplier, Malik or something like that, their stories don't match up. The things don't work. The timelines don't go together. They eventually produce an invoice where there's the thing Jones bought and other illegal things that he's a steroid dealer in the same invoice. And Nevada looks at it and says, all right, I believe you might have taken this thing, but all the rest of this is so fucking sketch that rather than him being delayed for 6 months, he's delayed for 12. That's how long his current suspension will be. And because of that, the UFC stripped his belt, and when he comes back, he'll have to fight his way back up. So that's the John Jones story.
Well,
dude,
that
UFC
is
205 off the hook. It's a really, really good one. I'm very excited about it.
And does Ronda fight next UFC event?
It's not the next one. It might be very.
Is she still thought of as Is she still thought of as the best woman out there, or not anymore?
People don't know. So she's one of the most successful women in MMA history, except she was such a head case after her last loss. She hid from the media, tears for days. She's just not good at losing.
Sounds like Clinton.
Yeah, and I'm sure some dude named Solomon Wickerman was the best guy in Major League Baseball in 1886 with his, great hits and everything. That's what's cool about women's MMA that I like watching, is that it's you're watching the inception of a sport. You're watching it kind of evolve. Ronda Rousey, and not to take anything away from her, but she is that person from 1908 in Major League Baseball who was better than the average bear at baseball, but you take him and you try and put him in the World Series this year, not a chance. He's not no way he's good enough to make any team. Ronda Rousey, you're going to see women fighters get better and better and better, I think.
The men fighters are all so well-rounded, and it seems like striking's more important than jiu-jitsu right now. The sport evolves. Who knows where it'll be in 5 years, but right now it seems like it's all about the striking. Her striking is terrible. She just goes in there, gets people down, and her judo is amazing. Judo worked in men's MMA 15 years ago, right? Judo works in women's MMA today, apparently. Mostly. She lost a fight. And so you're kind of onto something there. And then her level of competition. Dude, her last win was against a woman named Bethe Correia, something close to that, Brazilian woman. And yeah, she had 99 problems, and Bethe wasn't one. So, anyway, that woman, 2.5 years earlier, previous to that fight, 2.5 years ago, was literally a certified public accountant. And, she goes into the octagon, and there's this gif of her running in and jumping, and she looked so unathletic. I can hardly describe. She just took up MMA to lose weight, and she moves around she's this fat.
What's her name?
Bethe Correia. It's spelled Bethe.
I thought it was Beche.
I think there's a T in there, but
it's been a while. I didn't look at her name since the fight.
How do you spell her last name?
It's Bethe. Correia. Are you looking for the GIF?
Yeah, I'm trying to find her jumping around. Let's see how she stacks up against Raquel Pennington. All right.
Here's the GIF. It's kind of small, but I'll show it to everyone. It's what I found.
Oh, what was that?
She just,
was there a mud puddle in the way?
She just like she
Oh,
looks
that
like
was pretty.
she's good at gravity. Like it just sucks her right back down in a way that doesn't happen to athletes.
Yeah,
when you watch
exactly.
like the actual, like the real, like Crow Cop or one of those guys, I just picked a name out of there. When they do like that pre-fight like jump, it's like, Jesus, like that is a very athletic man getting a lot of hang
with
time.
Vertical leaps that are astounding. That they make gravity seem like it's turned down low. But what she just did,
as high as this woman.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
We all could.
Yeah, we all can. Like, I can't dunk or anything, but I can grab the rim. Like that, she can't jump.
No. So
she cannot.
That's the kind of woman that Ronda Rousey was knocking out. Now she knocked out some better people than that too, but she definitely has a record that's padded with some people like that. I remember she fought her in Brazil, and Ronda Rousey was on Ellen or some talk show. And they're like, "Are you worried? You're going down to Brazil, and this and that?" And she's like, "The difference between me and Bethe is more than home court advantage." And you know, it was. She knocked her out in like a minute or something, less than that.
Yeah, I heard her talking about Bethe or whatever her name is on the Stern show, and she told the whole like horsewoman story about how Bethe basically beat up each of Ronda's friends in succession, and each time she's holding up a different finger, you know, as she takes them down. She told that whole story and said that really did motivate her to dislike that woman a lot and go hurt her.
It worked. Yeah, Bethe crumbled like a house of cards. But so anyway, people don't know what kind of headspace Ronda's in right now. You know, she was thinking about suicide because she lost a fight and stuff like that. So you don't know what's going to come back. And she's been out long enough that ring rust might be a factor for her. Or she might just start.
She's been training with Diaz's boxing coach.
You talking about a Reddit thing you saw, maybe?
I sure am.
Yeah.
Was that not right?
It's not wrong. She trained with his coach. Like she tried it, and it was a good experience for her. But she was like traveling, and she visited there.
Yeah. Well, then that's bullshit. That's a clinic or something. That's one day. You know, she needs weeks and weeks and weeks.
You're right.
I've seen her.
She was probably traveling or something, so she's like working out with people and whatever.
Okay, that's fair to say. Yeah, it's not like she was there to like go to Six Flags and she saw the coach and like did some shadow boxing. She went and trained with the guy.
I'm making this up, but she probably did like a UFC event or something. They make them meet with fans or whatever, and she, you know, like,
she's good at that.
Where am I going to work out? You know, the Diaz have a home for her.
Yeah,
but it's not like she did a camp there or anything.
Okay. Well, look, I wish the best for her because I like champions. I like, oh my God, that's the best that's ever done a thing. I like winners. That's why I'm so drawn to Trump. That like, look, everybody hates him. He's a fucking son of a bitch. He says the dumbest shit. He's plays to the lowest common denominator whenever it suits him. But goddamn, if he doesn't win at every corner, if he doesn't have everything he wants, then show me what he wants, right? Other than your respect.
Oh, I wanted to talk about that. I've been thinking about this. So I'm not in a class that can have anything at once in terms of like wealth. But I was reading on Reddit, like, hey, like if your family's super rich, like what's it like? Like what's up? And this guy was like generational wealth. You know, he's so rich that his grandkids will be rich. They've got more money than they can wear out. And he's like, it gets to a point where it's not about stuff. You know, if you want a yacht, we can all have yachts. It's about access. It's about like, you know, hanging out with Jay-Z or having him come to your party. It's about like access. It just
becomes more about influence. Yeah,
not just influence,
power.
But like there were paintings. Like, you know, if you own a rare piece of art that has real value that other people wish they had, that's where it's at. It's not just things that money can buy, because money can buy like a fancy car. Well, dude, they just sell those to people with money. Like we can all get those. Not we, but like his circle. When I think about that, like in that setting, it's like, all right, so Trump's private jet, in my head anyway, that's not a normal private jet. Like he's got a fucking like, is it 7?
That's legit.
57?
That's 747. Yeah, Trump's got a legit
big one. It might be a 5.
He's got a big. Let's be sure about this. But I think even in the world of private jets, like Trump having that like that's on another level. I know that
757 airliner.
57? I thought it was. I've gotten into planes lately. I'm a dick. But yeah, he has.
It's all about aviation.
What's that?
You're just you can't get enough aviation. You know, you were born 100 years too late, or actually probably too early, knowing you.
Maybe I don't know. But
you know, the thing, I want to learn about his plane instead of looking at a 737.
I saw a show on his 737 once. He has a previous jet, and it's just like, dude, like other people are buying Gulfstreams, which are lovely jets, but they're for 6 people or 12 people or whatever. Trump is flying the big shit, like.
A normal one has a capacity of 200 to 300 people. Here's a whole article about his top 10 facts about Donald Trump's plane, Trump Force One, as it's known, and it really is now.
You want to scan it first?
I'm scanning it now. Okay. Like I'm looking for something interesting about it.
Like, so when I think about what Trump just accomplished, like when it talks, like having a thing that other people can't have. Is where it's at when you can have anything. Like presidency, dude, that's the biggest thing to be, period. Like I like the words for it, right? It's there's no Monet that compares to President of the United States. There's no temporary custodianship of some piece of art or a yacht or a home or whatever. He's the president of the United States. I see that guy, and even though Trump's not my man, every time I see like an inauguration ceremony, I think, well, for right now, this is the biggest winner on the planet. Like, winner as in, like, not just like won an election, one winner at life. Like, he's president of the United States.
The most powerful country on the planet, the most powerful thing in existence. He is more powerful right now than any other man has ever been, ever. He just is. Yeah. Donald Trump's Boeing is one of the fastest in the world. It goes over 500 miles per hour because of the Rolls-Royce engines. I don't know if that's standard or he's got fancy engines. Normally they hold 200 to 300 people, like I said. His only holds 43, and there's a reason for that. 43 positions, chairs. Because Donald's private jet has a lot of features, including bedrooms, dining rooms, and a private guest room. There's also a bath with 24-karat gold fixtures. It's important to mention that the 757 has an entertainment system inside, installed video room with a cinema system. The bedroom's really nice. All these chairs are badass. This is not first class.
I'm watching this video right here, and like it's just silently looking at like the walk through the cabin. Click the video I linked and like watch the first 30 seconds. That is, if you just took out the sides and I didn't know you were on a plane, it looks like something that like, I don't know, some king in Saudi Arabia would have in a boardroom or something. It's unbelievably nice. Like, this is borderline gaudy how nice it is.
I have opulent. A feeling that this part that you're talking about, like the chairs, how nice it is, is the peon part. That's where the passengers go. Trump has a room or something, right?
Well, I'm that's what they're showing. That's where I would be,
They're showing the whole
first class.
But I just,
if I ever ended up,
we're looking at it like, oh my God, these seats are amazing. This is like so opulent. The tables are so shiny. And I bet Trump is like, yeah, that's where I put the people I don't know that well.
Yeah, right? Look, I just got outed.
No, they're showing the whole plane.
Hold on, I just got outed as a complete peasant because I looked at that and my first thought was like, man, like I have plenty of room to stretch my feet out if I sat at that table. Like I'd be real comfy. I bet they don't give you little bullshit cups of Diet Coke. I bet they give you the whole can every time. They don't ask. They say, do you want a big glass of ice with your can of Coke? This level of wealth is astounding. I can't imagine what it must be like to step off a plane with your name on it and not be like some world leader that gets the plane by default. Like that's does even like Warren Buffett have stuff like this, or does he?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about Warren Buffett specifically, but like, what's his name? The guy with the dimple in his face that gropes male masseurs.
John Travolta?
He was in Greece. John Travolta. Yeah, John Travolta. He's got a. I think he does have a 747. Let me make sure about that. I think he parks that because he's a pilot. He flies it himself.
Oh.
Yeah, that's he's
that's like me buying an old school bus to get around the country because I can drive.
I forget the name of it. It's like certification chasers or something. But there's a term for pilots who really like to get qualified on like more and more shit. And Travolta is one of those guys. Like
his house has has an airport in the backyard with a runway.
My God, I'm looking at it right now. That's
Travolta.
What are
personal.
What are we looking?
I think he has a 707. He's got several planes.
I can't. This is so ridiculous. I can't even tell if this is photoshopped.
Oh no, that's John Travolta's house.
My God.
Wow.
You see, he's got like 3 different jets there. One's like a little, I don't know, a little personal craft. Looks like it holds maybe 10 people. But then there's a huge jetliner.
I'm such a fucker. This guy's got planes. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I want to see the rest of the runway.
That's pretty fucking cool.
Man.
Yes, it's very nice.
Must be nice, right? You know, I think we've all known a guy or two who had a plane or they has access to the plane, but these guys have their planes. You know, that's pretty astounding. I'm fascinated by Trump. You know, it's just he's a really unique guy. That's crazy.
Wait.
I like the gold-plated fixtures.
Yeah,
and
you know
stuff.
what's funny is as he's getting off that plane, he tweeted about meeting Obama a couple hours ago. He tweets like someone who won a raffle to meet the president. He tweeted, "A fantastic day in D.C. Met with President Obama for the first time. Really good meeting. Great chemistry. Melania liked Mrs. O a lot." You know, it's like you're talking about this like he doesn't really dislike you. I don't know. That's funny.
I think he. I don't know. I bet Obama.
I
think Obama really doesn't like him.
He probably doesn't.
He's very upset about the birther thing, from what I've always heard. They always have sources, or they cite sources from within the campaign or within the White House, and through those I've always heard that the birther thing was very offensive to Obama, and it hurt his feelings, and it upset him greatly that they were attacking his citizenship rather than his policy or rather than his leadership skills. They're going right to like he's not even from here. They're completely disqualifying him as a human being, and he didn't care for that. And so I would imagine that he really dislikes Trump greatly. I mean, you saw how hard he was campaigning for Hillary, but it's a real testament to our system, our country, and the man that is Barack Obama. That he was so damn classy today. Like, if anyone out there hasn't seen it yet, watch that little short. It's maybe 2 minutes. It's Obama and Trump sitting next to each other after their 90-minute meeting, speaking to the press for maybe a minute or two. They each speak, and then that's it. Of course, after they're done, after Trump finishes speaking, the crowd goes wild and asking questions and with the shutters. And Obama's like, no more questions. No, we gave you a chance. We talked to you, answered your questions. That's it. And he looks over at Trump. He's like, learn from that. You don't answer the questions. No, just ignore. Don't answer any questions now.
You know what? I wish that Trump would have made this is it's a douchey thing, but it's what you expect from Trump. Like, make a point of I will be the first to move into a smaller home when I accept this position. Of making fun of the fact that his house
what do you think about the White House? Pathetic. No gold anywhere.
I don't want
all of my bathrooms in my house, they all had that toilet seat that you just barely touch it and it goes down on its own. The White House has very old toilet seats. The kind that you just touch it and it slams down. Startled me.
How awkward is it going to be? How awkward is it going to be when Hillary has to return all that furniture that she bought?
Do you have?
Did she buy furniture?
Oh, she did, right? This was a shoe-in. I bet she'd already measured the drapes. She'd already picked out the colors. She had the armoire ready to slide on into the Lincoln bedroom. Now Trump's coming in there, and it's going to get gaudy.
Taylor, do you have the toilet seats too? It sounded like you did. The ones that you just touch a little bit, and they go down nice.
Well, I'm a big fan of those.
Those are amazing.
What are they? I missed
it. So basically, the toilet seat. You know how when you're lowering a toilet seat, you have to grab the toilet seat and bring it all the way down to the bowl. That's gross. Germs jumping around. But these, you just kind of tap it, and it just...
They're like spring-loaded
very,
or something.
very slowly goes down. Doesn't make any noise.
Those. Okay.
This house, all of the toilets have that, and it's one of the nicest things about my house.
It's such a little thing that people appreciate.
It's huge. It's huge. And then I'm at a hotel, and it's like kabang, and I'm like, oh man, what the fuck is this?
If you get used to those, you just make an ass of yourself when you go to other people's houses because you're like, what? Did you have such a terrible shit that you had to slam the top down? What the fuck are you doing in there?
Up with all this.
Are you mad at it? Did you not as much come out as you were hoping?
No, they're good. They can't be that expensive.
No, they definitely can't. It's just one of those things that's teeny tiny, but the addition of it is big.
Yeah.
Makes a big difference in the bathroom. You know, it's you've just taken a horrible shit. You've been sitting there. Your legs are numb. You got those red marks on your elbows and your knees because you've been fucking around on your phone for too long. You think, man, I really should start wiping my ass and get off this toilet, but who knows when the next round's coming through, so I may as well to see if it happens. And then you get up. You're all distraught. You're sweaty. You feel terrible. And you flush it. You have to flush it again, maybe a third time.
Dr. Taylor.
And then you have to.
I always flush twice. I don't care for it when people leave shit streaks in the toilet bowl either. Like that's just uncalled for. I'll tell you what I do. I don't want any particulate. I don't want any rice in the bottom of the bowl because you couldn't digest it properly. If anyone out there who's not familiar with this, you shit, you flush, you wash your hands, and then by the time you're done washing, the back of the bowl is filled up again, and you check. You check for cleanliness in that bowl. Someone else is coming in there maybe to piss, and they don't want to see your poop. So if you got to scrub,
you ever gone into your own bathroom
with toilet paper
so that more water comes out? Because I'll tell you, I am like one of the toilets in this house. I'm pretty much the only one that uses it, and which means I get to see. Like I inspect it. I am the last person to use it was me, and it is clean. I think you need more water flushing with each flush.
Your shit isn't as sticky as mine, I think, because what happens is the turd hits the bottom and a little comes off of it. It's certainly not. I've also done some adjustments back there. We're running it. That thing fills up.
Yeah, when the top lifts a little bit, when it starts to float.
Yeah,
then you've done it right.
Then
when you know you're due to flow.
There's no low flow around here. I had that issue a while back where I had over adjusted it and it was too much. It was always running. But it maxes out now. I want a maximum flush, but it's still.
Is there any more
enough?
I immediately remove that low flow thing. Like if you're not, you don't have to be very handy to swap out a shower head, and you just go in there with some needle nose pliers, get that fucker out. The thing that makes the water stop coming, the fuck out of here.
You want maximum pressure in there.
You want pressure. You know, you get it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Is there anything more scary and worse than going into a person's bathroom, having to take a foul shit of someone that you don't know, and then you flush and you see that weak little gurgle and you see the paper slowly start to oscillate, not the way that you want, the way that you're like, God damn, I hope that's just because of the inertia in that shit, that it takes a lot of energy to get it moving. You know, it's gonna pick up some speed and fly on out of there. But, like, oh, that's I'll
tell you what I've done.
Too.
I get
so
concerned about that.
Let me give you a tip. And then it picked, like, you're like, oh, thank God, you pulled out the end.
It goes.
Kyle,
I thought there was shit in there. You got rid of it. Yeah.
So I've got a little tip for this. If you know that the toilet that you're about to poop in just doesn't have the power that you want, what you do is you go over by the sink, and usually people have a little glass to keep their toothbrush in or they rinse their mouth with. I add extra water to the tank to get a fat flush. I'll take the back off your toilet in your house. I'll add an extra couple quarts of water to it. That way it really gets that poop on gone. And
That's
also, like, I'll sit on the toilet, like, be ready to, like, drop my load, and I'll be at 3, 2, 1. Flushing shit, like, because I want shit to go from inside me to inside the septic tank or sewer instantly. Like, no sitting around in this room. Like that first.
You want
blast.
it to be where you the log begins and then it almost like pulls it out like those colorful scarves from magician's sleeves. It's pulling that out of
you know, I never do that, but I will do like Taylor's like, you know, I'm here because I don't know when the next load's gonna come. I'll flush in between poops. You know, like,
oh yeah, sometimes.
That's where the smell's
my
coming
balls
from.
are sitting in it after a while.
That's
it's just that water displacement.
You are a mighty pooper, Kyle. I cannot hang with you.
When your balls start getting shit on them, you know it's time to flush.
But I'll be like, you know, this room smells now. Not a big room. Flush that shit, and you know, literally, and then get a fresh start.
The best toilets are the ones that are so violent they startle you a little, like at the airport. Like, you get off that thing, and sometimes they're automatic, and so I'm always careful to like get my pants on and my belt on. I don't want anybody to see me in there shitting, so I've heard Howard Stern describe this, and it's one of the things that I like about him. He's like I hunch my head down because he's 6'4", 6'5", or whatever. I'm 6'2", but still my head comes above some stalls. I don't want anybody to see me in there. So I'm just like head hunched down below the stall wall, getting pants on, belt buckled before I flush. because I want to like flush, open the door, and be out of there so nobody even knows I took a shit. Like I don't like shitting in a public place at all. When I do, it's because there's just an emergency, or I'm about to have to get on a plane for 5 hours.
If I'm in public and I have a really foul shit and someone is out there when I get out, like peeing, I'll usually try and make like a comment.
Really?
Just to show I'm not afraid of that. I know you do that too. Everybody poops. And I just finished. And so, rough one, huh? Like, no, I wouldn't say that because that's inappropriate. But,
I'm like, what do you say, though? Like, what kind of...
I don't know.
You just whew. I don't know.
Yeah, it's more just
smell
an auditory. Oh, whew, Jesus. I thought the election was rough.
Is it hot in here, Jesus?
Got some shit on my balls in there. That was crazy.
Man, that's... I hate pooping at other people's houses so much that it's like it's not even that. I don't mind it as much as I really get a lot of comfort from shitting in like the 4 or 5 home shitters that I feel comfortable with. Like I've got the ones here, and then I've got like, if there's somewhere like my parents' house, like I know that's a safe shit spot. Friends' houses, very, very close friends. I know that's a safe shit spot. I don't like feeling like I'm in there for 4 minutes, 6 minutes, and still I haven't got it done. And then people are like, oh, man, he must be in there having a horrible shit. And it's like, well, you're partially right, but you shouldn't be judging me for it, asshole. That's one of my biggest things is I hate driving in the car. If I am driving in the car and I get the urge to shit, I immediately become the most stressed out person of all time. It becomes instantly find a bathroom because the feeling of shit, I can't handle it. I can hold my pee for so long. The feeling of having to take a shit, awful. I hate it. You have to get it out. Awful.
Not a fan. I try to get that knocked out in the morning. Every morning that's my routine. But if I have to get up particularly early, then I miss it. I miss my window. It hasn't come yet. And so I'm, if I'm getting up at 6 a.m. and I'm out the door by 7, then like I'm usually pooping at 11. This is a problem. So I try to hit my window, but sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Like when I go through Healthy Kick, which I need to go on another one right now, but I always am blown away at the consistency, not of like the feel, obviously, but of the like consistent, like you shit at 8:35, next day you shit at 8:41, next day you shit at 8:27. You're shitting so regularly, and when you're not eating garbage, it's incredible how easy it is to shit. But junk food just tastes too good.
I have a thing for you. I always think about you when I'm in my pantry. So you've mentioned a couple of times. Is it gold? It's Cheetos, right? Cheetos is your weakness? Cheez-Its. Okay. Cheez-Its. We keep a stack of paper bowls in our pantry, like just on the shelf, where all the chips and popcorn and stuff like that goes. So we don't take the bag or box with us. We put it in a paper bowl, portion control, and then that bowl goes to the living room. If you have a bag of like Tostitos next to you in my wife would be all over it. Like, what is that? With the kids, she yells at them. With me, she makes the fat face, like that. And I know what she's saying. That's how you get fat. So you gotta put it in the bowl. She'll forgive you if you refill the bowl because you're really hungry. But if you take the bag with you and just like mindlessly eat Cheez-Its, that doesn't fly in our house.
Recently, I just haven't kept Cheez-Its in the house. Like every time I go to the store, I avoid the, because Melissa likes different kinds of treats and snacks than me. So like if she wants something, I can go to get ice cream or whatever, or candy. And I don't step into the chip and cracker aisle because I can't walk through the chip and cracker aisle without being like, what? They made an extra toasty flavor? You mean the Cheez-Its that get a little bit burnt, have that toasty flavor? They made a whole fucking flavor that I am keeping. The local grocery store near me, when they're like doing their restock numbers, they're like, this is absolutely out of control. Someone, we never expected St. Louis to be such a hotbed for the extra toasty flavor here. And they just had to be like, it's actually the same gentleman. He comes in twice a day, really wipes us out. He leaves nothing but that disgusting cold. I bought Colby flavored Cheez-Its a couple of weeks ago to expand my horizons. Horrible. because they did what bullshit Goldfish started doing years ago, which is, oh, we're adding a new flavor. No, you didn't. That's the same cracker with a bunch of bullshit powder sprayed on it. You're not fooling anyone. You're not fooling anyone. You're just getting my hands dirty. I don't care.
Pretzel-based snack where there's just cheese in the middle. It's like a
combos.
Dude, combos. When combos first came out, I was a teenager or a young teen, like 12 or something, and it was like a big thing. Combos were so popular, just having combos. Like combos, like everyone was about the combos. Then they added some more flavors, and it was like, dude, these are good. Like what? So like the first, they had like one or two good ideas for combo flavors, and then they started putting in all the like pepperoni combos, and it's like, oh look, there's a new combos. Oh no, it's awful.
I literally saw a what? It must have been marshmallow combos, like campfire combos or something, because I was looking at it and I was at a gas station, and next to the Cheez-Its, they have all those snacks, and it was like the standard cheese combos, then pepperoni pizza combos, and then there was like a dessert version of combos, which was marshmallow filling. It's like that's a fucking pretzel. That sounds awful. I can't imagine opening this up, taking a bite of your gross powdery stuff, because the flavor in combos, if you haven't eaten them, I'm sure they're sold outside of the U.S. It's not like it's not a paste. It's like a compressed powder of flavor. It's just the stuff that they dust on other things. They go, no, we want a whole fucking brick of
like
that in the
pretzels
middle of our
with ramen noodle bullshit sprinkled on it or something.
Yeah, if you take a true one, it's crumbly. Like the powder flavor is just like falling off. It's probably not good for you. I don't like combos.
It can't be, but I bet it survives the apocalypse.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Cheez-Its won't. But that'll be good for me.
I'm the kind of guy who'd be like, what? Marshmallow? Is there like chocolate marshmallow combos? Look, it's worth a go, right?
No, that sounds
it's worth
the only I don't branch out with sweets very much. If I want sweets, it's Reese's. Reese's objectively the best candy. Every single
just Reese's the M&M-y thing.
No, not the M&Ms. That's a tease. I don't like those as much. I like the cups. I need the and not the little ones either, not the snack ones.
The big cup.
I don't want to go. Yes, the big cup. That's another product that for a while there. Well, Melissa's more of a fan of those with their ice cream than me. We're keeping the fucking big cups in the store. But that was a great add-in. It's about twice as much peanut butter as in a regular cup, and there's also more chocolate around it.
What are you talking about? Those things are huge. Like you buy like one. You get one big cup in a package. It thing's big.
I want a ginormous cup, like the size of a birthday cake.
I found that, and I was going to send it to Taylor for Christmas, but I forgot all about it. They make it. It's a pound.
Damn it. It's only November.
It's called the Mega Cup.
Get it for me. Christmas is over a month away.
He's like, fuck it, what can you do? It's November.
I was gonna do it, but then I thought, fuck him.
Missed my window.
I actually found something better.
I mean, when it's already early November, just right off Christmas.
Way too late now to be doing that.
Sorry, Taylor. You're getting cold.
No,
fuck you.
That's fine.
Did you see? Did you see that crazy mansion I linked? Like that's just like I like places like that. I like the place that the things that the last place we stayed in had were it was remote, so we didn't have any neighbors. We were kind of out in the woods, down a long driveway, and like a private home, and I want that again. I like that, and it was kind of luxurious, I guess. It was a lodge kind of place with like rough wood, but it also had brass fixtures and really nice kitchen that was all set up and everything.
This place looks expensive.
Yeah, that one is. I think that one's like $700 a night or something like that. But I mean, you stretch it through 5 people or something like that, and it's not so rough. Yeah. And it just depends how long we're staying and how much money we want to spend. But when you're splitting it between 4 or 5 people, you can get some pretty cool places, and you need 4 or 5 bedrooms anyway, so they're not going to be that cheap. I'm excited about this now. I think it'll be a fun trip.
It's going to be cool.
I like the snow. I like the snow a lot.
We need one more topic. Oh, I have it. I have a video to watch together.
What is the backstory of the vid?
It is about cricket, and I found it on Reddit, so you may have seen it already.
Nope.
No.
I'm paused.
I think you'll enjoy it. Cue up at 0, please.
Oh, I did see this. Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, ready, set, play.
Oh, that's out of the ground. That's
I have no
gone.
idea what's happening in this
It's
sport.
downtown.
He
It's
hit a
on
home
my
run, I
car.
think.
It is. I think it hit my car. Don't believe it. Oh,
It hit
the
his
downside
car?
of
It
getting
literally
Yeah, it hit
down
the
his car.
announcer's car.
Keep listing. There's the dent.
Oh, no.
Did you pay insurance?
No, it's a rental. Oh, I don't believe it. I think it's mine.
Look, he's dejected.
Damn.
It shows a
This
replay.
one-
That's a hell of a dent.
Yeah.
Usually
I don't
it's
know
a
what
bit
those cricket balls
scrape
feel
on a
like, but they must be
door or-
pretty hefty.
How am I
Yeah,
gonna
I
do
guess
that?
just
so.
imagine that
At
they're
least I've got
croquet balls
evidence.
because
I've
they
got
sound the
evidence to
same.
prove, yeah.
It dented
Oh,
the fuck
yeah.
out of this guy's
It's the
roof
same
like you took
colour.
your palm and slammed it down his
It's around
hard as you
about
could,
the
and you're a
same
man.
Place. I know I parked it there about
Or your
5
fist.
hours ago.
He's so depressed.
Oh,
Here's the
Jesus,
impact.
please.
Donk.
I don't think I was that far down. For some reason, I was more behind the hot
Oh man,
dog
that sucks
stand.
for him. He said it was a
30
rental.
yards back this way.
Yeah,
I think
you
I
have
might
the
be
insurance.
okay.
And I guess, is this New Zealand? Zealand? How do New Zealand people talk? I don't know.
It is.
It's like a little bit of it's just a twist on Australian, right?
bet
Yeah,
they'd be
kind of.
offended
I don't
by
think they
that.
appreciate that. Yeah, they don't like that.
No, the accent, I mean, not the countries. Like, I don't know how the countries differ, but you guys sound similar.
Yeah, they do.
The same way that you'd be like, I really can't tell a huge difference between Taylor's accent and Kyle's. Like, that's the way it is over there. Like, I really can't tell much of a difference. Like, if you show me, like, a Australian guy and a New Zealand guy, the only way I'd be able to know it was New Zealand if it was one of the guys from Flight of the Conchords. Because otherwise, I get
a
assume.
lot of attention for my accent, like from fans and stuff. And I never thought
Or
I had one.
accent?
Right? Like, they're always
Is
talking
it-
about the way I pronounce oddball words. Like, they're just slightly different.
Like saw,
That's one. Or they'll be like, have you ever heard him say mitten?
robot.
He says mitten and he barely uses the T. And it like, oh, like, I don't know. Like, I always thought I had a really neutral accent. Like you could just drop me in Colorado and they
It's not your
barely
accent.
notice
You
the
just
difference.
you just pronounce some words in an odd way.
You guys are the exact opposite in this way, in that a word like mitten, like the way you say it, Woody, where it's like you skip, it's like it in, like in the middle of the word instead of mitten. Kyle pronounces T's very specifically and intentionally in a lot of words. Well, he would say someone's mittens, almost a mittens, like that kind of thing. Or like you definitely do that. Like you enunciate very clearly with your T's. I've noticed.
I try.
Yeah, you're a very good speaker.
It's
with
the
T's.
in the Philadelphia area.
Only
Thank
the
you.
T's.
Find people who talk like me.
Yeah, I don't think any of us really have an accent. Like Kyle does some, like a tiny bit. I don't feel like I do at
You
all.
can. You have to get Kyle next to the right people. You get him next to some
Absolutely.
good old boys, and all this. Yeah, Kyle gets surrounded with good old boys, and all of a sudden you're like, but which one is he? Like,
Yeah, he
which
just
one's
blends
the
right in.
Kyle? Yeah, like he's so good old that you just-
I can flow on into kind of an urban thing if I'm selling a black fella a car. It's not pretty to see.
The only time I talk a little more Southern is when I'm around my grandparents, or down in that area, and that's it.
Oh yeah,
And it's not like it's like, well, howdy y'all, how are you doing? You know, it's been a rootin' tootin' drive over.
Hey.
Yeehaw.
I'm doing No Shave November for as long as I can get away with it. Jackie figured
Nice.
it out.
Hopefully 30 days.
Like just recently, so it's not weird for me to go like 5 days without shaving. Like it's a thing that happens now and then, and she'll say something and usually I shave, and this time no, I didn't, and she's like, "Are you doing No Shave November? It's like only the 10th. There's 20 more days of this," and it bothers her. Like she doesn't like the beard. It's not her thing. Like just today, she was doing dishes or something. I kind of hugged her from behind, and she's like, "You're poking me with your beard." Like through her sweater, my beard was poking her in the back. She's not a fan.
Pish posh. You stick with it.
Yeah, it'll come in handy if we go to Colorado. It'll look real nice in the snow.
Real nice in this.
Yeah,
Strong
you'll be like Jeremiah Johnson out there.
It's annoying in the snow with the beard if you do something like that because it like freezes to your face, and then if you're trying to warm up, you basically just have a slowly melting amount of water keeping your face wet. like when you go into the lodge and everything, which is kind of obnoxious. It reduces that like wind annoyance.
The
that you get on
thickness
your
of
face.
my beard is cool. Like I like where the whiskers are, but they're gray now. It's a real gray beard, especially right here, and it's not my. I don't know.
No, you grow a good beard, you should keep it. I think it looks good.
Yeah, the gray is not unattractive. It's like
gray looks good. It looks distinguished.
Exactly. Well, she's not the one you're trying to look good for.
Yeah.
Strong point. Yeah, she can always face the other way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's end the show right there.
All right.
All right. That was PKA episode 308. All hail Trump.
All hail Trump, indeed.
Sponsors.
Yes, and check out the sponsors. Kyle, do we have any
SmartMouth.com.
post reads or anything?
I don't think so. I can like make 100% sure within just a few seconds here, but I'm pretty positive we don't. As I scroll up, don't do this, don't do that. Nope, we're all good.
All right, PKA 308.